Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Oh, fuck, I didn't change my settings on my microphone. Hold on. God damn it! Late and gay as ever!
Late and gay as ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with the utmost sadness that I report to you that the anime industry has lost an absolute legend. That's right. The voice of Maruko-chan, TARAKO, is dead at 63. The biggest tragedy the anime community has ever undergone. Oh, wait. No, that's the news. Fuck! God, no, the goat is gone?
Yep.
Shit, man. So I bring honor unto him tonight with what was clearly designed to be worn by a child.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the
Welcome back. 11 just has to upstage you.
God damn it! Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, well, you can see it's Random 11 and Green Lantern Reese. There's no. and this fucking mosquito. All right, if I look significantly brighter, it's because I am. I moved that light that was over here, and I installed a light into it that is designed to light a barn. So it's fucking bright in here. Anyway, yeah, we without further ado, I think we should jump right in because I got work. This is gonna be a rough one. Yeah, so Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama passes away at age 68 for a reported acute subdural hematoma. So make of that what you will. I'm not quite sure what that is intended to mean. That is bleeding of the brain. We're gonna look at some things tonight. It's gonna be an interesting night. Let's jump right in. So, in a moment that truly no fan ever really fathomed would come, Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama has passed on to the other world.
I mean, we all thought it was gonna happen. We just didn't happen.
Honestly, though,
so soon.
Not this soon.
Yeah, like honestly, considering how little work, like I love Toriyama, and we're gonna have, like a moment to, sort of talk about our experience with Toriyama and his work and everything tonight. Which honestly, I feel real shitty about the fact that we're finally giving somebody a respectful, like fucking Kentaro Miura died, and I couldn't process it, and I still can't quite process this, but I really think it's important that we take a moment to kind of reflect a little bit on what he's done for us as fans in general, and the community as a whole. And honestly, because he's had so little going on, like everything he did starting with Dr. Slump, was just a fucking runaway success, to the point where he probably had so much fucking money and stuff that he really wasn't, overworking himself. He would fuck off and do nothing or whatever while they ruined his franchise with Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT, right? So I don't know. It didn't seem like something, like, obviously we all know he was going to die eventually, but it just didn't seem like something that was going to happen so soon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Miyazaki's just
Right?
sitting there like, I'm still waiting. Damn it! That was supposed to be me. Like, what the-
Right. Yeah. So behind the scenes, we were discussing like who's next, right? Like what legend are we going to lose next? And who did I say it was? I thought maybe. Oh man, I've totally lost it. Oh, Togashi. I thought it might be Togashi next. And then we're like, how the fuck is Miyazaki still alive? Right. Anyway, so let's look at this. So the news of the famed mangaka's passing was first broken on March 7th, courtesy of the official Dragon Ball website. Happy birthday, Reese.
Yeah.
What a horrible birthday.
Worst present ever.
Imagine you're a little kid, you wake up and it's your birthday party, so you run downstairs and you're like dressed up as Goku and you've got a Dragon Ball Z themed party and everything, and then you have your
Turn on
guest
the
arrive,
news.
like, Timmy, I'm so sorry. He's dead. Your eyes look like you have a scouter going on, like Random 11.
Yeah.
They like turn red when you look around. Anyway, so here's the statement that the company gave. Dear friends and partners, we are deeply saddened to inform you that manga creator Akira Toriyama passed away on March 1st due to acute subdural hematoma. He was in age of 68. Now, I don't know if that was a intentional thing or not, because I think in Dragon Ball, don't they? I mean, they never really like talk. It's like a part of the lore, but they never actually really address it in the show specifically. Like they don't verbally call it out. But isn't there like a weird dating system they have for like how they date the age of the universe or whatever? Age 68 or whatever would be like.
Well, it's a world with dinosaurs, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know if that was intentional. It's a very strange way to pronounce it or phrase it, right? It's our deep regret that he still had several works in the middle of creation with great enthusiasm. Also, he would have many more things to achieve. However, he has left many manga titles and works of art to this world. Thanks to the support of so many people around the world, he has been able to continue his creative activities for over 45 years. We hope that Akira Toriyama's unique world of creation continues to be loved by everyone for a long time to come. We inform you this sad news with gratefulness for your kindness during his lifetime. Funeral service was held with his family and very few relatives, following his wishes for tranquility. We respectfully inform you that we would not accept flowers, condolence gifts, visiting, offerings, and others. Also, we ask you to refrain from conducting interviews with his family. Future plans for a commemorative gathering are not yet decided. It sounds like the age of 68 was definitely a mistranslation based on the rest of this phrasing. We will let you know when it's confirmed. We deeply thank you for your understanding and support as always. March 8th, 2024. So we got the news March 7th because Japan is in the future by a day. And then, so this was by Bird Studio and Capsule Corporation, Tokyo. So, Toriyama, his name means, and it literally uses the kanji for bird mountain. Toriyama. That's what Bird Studio is referenced to. His name is Toriyama, right? And then the Capsule Corporation thing, I was just like, when I read that the first time, I had to think back, like, didn't we cover a guy who tried to like get like wrestle the rights of Dragon Ball or whatever for some reason? I wonder if he's going to get them now. Like, And it also made me think of that episode of Dragon Ball Super where Monica Rial as Bulma pronounces Capsule Corp as Capsule Corps because she's a dumb idiot who thinks that the Marine Corps and Corp, being short for corporation, are the same word.
They're not even spelled the same.
Mm-mm. Because Corps in the Marine Corps is C-O-R-P-S, and it's a French word where the P and S is silent that refers to a body or entity, like a group, right? Obviously, Capsule Corp is in reference to Capsule Corporation. Anyway, now that I'm done raging about bullshit, I'm going to skip all this because it's just the stuff I just read. It's just there padding it out or whatever. So born in Nagoya, Aichi, Japan in 1955, Toriyama's interest in manga was first sparked, according to the mangaka himself, by Osamu Tezuka's seminal Astro Boy. And though he would spend much of his childhood doodling away, his high school years would see his artistic ambitions take a back seat to his burgeoning social life. He was a fucking player, huh? When the time finally came to graduate, rather than go to college, Toriyama chose to enter the workforce. Finding work as a poster designer for an advertising agency, the future manga superstar would eventually choose to leave this position after finding that ultimately the corporate life was not the life for him. However, a man cannot live on hopes and dreams alone, and Toriyama soon found himself in desperate need of cash in order to keep supporting himself. After a chance reading of Kodansha's weekly shonen magazine at a coffee shop, he decided to solve his money woes by entering into the magazine's then currently ongoing open submission contest. Unfortunately, he did not complete his submission in time to meet Kodansha's deadline. But when one door closes, another opens, and he soon thereafter discovered that Weekly Shonen magazine's competitor, Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump, held their own such contest every month. Though his first submission to his eventual home magazine would be rejected for being a parody of Star Wars rather than an original work, after receiving encouragement to continue practicing from the editor who reviewed his work, none other than Kazuhiko Torishima, who would eventually serve as his editor on both Dr. Slump and the Kid Goku years of Dragon Ball, Toriyama eventually, and just so we're understood, in Japan, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z are part of the same manga. They're just called Dragon Ball in the manga form.
Yeah.
So it literally just continues into Raditz showing up at the end of what we would call the series of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z.
Like how you see adult Goku at the end of Dragon Ball.
Yes, at the very end of Dragon Ball when he and Chi-Chi get married, that's what they're talking about, the Kid Goku years, meaning the portion that we recognize as Dragon Ball versus Dragon Ball Z. Toriyama eventually produced Wonder Island, which after being deemed acceptable by Shueisha, would go on to become his first officially published manga. So anyway, this is his an excerpt from Wonder Island. Though both Wonder Island and its sequel, Wonder Island 2, were complete misses with Shonen Jump's readership, the mangaka refused to abandon his creative dreams, instead committing himself to finding commercial success. As a result of his tenacity, 1980 would see Toriyama produce the work that would launch him into manga stardom, Dr. Slump. Though Toriyama only intended for Dr. Slump to run for a maximum of 6 months, thanks to its runaway success, Weekly Shonen Jump editorial would not allow him to bring it to an end until he delivered them a different series to take its place. It's funny. At the end of Dr. Slump, there's a goodbye message. And it says at the bottom, we'll see you in Dragon Ball or whatever. And then it says, if it gets released. And then underneath that, it says, editor's note, it got released by the editor.
It got released. It just happened to be like one of the most popular things in the world.
Thus, the adventures of the series' purple-haired android antagonist Arale ultimately ended up going on for a total of 4 years and 236 chapters. Anyway, this is obviously from Dr. Slump. So what would Toriyama eventually deliver in 1984 to allow him to bring Dr. Slump to a close? Well, thanks to a suggestion from the aforementioned Torishima that he combines his love for both manga and kung fu movies, Toriyama brought Shueisha a Journey to the West parody. Whoa, wait, I'm sorry. Didn't he get rejected for a Star Wars parody? Now he's going to do a Journey to the West parody? I see some shenanigans afoot here. So he brought them a Journey to the West parody that, unbeknownst to them at the time, would someday become one of its most venerated and most profitable series, Dragon Ball.
Yeah, like, I mean,
And good.
He got like Dr. Slump out, and that was already popular. Like, I mean, it's not as popular over here, but from what I recall, from what I've heard, Dr. Slump is like big in Japan, or at least it was at the time of its run.
Yeah.
And then he just made another banger.
Oh yeah, like everything he touches turns to gold after this point. Like he's never had a flop in terms of commercial success.
Right.
But this also unfortunately birthed bad localization. Hey bro, what's up? Like Goku's literal first line in Dragon Ball. Hey bro, what's up? Notably, though he had his hands full with the burgeoning adventures of Son Goku, the mid-1908s, no, that's got to mean 1980s, still saw Toriyama found the time to lend his services, again at the nudging of Torishima, to a then upcoming RPG title known as Dragon Quest. And while the breakout success of the series' first entry would see Toriyama serve as the franchise's overall art director from then on out, it would also see him and his fellow Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii reach such acclaim that they would eventually be tapped to work with Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi on what remains, to this day, perhaps one of the most widely lauded video games of all time, Chrono Trigger. Of course, all good things must come to an end. After all, God, that's fucking crazy. Fuck. It just hit me that growing up, my favorite video game and my favorite anime were like heavily brought into being because of Toriyama.
That just hit you?
Like because I don't think about Dragon Ball as my favorite anime, right?
Yeah.
But I did for many years. Like just if you were to look at the amount of energy and time invested in fandom, hands down, Dragon Ball is my favorite anime, right? Just because it's extremely long and I've seen it like 4 or 5 times, right? So that alone sets the bar that, like, yeah, I mean, I haven't watched Lupin as much as I've watched Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? But it didn't really hit me that like specifically, because Chrono Trigger is hands down the best game that's ever been made. Like nothing comes close. There's no close second, right? And just I'm realizing now, like that's been my favorite game since birth, or since I first played it, right? Since I first got introduced. So I don't know. It's just hitting me that like how much, as I was reading some of these articles, I just got to tell you, like it really. I've had a hard time processing grief since my mom died. Right. My mom died nearly right before I started the podcast, or not the podcast, right before I started the channel in 2014. Right. She died June 20th, 2013. And I got started on the channel in November of 2013. And I prepped everything for the launch on like the first week of 2014, right? So look at that, 10 years. Anyway, but the point is that before then, my mom is the closest person I've had in my life. Like I've never actually had somebody where like your daily life up and changes because they died. Like if my wife died, for example, my life would never be the same. when your mom dies and you're already an adult, like life doesn't change that much. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, I don't think I've ever really had to process grief, and I've just not been great at it. You know what I mean? In that regard. I don't know. I just, as I was, mosquito, as I was reading this,
moment.
as I was reading some of the articles that we're going to look at in a moment, I just I felt like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm actually feeling something for once in my goddamn life. Like I'm processing something, you know? Anyway, of course, all good things must come to an end. After all, that's the entire reason for this article's authoring, isn't it? And after 11 years of making readers wish they could shoot energy from their hands, Toriyama eventually brought Dragon Ball to a close in 1985. His final page seeing Goku and the reincarnated form of Majin Buu fly off into the sunset towards some unknown horizon. But then came Dragon Ball Evolution. It's the strangest. In no way does this need to exist in the article. Produced by 20th Century Fox in 2009, Toriyama found the live-action adaptation to be so absolutely terrible that, out of fear that the film would serve as the defining image of its creation in the minds of millions, he powered up once more to produce the animated Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods and Resurrection F cinematic outings. By the way, can you guys can you start some chats? I want to make sure that after we finish this article we look at some, but I don't want to look at all of them. So if you could just vet the ones that are be important. Oh no, it's Diccolo, Piccolo's evil twin. Who was it you said they should have had play Piccolo, Reese?
Sam Jackson.
Sam Jackson.
That's the only choice.
Shit. We got all 7 Dragon Balls.
This motherfucker over here got all them balls.
Do you hear me?
Where's my purple geese?
Oh. For some reason, I was picturing like Will Smith. I'm like, that couldn't have been who you suggested. Like that'd be because like he dresses like Will Smith in the episode of Dragon Ball where he gets his driver's license, right? So that would be
He just like to put the t-shirt.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, so after that, and rather than return to retirement, so again, so fucking successful. Retired at like 45 or whatever, you know, like just fucking, was it? Yeah, he retired in 1985, basically. So if you have one thing to credit Dragon Ball Evolution with, it's that it got Toriyama back into the game, right? And rather than
he did retire. He was like in his 30s at most.
In 85?
Yeah, he was 68. No. 68 this year.
Oh, fuck. Because he was born in 55. Oh, fuck, that's 30. 55 to 65, 65, 75, 75, 85. He was 30 when he retired. Holy shit. I mean, he technically, yeah, oh, fuck. Legend, right? Rather than return to retirement, Toriyama would instead team up with mangaka Toyotaro to produce an official sequel to Dragon Ball Super, which ostensibly had been working on until his death. Okay. Throw that shit away. That's not what happened. Toyotaro is not a mangaka. He was a doujin artist, effectively, doing non-lewd doujin, right? So he was doing a fan comic of Dragon Ball called Dragon Ball AF. Isn't he the guy who made Dragon Ball AF that then became the separate Dragon Ball AF April Fool's joke thing? Like he was doing that. But his art style was so spot on Toriyama that he was chosen by Toriyama to work on Dragon Ball Super with him. Yeah. So that he didn't have to do all the work. Once again, nobody thought he was going to die because it didn't seem like he was working that hard because he had all these shortcuts and didn't bother to remember half the characters he created. Yeah, like he clearly wasn't stressed out of his mind like some mangaka, right? So anyway, here at the end, what's there left to say? Thank you for everything, Toriyama. Rest in peace. So this is the final page of the Dragon Ball manga, which is effectively Dragon Ball Z, right? By this point, the end, right? So this is the same thing I was talking about with Dr. Slump. They had a page just like this, but it was for Dr. Slump instead. And then it said like, "Hey, I'll see you in Dragon Ball if it gets published." And then the editor was like, "Editor's note: it got published." Anyway, so I want to address some chats real quick. What do we got here? Why is my phone ringing? I can't answer that right now. Where did you not star any? Is this what's going on? You starred none. That's why there's no starred second. I swear to God.
Wow.
Dragon Ball ended in 1995. Is that the manga or the anime ending?
Let's find out. The manga ended in 1995. It started in 84. So it went for...
Okay, so they fucked up on the timer. So he was 40, not 30. Thank you, Enriv, for correcting us. Cool. All right, so I trust there were no other chats worth talking about. Yes, Akira Toriyama did also work on Blue Dragon, which the anime is very different from the game, huh? Well, the anime sucked ass, but his designs are great. Mega Mug says, "I heard Futa."
The signal is up.
The signal. The dick signal. Let's see. I'm tired of these motherfucking Namecs on this motherfucking planet. Oh, say Kakarot again. I dare you. I double dare you. All right. I keep saying 85 because that's what they wrote. But yes, thank you for correcting us. Dragon Ball America first. Well, shit, it is now.
Dragon Ball all Futa.
Dragon Ball AF, as fuck. Yeah. All right. So let's go into the next thing here. I would like to show you that not everybody is a fan and should be mocked mercilessly. The BBC Fan Wang wrote Dragon Ball. Japan manga creator Akira Toriyama dies. The Dragon Ball comic series debuted in 1984. It follows a boy named Son Goku in his quest to collect magical Dragon Balls that can give him superpowers.
Fail.
Dragon Ball was Toriyama's most famous work. To many fans, Son Goku's journey from a kid who fumbles his martial arts training to a high-flying hero who can shoot bolts of electricity from his hands mirrors their own struggles against self-doubt as they grew into adulthood.
Electricity?
There's so much wrong. Fumbles his martial arts training, bolts of electricity.
So tell me that you didn't watch Dragon Ball without telling me you didn't watch Dragon Ball.
Fan Wang, are you even Asian?
Like you couldn't ask like your nephew, your son, assuming you have one.
Fuck, dude. It only gets worse. Like Dragon Ball inspired fan fiction writers and cosplayers who style their hair like the character's sharp and pointed locks. Did a bad AI write this? Like,
yeah. He also happened to inspire.
Yeah, obviously, nobody puts their hair like that.
Nobody,
for real.
Nobody
does that.
The cartoon version has been dubbed in numerous languages, and Dragon Ball action figures are a staple in toy stores from Japan to China and Southeast Asia. Really? Like
all in
a
Asia?
2013 interview with a Japanese newspaper, Asahi, Mr. Toriyama said he had, quote, no idea how Dragon Ball became so popular around the world. He described the series as a miracle, quote, given how it helped someone like me who has twisted, difficult personalities do a decent job and get accepted by society. When I was drawing the series, all I ever wanted to achieve was to please boys in Japan. Yeah.
Phrasing.
So
that sounds weird.
So you can't quite blame it on the BBC because naturally, a fuck up so significant could only have come by
big black cocks.
Could only have come by watching the 4Kids version airing of Dragon Ball. So Dragon Ball AF is Dragon Ball action figures. Dear Lord. Fucking load. So apparently, this is going to be a pain in the ass. I have so many fucking tweets to show you.
I'm here in the corner watching Random Eleven's evolution into Goku from.
I know.
From
I saw him. Goku. I saw him become Mr. Popo for a minute, and I was thinking, like, yeah, you should have just done that.
What's up with your eyes? Jesus Christ. Are you wearing those 3D glasses?
Right?
Yeah, I have Goku glasses on right now.
You remind me of when Captain Ginyu took over his body and something wasn't quite right. For fuck's sake. Okay, I'm just going to tell you what happens. So, oh dear. So when it was on 4Kids, like when it was on WB, for some reason Sonic would recap the episodes, and apparently this is one of the early episodes of Dragon Ball recapped by Sonic.
Goku's gotta get his boy back, but he knows he can't beat Raditz on his own. That's when Goku's old enemy Piccolo shows up. Now Piccolo's a Saiyan just like Raditz.
So I guess the BBC can't all be thrown under the bus if Jaleel White can't even tell us that Piccolo is a Namekian.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a Saiyan.
He's the green Saiyan.
Oh
my
right.
God! Oh, you're killing me.
Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Okay, so I don't. It's possible. It's possible that. Oh my God! Kill me.
10,000 tabs open might be making it go slow down.
Shut up.
I think Twitter is having issues.
Oh no! No! Oh, literally all of them just closed or just unloaded. Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
Shit.
Tell me of your
fond memories.
Yeah. Tell me of your fond memories of Akira Toriyama while I undo this massive fuck up.
So I don't have any memories of Akira Toriyama specifically,
except things that he did that influenced you.
Except for watching I'm gonna get rid of this. Except for watching Dragon Ball.
You don't need to tell me about how you felt the need to listen to Rebecca Black's Friday. You can just jump right in and tell me the story, all right?
I don't know how to take that.
I can tell you my story if you take you fucking forever to put on his googly eyes. That's horrifying, by the way.
It's weirdly even more clickable than me on a thumbnail. So
I watched Dragon Ball as a kid. I remember going downstairs and finding it on TV, and it was early enough back when we didn't have the guide channel or the guide on the TV. You had to go to the guide channel to figure out when it was on.
The on-screen TV guide. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember watching those first 12 episodes of Dragon Ball, and the show just stuck with me since I watched it when I was a kid. And then years later, when Dragon Ball Z finally aired, I was surprised that Goku was older, and then they started talking about how he's an alien. But I mean, the show was pretty cool. I liked it.
I can't. Who wants to take bets on how long it's going to take before Random 11 becomes a creepypasta thumbnail?
I think that'll be a while. But I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, so
it's looking like the Tooth Fairy over here from Red Dragon with the stocking over his face.
So also, I wasted a ton of time coming home from work because I went to the storage unit to grab my Dragon Ball Letterman jacket that my wife wears at Anime Expo. It is far too small for me, so I thought about trying to wear it this way. Can you full screen me just because it's gonna be clipped? Oh yeah. Something's
gonna rip.
Something about it is just way too funny. It reminds me of Random 11's VTuber gaming chair that looked like Big Hero 6 raping him in a vest. Goku is here. All right. So for me, I would say that I think people forget just how much like anime now is different from anime in the 90s, right? In terms of like it's mainstream now, right? And sucks. No, but back then I would say like Dragon Ball Z is the gateway drug, even more so than Pokemon for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like people will go home and
thought it was a cartoon. Like
people will watch Pokemon and then they'll go watch a Disney movie. People watch Dragon Ball Z and then they go watch Elfen Lied. You know what I mean? Like the jump was a little bit more, like you would go harder into anime rather than, circle the toilet a little longer.
Add to the fact that, every show, including some anime that was on at the time, was episodic. Dragon Ball was the one where you had to be like, you missed a few episodes and you're like, wait, it's continuous? What did I miss? Holy crap.
I mean,
where are we?
Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't really episodic.
No, absolutely not.
But Yu-Gi-Oh was a lot later too.
Yeah. So I read that book when I was in Arizona, the Japanese influence on American children's television. And it basically, like, Dragon Ball is the reason that cartoons these days use Japanese, like the blushing and like the bead of sweat and shit like that. Like, without Dragon Ball opening the floodgates to anime, becoming mainstream over here, it just would never have happened. You know what I mean? It was specifically.
I think it was a combination of Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon, but yeah, for sure, Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Sailor Moon could have been like, okay, so nobody, even though it was on around the same time as Sailor Moon, nobody's going to credit Card Captors as being the thing that brought anime over here.
No.
That came on. I watched it. I loved it. It came on the show, and
Card Captors was also a lot later.
No, it was around the same time as Sailor Moon when it aired on TV.
I don't know about you here in the States, but here in Canada, Sailor Moon was like 97, 96. Card Captor was like
Card Captor was around that same time. It's so much later. That was single year. Come on, give me a fucking break.
It was two years.
Give me a break. The point is though.
Hold on. Green Line. What year was it?
It was like 2000, 2001 in America.
No. Even worse. There you go.
Sailor Moon was 97.
There you go.
As far as like,
no. That's impossible because
it's impossible.
No. It's impossible.
Card Captor Soccer aired in Japan from 98 to 2000.
Okay, when did it come to America? Because I have distinct memories of watching it eating cereal in the morning before going to school. And I was homeschooled during 9/11. So it is impossible that it was on afterward in my mind.
U.S. air date June 23rd, 2001, episode 1.
Okay, that is prior
sorry,
to...
sorry.
So.
They didn't air the first number of episodes. Where's episode 1?
Anyway, the point is...
First episode aired in June of 2000.
The point is that there are a bunch of shows that came out here. Ronin Warriors aired on TV. Cardcaptor Sakura, Sailor Moon. There's a bunch of stuff that came over here. Pokemon is an obvious example of something that became popular. But Pokemon, I do not look at as a gateway to other anime. Maybe a gateway to Digimon, but it doesn't take you to that next step, right? I think that Dragon Ball Z's popularity and other companies wanting a piece of that pie is what caused the deluge of shonen anime coming to the United States and getting localized and all that stuff.
Yes, as far as shonen anime. Sailor Moon, I think, was for all the girly shows and shoujo anime that came to.
And the point is that, like, even though I liked Ronin Warriors when it was on, even though I liked Cardcaptor Sakura, that shit died the second it stopped airing. You know what I mean? It died in the West in terms of like people's memory of it. There was something else to watch. It didn't compete in any meaningful, like it didn't dominate in any meaningful way against G.I. Joe or anything else, Like there were plenty of other American cartoons that would come on that you would watch with the same fervor. Dragon Ball Z was different. When Dragon Ball Z came on, everything else in the house stopped so you could watch it. You know what I mean? I realized this whole time I haven't been refreshing these fucking tabs because I couldn't get you fuckers to start talking about your memories. Instead, you're like, well, one time at this there, and then Friday.
So my memory with Dragon Ball Z is as a little kid thinking Raccoon was this weird guy. I was like, what on earth is this? He had like barely any teeth because Goku had just knocked the lights out of him. And he was missing teeth, and I was like, what in the world is this show? And so I was watching Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, didn't think much of it. People would talk about it years later, and all that other reverence that we were just discussing of just what an impact it made on people. But then years later, I'm talking with my friend in high school, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm reading Dragon Ball. What are you reading? Dragon Ball. It came out before Z. It's the prequel. It made so much more sense because, like every other kid, I thought it was Dragon Ball Z, and it had this weird beginning. Like he was just some guy and his kid. And I didn't really think of that there would be a prequel to it, and the fact that I knew that there was a previous chapters to it.
Yeah. It
had made so much more sense, and it made me fall in love with Dragon Ball more so than Dragon Ball Z because I prefer Dragon Ball over Z. But I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Bulma's, oh my gosh, she's flashing an old man. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say as soon as you brought up the comic, I was thinking like, I think Bulma's might be the first pair of tits I ever saw. Like,
right. I remember going to the library as a kid, like somebody would pull out like a specific volume with Yamcha flipping the bird in super high detail, and you show like this was like elementary school. It was like, oh my god, whoa, wow. But
and I also remember when when I had, because I had the comics that were like American comics, right? They're not like the Tonkabon, and I distinctly remember. There was a specific time where my mom learned that they used the word damn in it. And I had to go through half of those comics and take a black marker and cover up the word damn on each goddamn speech bubble that mentioned. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
I mean, that's terrible. I feel bad for you, but like, she could have also been that mom who had you throw out the books.
I mean,
that would've
yeah, I guess I dodged a bullet, and since I was collecting Dragon Ball Z and not the like actual Dragon Ball,
Because
I
it
don't.
got to a point with One Piece with my folks where they wanted to like, where my mom wanted to question, like, should we throw out his like comic books? Like, what's in these books? But
Okay.
I was like,
Can we
leaving the
get your
house by that
camera on
point,
for just a moment, Greenline?
what for? Yeah, sure.
Looking behind Greenline, I feel like maybe his mom regrets not throwing out.
I can't. I have no idea what you did. I have no idea what you did.
All right, so coming back to this now that they're all loaded here. So again,
I'm not done. I haven't done mine.
Can I just read this real quick and then we'll go back to you?
Hi.
Okay, I want to get this off here so I can close it. So this might even be fake. Like I don't have any reason to believe one way or the other that it's real or fake, but I feel like because it could have been faked, there's a possibility it was faked, right? So I don't take this with a grain of salt. Semi-frequent Sonic facts. I don't think we ever showed that other Sonic fact about the about the porn where the girl's playing Sonic. Anyway, but it says here in the September 3rd 2010 airing of 4Kids Toonzai, or is that 2003? I have no fucking idea. I guess that's probably 2010, right? And so in the September 3rd 2010 airing of 4Kids Toonzai block, Sonic the Hedgehog summarizes the beginning of Dragon Ball Z's Saiyan arc. Sonic has absolutely no understanding of Dragon Ball Z, as demonstrated by his inability to convey the most basic information. So the reason I say it could be fake is that if the actual full version of this mentions the stuff that it does, but then goes on to say something about Goku, who is also a Saiyan like Raditz, and you were to just cut that so that it goes from Piccolo, who is also a Saiyan like Raditz, you know, I feel like you could fake it, and therefore I question it.
The audio is sounds cut, honestly.
I got that bitch. Oh no, I didn't. Fuck. I thought I had it. The way the audio is what?
The way the audio sounds, it almost sounds cut.
Yeah. Well, not. Let's play it one more time, and then we'll go back to Roost.
Goku's got to get his boy back, but he knows he can't beat Raditz on his own. That's when Goku's old enemy Piccolo shows up. Now Piccolo's a Saiyan just like Raditz.
I don't know. It could be. I don't know. It's not that important. Reese, you were gonna say your.
Well, I mean, was Greenline done first, or did Greenline have more?
No, I just that was it.
Okay.
I mean,
I just remember coming home from school, Konami, back when like the uncut DBZ was on Saturday nights, and watching that then with the kick-ass ending song. I don't think it was Rock the Dragon. It might have been something else. But I just remember that it was this badass ending song. I was like, all rock. And then fast forwarding to like senior year of high school. Now this was before I actually got into anime. I can't remember what the reason, but for whatever reason I started Netflixing disc by disc the Orange Bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And coming home from school, watching the marathon mode, and then rushing that shit to the post office so it could be sent out that day, so I could get another one in like 2 days. And also watching the Funimation trailers at the start and at the every sixth disc, because they had the collection of trailers on the last disc for a different anime, and having that sort of be like my almost like an appetizer or sampler platter for different kinds of anime that was out there, and some of them stuck in my mind, like Samurai 7, for instance, or something.
I find it so crazy. Like, sorry, keep going. I'll save it.
And basically, I remember getting all the way through to the end of the Cell games or the Cell Saga and the start of Boo, and I was like, I don't want to watch the Boo arc again. I fucking hate that arc.
So, I think it's kind of nuts because when it comes to like most people watched Dragon Ball on TV, right? On Cartoon Network. Well, I didn't have Cartoon Network as a kid, right? Like I found out way way late in my childhood that Cartoon Network was on channel 81, and it was like static and snowy. You could barely make it out. But we found out, my brother and I, that if you played the one in the kitchen, like one of them had terrible sound and the other one had terrible video. So we would turn it up full blast in the kitchen and watch it in the living room, with the one in the kitchen being what provided our sound. Like that's how we watched Cartoon Network.
There wasn't any lag. There wasn't.
It was a disaster, but that's what it took to watch Cartoon Network, right? Now, when it came to watching Dragon Ball, though, I watched Dragon Ball on VHS. Like I collected the VHS tapes before I even had Cartoon Network as an option, you know? And I just find it crazy. Like there's this thing about like ubiquity in certain brands. Like you don't have to have ever played a Mario game to be able to pick him out of a line. That one's Mario. I could tell because the M on his hat, you know, no, like, but with Goku, it's like, for whatever reason, I don't know what introduced it to me. You know what I mean? I don't have any idea, but I distinctly remember the first thing I ever saw was Tree of Might. I rented Tree of Might from Blockbuster or Hollywood Video or something on VHS. And then I feel like I wouldn't have picked it up. Like I already knew that it was Goku. And I don't know where that came from. You know what I mean? Just like I don't know how, you know, my kids know who some characters are that they've never played the games or have any idea about. You know what I mean? So anyway, I just think it's nuts. But yeah, for me, I watched it on VHS. And that was the primary way that I consumed Dragon Ball content for the longest time. Like I have a massive collection of the VHS tapes. My parents made me buy the censored ones, which I gotta tell you, there's not much censored. Like they're very slightly. It's mostly, you would hardly even notice what's been censored because there's not a lot to censor from Dragon Ball Z versus original Dragon Ball, which has a lot of lewd shit in it. Which is why Green Line likes it more. Let's be honest. But when it came to the censored versions, I think all they really took out was they changed some blood. Like if somebody got punched in the stomach and blood came out of their mouth, they would turn it into saliva. Right? That's basically the censorship. Or like in the censored version of Tree of Might, which is not how I originally watched it. But the TV edit has like where Turles is holding Gohan's eyes open to look at the moon or whatever. And in the censored version, they lowered his hands down to his waist so that it wouldn't be as child abusey, right? And stuff like that. So anyway, it was an okay way to watch it, right? And the one thing that I've always been really disappointed with is the fact that when it came to how they dubbed it, rather than dub an uncut track and a censored track, they basically just used the censored track for both, which I was really unfortunate. I hated that. When I was a kid, I got so excited about watching the history of Trunks, which Trunks is my favorite character in the series. And I was watching the history of Trunks with my brother, and there's a part when Trunks and Gohan are like getting beat up by the androids, and Trunks yells at Android 18, "You witch!" And my brother and I are like, haha, I bet I know what he says in the uncensored version. He doesn't say "you bitch," it says "you witch" in the uncensored version. I was like, God damn it, I cannot fucking believe this shit. Because like they fucking put Pantera and all that new metal in the movies. I'm like, you couldn't give me a couple F-bombs, you know?
I remember when I was a kid, and you know the internet was new, and we found like clips on or episodes on like LimeWire and shit, and they were like fan subtitled, and they would
Die,
throw
you
in like
fucking idiot.
fucking bitch
Yeah.
and all that.
That was
kind
a
of
major
stuff.
thing when I was a kid. That was like an urban legend that when Goku killed Frieza in the uncut version, he said, "Die, you fucking idiot." And, to this day, I just think to myself, how did anybody believe that? Like, you fucking idiot. That's not even a good insult. Like,
if the fan subs were using that subtitling, then
no, I'm just saying, like, the people, like, it's not actually a good line. Like,
no,
die, you fucking monster or something, but die, baka, you know, like, so
but so then I also got introduced to the movies at one point where I think it was World's Strongest.
I got sorry.
No, it was the Dead Zone. And Gohan like pees on Krillin's head.
Nope. I was gonna say no wonder you like. I was gonna say no wonder you like the Garlic Jr. saga, right?
Oh.
Because your first introduction to the series was the Dead Zone.
Well, not the series, but the movies.
Well, but your first introduction to the series of Dragon Ball, encompassing the show and the movies, and like to the franchise, I guess.
I was introduced to the movies after I was already into Dragon Ball.
Okay. So anyway, you were talking about Gohan pissing on Krillin.
I think I even saw Dead Zone after the Garlic Jr. saga. So it was like, oh, this is what these guys were talking about when I watched it.
Yeah, it's so out of place, that saga, because of that.
Well, yeah, because that filler saga like makes you they assume you know what the fuck's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, and
they don't even tell you what happened.
The movie canon, right? Yeah, it doesn't make fucking sense.
Anyway,
so you were saying about Gohan pissing on Krillin. I'm not gonna let you get away from it.
And you like that part?
Yeah, I watched Gohan piss on Krillin, and I was like, along with the context of seeing the images of the subtitle saying "fucking shit."
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap! Like, this series was not meant for kids in Japan, clearly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with young teen Trunks or whatever, like the non-future version of him, like flipping off Broly, also pissing on Broly's head, right? That also happens.
I don't remember that
one. In regards to the movies, I remember one summer when I was down at my mom's, I downloaded like all the Dragon Ball Z movies in MP4s and watched them all on my iPod in my room.
If you watch my video on Duo and I went to the premiere of Dragon Ball Super Broly, and I kind of got a little bit of all of this out of my system by talking about like my history with the series. And I talked about downloading, like literally back in the day, tying up my parents' phone lines by downloading like 10-second clips from Dragon Ball movies, right? And it would literally like 4 hours at minimum to download something on dial-up. And I'd tie up my parents' phone lines to try to download these clips. And I had this collection of these Dragon Ball clips I would download and save on floppy disks, and I still have them all. And in my Broly video, I talked about it, and I used the actual file that I downloaded as a kid in that video as the B-roll when I'm talking about it. And the video is so fucking small that the one you're looking at in the video that I did is like this big, and it's double the size of the original video. Like I scaled it up because it was so goddamn small. So that'll give you an idea of just sort of what it was like growing up, getting access to the internet and using it. Like most of my childhood on the internet was spent looking at Dragon Ball Z wallpapers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, I was tickled to find out when I met my wife that she also did this, but I had a binder of images from Dragon Ball Z that I
That
found
you printed off?
Printed out. Yeah.
Yes. I did the exact same thing. Oh my god.
I didn't have a binder. I had a folder.
Yeah. So
With
I didn't do any of that shit.
oh man, like Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. It's like I had a big. I can't remember all the characters, but it was like Super. I'm pretty sure it was Super Saiyan 2. Maybe it was Super Saiyan Gohan, but anyway, and like Vegeta and Trunks, and it had a picture of all of them, and I was like, that picture's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I need to print it off.
Yeah, well, just like, I mean, as an artist, following Toriyama's work was just goddamn. I mean, so when we talked about Miura's death, I talked about how like Miura had a pretty significant impact on me. Growing up as an artist, right? Because the style of artwork in the anatomy, especially that he did, like really, I guess, directed, you know, sort of my approach to things. But fuck, man, Toriyama 1,000,000 times more, you know, than Miura.
Yeah.
Like, I think Miura is a fucking incredible artist in terms of, you open up a goddamn 2-spread panel and he's got like fucking 30 horses, and it's like behind in the background there's like
you can spend like
capsules.
15 minutes.
It's just fucking unbelievable. But that's not how I draw.
Yeah, you can spend 15 minutes looking at every single spread and just looking at all the details.
Yeah, and it's like, if I drew with a pen, he might have influenced me more. You know what I mean? But I drew with a pencil and whatnot. So it's not like I didn't have the guts to do what Miura did. And I think that Toriyama, far and away, like I was going to save this for later. Let's see if I have it. There is oh my God, it's so fucking slow. There's I'll just pull up a new one. How about that? So again, and it's not just Dragon Ball, right? Like, my computer did that thing where it like makes all the windows small and it's stuck. So like that's how many tabs I have open. Maybe we should not be. I'll just verbalize it. My brother and I had a like one of those Prima strategy guides or something for one of the Dragon Quest games. And I spent so many hours looking at the pages that are just like the items in the game that Toriyama drew. Like, every suit of armor you can get in the game, which when you wear it does fuck all to change your appearance. He drew every single one of them in the and it got, you know, put into the guidebooks and whatnot. And it was just like, that was such a goddamn inspiration to me, looking at like the way he drew suits of armor and stuff, and like trying to not necessarily copy it, but like try to understand the forms he was creating and stuff, and, you know, draw similar things and come up with new designs based on ideas I was getting from looking at his work and everything. But just so we don't spend more, I mean, we're already an hour in here. Let's God damn it.
Mirage says, I remember the DBZ Fusion Reborn Linkin Park AMV. Someone actually re-uploaded it to YouTube. It was actually one of the first AMVs I watched. I
probably have that on a VHS, or I mean on a floppy disk. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch a bunch of different AMVs of like 3 Doors Down Kryptonite, Last Resort. There was a
Eddie Rebecca Black Friday.
Oh my God, you won't let that go, eh?
I rewatched that part of the podcast on the way home. So it's fresh in my mind.
Randy, your mission, should you choose yourself to make a Rebecca Black DBZ AMV?
Yeah, I don't think I'll waste my time on that. But yeah, Papa Roach's Last Resort with Trunks like chopping up Frieza. Those AMVs were great.
Yeah, Drowning Pool, bodies. Yeah. Oh man. God, I miss being like a 13-year-old. Reese is living the dream. All right, so let's get back into this. Oh my god, can you put my screen share on because like it's lagging so bad? Okay, so I should have brought this up earlier. According to Sword News 24, they mentioned that subdural hematoma, in which blood collects between the covering and the surface of the brain, is often caused by severe head trauma, such as the kind sustained in a car accident. Though no statement has been made regarding what triggered the condition for Toriyama's case. So for a second, I was like, did he get murdered? Like, is we going to find out he got murdered?
Did his son beat him over the head with a brick just to
maybe he just fell
earlier?
It's probably something silly like one of those wash pan gags went wrong. Also, I couldn't help but notice this article over here. Goku as a gorgeous girl? Jeez. Artist reimagines iconic manga's male hero minus his Dragon Balls. Yeah, that's a thing. Wow.
Smash or pass?
I'd watch this over Dragon Ball Daima, to be honest. All right, anyway. Okay, so continuing here, we've got Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama passes away at age 68 from Crunchyroll. They should okay. So they mentioned a couple other things that the article we already read didn't about his influence. So they said he was inspired by the works of Disney and Tezuka, and that when he was in high school, he was in the creative design track at an Aichi prefectural high school. Statements from industry creators such as One Piece creator Eiichiro Oda, Dragon Quest game designer Yuji Horii, Video Girl Eye creator Masakazu Katsura, and Naruto creator Masashima Kishimoto were posted on Shonen Jump's website following the announcement. Quote, not only manga artists, but for all active industry creatives, the excitement when Dragon Ball was serialized is deeply rooted in their childhood. This is Eiichiro Oda.
Reese Puff cereal.
That existence is a great tree. For manga artists who came from my generation, the closer I got to Toriyama's works, the more I realized that they had a greater presence. As a, quote, Dragon Ball children, Oda and myself returned to our youth talking about how excited we were about Dragon Ball like we were competing, said Kishimoto, creator of Naruto. Speaking of the time the two met Toriyama in person, he said, quote, I won't forget his little embarrassed smile. It
Oda's
cannot
smile?
be Toriyama's, I think he means. A couple people mentioned his slightly perverted smile later on. I think if you see all of his images, he's kind of like, he's got like that, like bashful way of like smiling. It cannot be understated the impact Toriyama's worlds had on generations of people around the globe. For many, Dragon Ball was their first entry into anime and manga, helping shape not only fandoms that have continued into adulthood, but also how they are as people and born friendships that have lasted decades. Generations of people collected, cherished, and bonded over stories created by Toriyama. Toriyama's creations will continue to inspire many more for generations to come. His legacy, which includes the Dragon Ball children that have series currently running serialized across Japan and the world, lives on. So continuing from here, manga and game industry greats mourn Akira Toriyama's death. So this is just adding on to what we just read. Below are the official comments, statements or comments from various creators. So you'll notice they mentioned a bunch of people in that last article, but they only actually quoted Kishimoto and Oda. So now we're going to actually look at Horii Yuji, Dragon Quest creator, saying, quote, I really still can't accept the sudden news of Toriyama-san's passing. Toriyama-san was someone I knew from back when I was a writer for Shonen Jump. And at the recommendation of his then editor Torishima-san, when I was setting up development of Dragon Quest, he asked him to create the art for the game. So Torishima-san is the editor, right, that we were just talking about? In the near 37 years since then, he has designed countless unforgettable, appealing character and monster designs. The history of Dragon Quest has always been accompanied by Toriyama-san's character designs. Toriyama-san and the now past Sugiyama-sensei were comrades who worked on Dragon Quest over a long era. To think he'd die. I don't know what else to say other than that. I truly, truly mourn his loss. So this is the former editor who worked on with him on the, what we call Dragon Ball. The book released last year, Dr. Mashirito's Strongest Manga Techniques, was the last time I worked with Toriyama-san. The Torishima and Toriyama back then manga Inside is the last manga we worked on together. Thank you for working with me over the span of 45 years, Toriyama-san. You were the best mangaka. So this is the, I think this is the Video Girl Eye, but also Wingman, DNA Squared, Zetman, and Tiger and Bunny character designer Masakazu Katsura said, I've lost all strength and will. I don't want to give a comment on such a thing, but I will. And since I will, and there's tons to say, while it might get very long, I'll try to make it as compact as I can. However, I can't contain all these feelings, so forgive me if I ramble. When I think back on it, without exaggeration, when I went to your house to play, when you slept over, when we went out on trips together, every memory was fun. Every time we talked on the phone, we'd laugh until we'd get tired. You were a real funny guy, perverted, but with a soft side, with a sharp wit, and humble. We did work together on our main occupation of drawing manga, and that was fun too. But 99% of the time we knew each other was spent outside of manga. I know that you never really paid attention to the difference between our abilities as mangaka and writers, and the scenes you saw. I understand. But when talking to you, I never really felt the gap. It's just the kind of person you were. That's why, rather than a great mangaka, I can only think of you as a friend. In summer last year, before my surgery, you sent me an email. After you presumably heard about it from somewhere. Seriously, it was rare, receiving an email from you worrying about my body. We've known each other for 40 years, but it might have been the first time you were that soft towards me. I thought it might even snow, since we usually only joked or shot the breeze with each other. The hell, man, you weren't in any position to worry about me at all. Jeez. A bit before that, when we talked on the phone, back then I really wasn't doing well physically. I said, quote, I'll probably die first, so you'd better hold a memorial service for me. At your expense, of course. Also, it'll be expensive, so you'd better get ready to give a speech. I made you promise, and yet we couldn't keep the promise. After you emailed me, I wonder why I didn't call you. I regret it so much. I feel the loss of not being able to have long phone calls with you over inane topics. There's so much I want to say that's built up. There's so many topics. It's fine if you just listen without paying much attention when I'm talking about things you don't really care about, just like how you usually do. Oh, bird. Oh, fuck. I just want to talk one more time. The fact that our last contact was the light okay reply to your email isn't enough. It hurts. So here's Oda, which is going to be a little bit of a recap, but it's longer, so I think it's worth reading. Oda says, this is too early. You've left a gaping hole that's too big. When I think about how I'll never meet you again, I feel sadness welling up. Since I was young, I looked up to you so much that I remember when you first said my name, the day on our way home when you called me a friend, and the days that we'd cause a ruckus alongside Kishimoto-san all feel nostalgic. I also remember the last conversation we had. You took the baton of the era where reading manga was treated... God, this fucking kills me. You took the baton of the era where reading manga was treated as something that would make you stupid, and became one of those who created the era where both adults and kids could enjoy manga. You showed us the dream of what manga could become and how worldwide it could become. It was like watching a hero charging forth. Even outside of being a mangaka, you permanently etched the excitement and emotions during Dragon Ball serialization into the minds of many kids who are now prolific in various different fields. Your existence was like a giant tree. As someone from my era of mangaka, who stood on the same stage as you, I realized that the presence of your works became more and more huge from close up to a terrifying degree. But still, when I met you in person, I was only happy. We love you to the point that it flows in our blood. I would like to express my heartfelt condolences while paying respect and thanks to the creative worlds that Toriyama Sensei left behind. I wish that heaven is as jolly of a world as the one you imagined and drew. Fuckers on King Kai's planet, and you know it. Like, so Kishimoto, the author of Naruto, said, "It's so sudden that I don't know what to write. However, I would like to express things I wished I could have said to Toriyama Sensei, as well as my feelings. I read Dr. Slump during lower elementary school and Dragon Ball during my later years as a student. Sensei's manga was something that I grew up on alongside. It was something that was common sense. Even when bad things happened, reading Dragon Ball each week would make me forget it. For a young boy in the boonies like me, it was my lifeline, because that's just how fun Dragon Ball really was. During my university years, Dragon Ball, which had been at my side all this time, suddenly ended. I was struck by an indescribably immense feeling of loss and didn't know what to look forward to anymore. But it was at that time I also realized in my heart how great the sensei that created Dragon Ball was. I want to make a work like Sensei's. I want to become like Sensei. Thinking that, while chasing after Sensei and aiming to become a mangaka, somewhere along the way, that feeling of loss disappeared. Because creating manga was so much fun. Thanks to chasing after Sensei, I found a new fun thing that I could do. You've always been my compass, someone I looked up to. Even if it troubles you, I'd like to say thank you for that. You weren't really my divine savior, you were really my divine savior and a god of manga. When I first met you in person, I was so anxious I couldn't say a word. But after meeting you many times at the Tezuka Awards judging panel, I became able to talk. As two Dragon Ball children, both Oda-san and I felt that we had become kids again, and were in an uproar talking about how good Dragon Ball was, as if we were competing with each other. I will never forget how you looked quite pleased, but also a bit embarrassed in your smile. Now I've received the news about your death. I'm feeling a sense of loss even greater than when Dragon Ball ended. I don't know how to deal with this gaping hole still. I can't even read the Dragon Ball I love so much right now. I don't feel like I'm writing this statement about the things I want to tell Sensei in a proper way. People all across the world were still looking forward to Sensei's works. If I had to grant a wish from the Dragon Balls, I'm sorry. It's a selfish thing to desire, but I'm so sad, Sensei. Akira Toriyama Sensei, thank you for 45 years of fun manga. Please take your deserved rest now. I have the deepest condolences for the family members left behind. Please give some love to yourself. I wish Akira Toriyama Sensei has a peaceful rest. So real quick, just before I forget, I mentioned earlier that his name in Japanese literally means bird mountain, right? Akira is written with a single kanji, and the kanji that he uses, or the kanji that was ascribed to him by his parents, is a kanji that is heavily related to vision. And not just like, your eyes, but like creative vision and like certainty and discernment. And upon reading people talk about him, and it kind of like it rings so true, everything they say about him, you know. And I remember as a child, I don't remember off the top of my head specifically what it was, but I remember getting to a moment in Dragon Ball Z and my mind was fucking blown because I realized that he had planned shit from the very first episode of DBZ and like meticulously set up like 5 arcs in a row for something to occur. And it was probably just an accident. Now that I, like, as an adult, I can look back on it and think it probably just retrofit its way into that way. But I just remember as a kid, like one of the like things that I remember about Toriyama was being blown away. I think it was something to do with Future Trunks. That something about it like blew me away that he had planned this shit so well all the way to the end. And again, I think it was actually an accident and the editor constantly putting his head in and making him change stuff that it just kind of worked out the way it did. But I don't know. It just kind of hit me as I was reading this about like that memory I have about being in awe at the way that he structured the story so that all of this shit would occur in order to like, without the way it was set up, it couldn't work, right? Anyway, so Masako Nozawa, the voice actress who plays Goku in the Japanese version, said, I don't want to believe it. My head has been blank because I've been overwhelmed by the feeling of not wanting to think about it. And still, when I remember how every time we met, Toriyama-sensei would tell me to please take care of Goku, I reaffirm my feelings of how I will continue to be by Goku's side until my life ends. Sensei, please watch us from the skies above. I pray you have a pleasant journey. Now, this is Toyotaro, who is the, as I described him, the Dojin artist who created like Dragon Ball AF and all that shit, who is now the artist doing Dragon Ball Super, like the comic form, the manga. Toyotaro, Dragon Ball Super manga, Toriyama's apprentice, says, I drew manga wanting to be praised by Toriyama sensei. He was my everything. And then this says Hironobu Sakaguchi, composer of Chrono Trigger. Shame. Shame on you, Sankaku Complex. Yasunori Mitsuda is the composer of Chrono Trigger. Hironobu Sakaguchi is the creator of Final Fantasy and basically, you know, the game aspect of Chrono Trigger, not the composer, not the music, right? He said, I was taught by Toriyama Sensei what being a professional meant and what work meant. I deeply admire him from the bottom of my heart. May he rest in peace. And then I've got this one with just a couple more supplemental things here from some people that weren't mentioned so far. So here's the original Japanese voice actor for Vegeta. Ryo Horikawa said, it was like a bolt out of the blue, and I still can't believe it. A new development of the work has just begun. From now on, more and more thrilling stories were to be told. It is too sudden. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for creating such a wonderful work. Please take a good rest. Voice actor for Piccolo, Toshio Furukawa, says, when I heard the news of Akira Toriyama's passing, brought by my manager, quote, after Mako-san, that might be Bulma. If you guys recall, the voice actor for Bulma died a couple years ago. After Mako-san, I am now informing Toshio-san. Oh, maybe Masako Nozawa. Maybe he's saying, like, I told her first, now I'm telling you. Man, fuck, he's just coming in here, like, rubbing it in Vegeta's face. Like, I'm the favorite. Or maybe they both have the same agent. I don't know. After Mako-san, I'm now informing Toshio-san. The first thing that came to my mind was, how must Mako, Goku voice actor Masako Nozawa, have been feeling? Goku is even better than Piccolo to me. I last saw him at the preview of Dragon Ball Superhero just before the release. My deepest condolences to you and your family. And the original theme song singer, Hironobu Kageyama, said, I am the one who sings Chala Head Chala. Put that in the quote. It's the biggest medal in my life. The loss of the big sun is too much to bear, but the power of Mr. Toriyama's works will continue to be a strong light and will continue to illuminate people all over the world. Rest in peace. Countless fans shared condolences online and various tidbits in history from Toriyama's career. We've collected some of the most noteworthy posts here. So here's Akira Toriyama and his son Sasuke playing Dragon Quest in the late 1980s. Kishimoto named Sasuke after Toriyama's son, I'm guessing. May he rest in peace. Again, the most noteworthy are compiled here. Rip Akira Toriyama. You were so good at drawing fits, man, meaning outfits. The best to ever do it. Right? Rest in peace to a dude who shifted gears from drawing gag comics to riffing on wuxia/pro wrestling and did it so well that he irreversibly altered at least 3 mediums for the next 40 years. How do you make Dr. Slump, making $1 gazillion off its massive success, then do Dragon Quest, do Dragon Ball, do fucking Chrono Trigger all in one lifetime? All before the goddamn 2000s, right? Like, the man was operating on masterpiece levels that could potentially go unchallenged for lifetimes. I love this one. He was so real for this. Rest in peace, Toriyama, and thank you for everything. So if you don't know, this is Toriyama's self portrait. Like, this is how he draws himself and things. This is me in paradise. Cola, cigarette, nori senbei crackers, a model car, and a dirty magazine. I see. Yes. Yes.
So what I'm hearing is he was less Goku and more Master Roshi. Like.
Guy makes a comic where he names everyone after vegetables and underpants, and everything is jokes, but he's so unbelievably powerful that it changes the world, creates multiple genres, touches billions of lives, and that's just one of the half dozen world-changing things he's done. Behold, the greatest character design of all time. I am not joking. We're going to look at that in a minute. That's fucking nuts. Akira Toriyama's influence on all forms of entertainment is virtually impossible to measure. His work and his various creations have influenced countless other creators and billions of fans across the world. Rest in peace, Toriyama Sensei. You'll be missed. All right. So, teeth jump scare from Random 11. Mirage Leonardo says, I remember the Hoobastank running away Princess Mononoke AMV 2. I don't know if I've ever heard that song. All right, I'm going to go to the starred chats real quick. I love this. AI doesn't seem to be familiar with Dragon Ball when I suggested that BBC article was written by a bad AI. I still remember my first ever episode of Dragon Ball was episode 7 of Kai. And you kept going? Congrats. Was Goku the illegal alien Biden mentioned in his speech? Yes. Canonically, yes. Dragon Ball Z was my gateway to Dragon Ball. You should have used a sticker to censor the words instead of marking them. My mommy gave me the marker. I was being held at mom point. The audio might be cut from the studio anyway. I don't know what that's in reference to. The probably the Sonic thing. Also, didn't the Flintstones have the sweat beads, or is that the Mandela effect? I don't believe it did. A drawing of a sweat bead, like a character sweating, is not the same thing as the little teardrop fading, like kind of like coming up on their head to indicate an emotion change, right? Mm-hmm. Oh man, Mirage started with the Android Saga and then the Cell Saga, but the Toonami Android Saga intro still stuck with him. Huh. I gotta tell you, like the Android and Cell Saga is the GOAT. Like if you started there, it was all downhill, right? Like there's that's like starting your porn session with the money shot. Lady Phoenix says Dragon Ball was the first anime I ever saw back in the late 80s. And then Sailor Moon was the anime that led to more anime. The Ocean Group dub of DBZ will always be my fave dub of DBZ. Preach! Let's see. Mecha J says, rest in peace, Akira Toriyama sensei. I remember the DBZ Fusion Reborn. We already covered that. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, video compression was not good back in the day. Mirage Leonardo says, I was in 8th grade when I heard about Dragon Ball April Fool's joke, the AF thing, and literally everyone in my class thought it was real. I remember it fondly. Who would win in a fist fight, you or life-sized peanut M&M? Probably the peanut-sized M&M, honestly. You see the size of those fists? They're disproportionate. Like, I'd get clobbered. I definitely wouldn't fight fair.
Are you saying kick him in the nut?
Kick him, yeah, I was gonna say, kick him right in the peanut. You know, like, I used to draw DBZ versus Street Fighter comics, and I would always have Ryu beat Goku with the Dark Hado. Wow. Spoken like a man who started with the Android saga. What? Now I don't? I remember the Hoobastank one. Or maybe now I do, is that what I was supposed to say? Love the hair. Thank you. It is cutting off the circulation, and I think it's starting to show in terms of my brain activity. What about the Rebecca Bible Black envy?
Right.
Oh! Is that real? No, what about... Come on, Random 11.
I believe they're called HMVs, not
Oh, I have never watched Bible Black.
Oh.
I own all of the Media Blasters DVDs. I've never watched it. Well, okay, no, I mean, technically I have never watched it, but I was going to ask a question. So you also were watching stuff by downloading it off of LimeWire. Was that Random 11 who was talking about that earlier?
Yep.
Did you happen to have the same thing that happened to me, where you download an episode or just a random episode of an anime and it's titled Naruto episode 17, but instead it's Bible Black?
I never got Bible Black, but
You never got Black?
I did have similar things happen to me where I was trying to download a Mario game and then somehow got porn.
Oh.
I think there was some Dragon Ball episodes that ended up being porn. Yeah. It happened.
Like straight up real porn that you're like
hentai.
See,
okay,
hentai,
the Mario one was real porn, like real people porn, and then the Dragon Ball one was hentai.
So let me
I don't know what hentai it was. It was like a girl.
In my head canon, Random 11 went to download a Mario game, and he was so excited. And he's like, "Well, it's an MP4. I didn't know those were games." And he started playing it. Or probably not even MP4. Probably
AVI.
Probably, yeah, an API back in the day.
Definitely AVI.
So you open it up, and it starts with a guy like sucking a girl's feet or something, and you're like, "Oh!" and that's the birth. The disappointment was so immeasurable that it birthed your hatred of feet. Right? All right. Where will he keep his coins first? Not my coins. Enriv says, honestly, I'm down for a more adventure and comedy focused Dragon Ball again. I just wish Goku wasn't turned into a kid again. Keep him an adult and do more traditional martial arts again, or make him a woman. Right? Teeth jump scare for 11. All right, please, Katami. I've taken over your entire body. What? Please, it hurts.
Okay.
And the meme Mexican cartel ceasefire because of his death. Oh, that's fucking funny. The red M and M would go Ultra Instinct. Oh. Do you feel like Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo got cucked in Super after they kept giving Goku more and more forms? I think they got cucked in Z. The only one who came so they tried, right? Krillin was cucked all the way through. So this is how Toriyama gave them.
Actually, no. Krillin
Hold up, I got it. I'm gonna say it. You bitch, shut up. You have to do it in order. God damn it. So Piccolo got his due by fusing with Nail and taking on Frieza, and then later on fusing with Kami, right? Tien got his due because he got to do the fucking tri-beam and blast the shit out of Cell for like an entire episode. And Krillin got his due because he got with the babe, right? That's what you're going to say, I'm guessing?
Yeah, he got Android 18.
Krillin decided being the strongest didn't matter because he got the best pussy, right?
Oh, no.
Vibrates.
Yeah. Tien holding off Cell for 8 fucking hours while 18 just stood there. Yeah. The fact that 18 watched Tien do that and still got with Krillin instead of Tien shows how much of a Chad Krillin must be. Proportionately to his body, he's got the biggest dick in the whole series. Oh, okay. So, now that we're caught up,
hero to all short, bald men.
Yep. All right. So this one cut me the most, I think. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. So Yusuke Murata, the artist who did the redrawings of One Punch Man for the manga, said, "There were many things that I received from Toriyama Sensei, the ones which only he could give. I pray that he may rest in peace. Strangely," yeah, this is it, "I don't feel like he's passed away at all. Perhaps because for me, he was almost like a star in the heavens even before he died. That, of all the shit I read preparing for this podcast, that resonates with me the most. Like, it doesn't feel like he's gone because it felt like he was gone already because Dragon Ball has gone in the toilet." So, no, but it does kind of feel like that, right? Like he was already like he had already reached his final form, so early on. Anyway, so somebody had posted a thread. For fuck's sake, this is painful. Somebody posted a thread of a bunch of mangakas drawing Dragon Ball characters, right? I'm gonna scroll. Oh, fucking kill me! So this is the one by the Tokyo Ghoul author. Fuck it, you can see it, all right? That's it. God damn it. There's too many of them. There's 31 of these. Here's Jim Lee, who did All-Star Batman and Robin and Batman Hush.
Jim Lee did a lot more than that. X-Men.
Well, I'm sure he
Batman.
did more, but that's what was credited here, so that's what I said. Because I don't know who the fuck he is otherwise. Here's Tite Kubo of Bleach. Definitely has a style you can tell, like fucking Piccolo looks. It's raping time. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. You think it's
Dragon D's nuts? Cut your fights.
It scared you when my arm stretched, huh? Except that Namekians have give birth by throwing up eggs, so it probably doesn't have a dick. All right, here's Kishimoto, who draws Naruto. One Piece, Eiichiro Oda. You can really tell. Like, some of these have such an established style that you could really fucking tell it's theirs, So here's Horikoshi of My Hero Academia. Again, you can really tell, but it looks great. It's crazy too, because when you see Goku in his style, doesn't it kind of like make you think about, because he kind of looks like Deku, right? The way that he's drawn, right? And it just kind of like seeing Horikoshi, seeing Horikoshi draw Goku in this way kind of almost brings a bit of that Goku spirit into the characters that he draws, most specifically Deku and whatnot, right? From My Hero Academia. So here's Yusuke Murata of One Punch Man, also known as perhaps the actual greatest artist who's ever lived. Like, I mean, I love Miura, but holy fucking shit is Yusuke Murata like the greatest. Does not look so good here. Like, it's like this is the least good drawing I've ever seen him do. Still decent, you know, but the GOAT, right? Anyway, here's Togashi of Hunter x Hunter. And here is the Chainsaw Man author. Now, I want to draw attention to what this is. This is the 40th tribute to Dragon Ball Super Gallery. What? What is Dragon Ball Super Gallery? So they have these.
That's the thing I was telling you about. It's
I know. I just didn't realize it was for Dragon Ball Super, right? So, so they're doing this thing where they're having, and you can see over here. We're gonna look at this one next.
I think they're doing all of them. It's just they're calling it Super Gallery.
Yeah. So they're taking the original Dragon Ball manga and they're printing it with the covers redrawn by other artists that are prominent in manga, right? So this issue is like issue 12 or whatever this is. 2, I mean. Why does that one say 6/42 and then 32 and then I don't fucking know. Anyway, but this is the redrawing of the comic that Toriyama did with Bulma and Goku riding what's effectively a chocobo, right? And then this is Demon Slayer creator Gotoge Koyoharu.
Damn, you did a good job on Bulma, but the other two were.
Wait, I wasn't looking. I was looking at the baby. God damn it, Twitter. Holy computer. Fuck. This is going to be a brutal podcast. Wow, she looks even younger than Trunks. All right.
Vegeta looks like he's constipated or something.
Right. So here's the Jujutsu Kaisen guy. He just submitted a black square. Oh, wait, no, he didn't. There it is. Black Clover. For fuck's sake. Okay, Dandadan. Which honestly, like, fuck. Holy fuck. Like, if you're gonna do a tribute to Toriyama, like this
I like
is
Goku's face.
This is the most elaborate tribute that like really encapsulates, I think, what made Toriyama great. Toriyama was a fucking incredible mechanical designer, right? And I think that that's overlooked a lot, right? On how incredible he was as an artist. So we've got here Dragon Quest, Arale from Dr. Slump. We got the actual Senbei or whatever his name is from Dr. Slump. Obviously, we got Goku and Krillin and Bulma, and Frog from Chrono Trigger. There's Toriyama's like self portrait guy, and then these two characters are from Dr. Slump as well. And Undead Unluck author, come on. You're going too fast. Here is the assassination classroom author. I don't think it was hard for you to tell. Here's the Food Wars guy. I mean, it's not a bad drawing, but it's not one you'd look at and go like, "Oh, that's Food Wars guy." You know what I mean? Like you would with Oda.
The middle finger there is a little awkwardly placed. Or ring finger, like straight on camera.
So here's Kentaro Yabuki, and I'm gonna pull up something I saw. I was looking up because I know he did Black Cat, right? Obviously, I know he also did To Love Ru, and I was looking up the date range to find out. I was pretty sure Black Cat was first. I just randomly wanted to know, so I pull it up, and obviously it starts with, oh yeah, here's best known for this. He also did this, and Ayakashi Triangle and blah blah. Right in the very fucking first line. After the general, like, yeah, these are the things he did that you'd know him about blurb, Yabuki has stated that everything he learned about drawing manga, he learned from Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball. So when he learned to put the vaginas in the little droplet of water to get by censorship, Toriyama taught him that, right? He even admitted that his first publication in Jump was not his own work, but actually an illustration combining, or rather fusing together, its characters Gohan and Trunks that he sent in to a 1995 contest and won a prize for. I thought that was interesting, little tidbit. And again, the point of covering a lot of this is just to show the impact Toriyama had and really give him the credit for all the shit that we have because of him, So here's Takeshi Obata, the artist for Death Note. And Tetsuo Hara of Fist of the North Star. Once again, you recognize it right away. All right. Oh, no, Norihiro Yagi Claymore. So these opened out of order, I'm guessing, because I'm pretty sure that used to be the last one. But it doesn't matter. There's Claymore. Hirohiko Araki of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Now, for a minute, I thought, what's going to happen when he dies? But he's never going to die. He's immortal. We know this. He hasn't aged since the 1500s. Fucking vampire man. Also, that's a terrible goddamn drawing of Goku. He didn't even try. So here's Kazuki Takahashi of Yu-Gi-Oh! He's probably having a drink with Toriyama in heaven right now. Masakazu Katsura of Zetman.
Did you get anything by Mira?
No.
Oh.
I bet he did some. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't show everything. I already regret showing these. Here's Ultra Red Nakaba Suzuki. Fucking kill me. Oh, Haikyuu. Loud. Oh my god. Oh god. That reminds me. One of the memories I have of Dragon Ball Z, a guy I went to college with once made a Facebook post. It was, like Facebook had these things for a while where like retweet if you love Jesus, or like share if you kind of like if you love Jesus kind of thing, like just stuff. It was just gimmicks that were designed to create engagement. Like, who would win in a fight between Superman and Goku? Like for Superman, heart for Goku. It literally is just a way to create engagement on the post so that you can then say, look at how much engagement I get on my post. Don't you want to pay me to promote your product? Right. It's literally all that shit is, right? So a post, something like that had happened or whatever. And my friend from college had posted a thing about Goku doing a spirit bomb. And it said something like, X number of years ago today, this episode of Dragon Ball Z aired. And it was like during the Buu saga, right? When Goku defeats Buu with the spirit bomb or whatever. And the post said, like, share or repost or whatever if you're not ashamed to admit that you stood in front of the TV, putting your hands up, giving your power to Goku or whatever. And I replied to it with, yeah, I did it, but only after Hercule asked me to, right? Like, because if you remember in Dragon Ball, what happens is not enough people are doing it.
Who the fuck is Goku?
Yeah, I remember like King Kai or whatever has him like telepathically speak to the whole world. And like, who the fuck is this guy, right? And then Hercule says, hey, everyone, it's the champ. I'm going to ask you to give your power to Goku. Anyway,
that was a great impression.
So here's Koshi Rikto of Excel Saga. And Nobuhiro Watsuki of Rurouni Kenshin. I mean, at least Goku's not having sex with the baby, right? Or whatever. Hideaki Sorachi of Gintama. You'll notice the more of them I close, the faster they load. Mikio Ito of Normandy Secret Club, which I've never fucking heard of. Hiroyuki Asada of Letter B. Kenjiro Takashita of Happy World. No, that's right. This is the final one. They saved the best for last. Also, shout out to Launch, long forgotten best girl. Okay. So I saw this. It's a different image that Kubo had done for the version of the Dragon Ball Super Gallery thing we were talking about. I saw this post. I thought this was really interesting. Take it with a grain of salt. Clyde says, if you're a fan of Bleach, then know that Akira Toriyama is the reason our treasured series even exists. After Zombie Powder, which is the series that Tide Kubo had tried to run before Bleach. So after Zombie Powder was canned, Tide Kubo was then rejected by Shonen Jump when he put through his first draft of Bleach's concept. Akira Toriyama wrote him a letter of encouragement and essentially got Tite Kubo to try again, stating he felt the series had potential. After giving it another shot, he was then accepted and Bleach was serialized. It's possible, though not confirmed, that Toriyama himself put in a good word to Shonen Jump. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. So again, it's just like example after example after example of the impact that Toriyama had, right? That not only did we get more anime in the West because of the success of Dragon Ball over here, but other shows in Japan got made because of his influence and because of, what his status at Shonen Jump's, like having their ear, so to speak, hypothetically here, right? Continuing. The worst take, perhaps, we'll see. Toriyama did not create, invent, or revolutionize anime or manga. Stop giving that man credit for everything. My favorite series would have existed with or without him. R.I.P. to him, but stop hyping that motherfucker up. Thank you. Togashi is the actual GOAT. God bless. So this is from at Sakagoto Days. And I'm sharing this version because the actual tweet was deleted. And the entire account, like the guy changed his @ to try to run away and hide from the backlash of that tweet. So somebody else took his @ and made it R.I.P. Toriyama, the GOAT, right? And put one single thing that says at Sakagoto days says Toriyama is the greatest of all time. Not that loser. They changed their name, and I'm using it to put respect on Toriyama. Stop giving them what they want and focus on uplifting Toriyama, right? So you'll recall that what he had said was, like, fuck Toriyama. Togashi's the GOAT, right? Toriyama didn't influence shit. Togashi's the GOAT, right? Togashi being Hunter x Hunter creator, right? So in response to that, right, and Yu Yu Hakusho. In response to that, somebody's like, bro, picture of imperfect cell, picture of Chimera Ant from Hunter x Hunter.
Miriam. King Miriam.
Yeah. This person says he was everywhere, right? So obviously we've got Cloud from Final Fantasy VII on the left, and Gohan.
I got me. I'll be right back.
Okay, and Gohan from the manga, Super Saiyan Gohan. In the anime, the coloring was different. I think in the manga, even he might have had red, like armbands too, but in this picture he looks like this. So anyway, they're saying
they did different colorings where like he would color like one color throughout the a small section of the manga. So like they weren't really like official consistent, like colors.
Yeah. So the point is, like, when you think of Cloud in your head, in your mind, and you think of how he looks, like, he's not wearing purple. You know what I mean? And yet, in the game, or whatever this is from, like this cutscene here, motherfucker, there he is. Just Gohan, you know? I have a memory, and I didn't load it in here, even though you went to all the trouble of making it for me. I have a memory of being a kid, and for some reason, I was like super into spriting as a kid. Like I did like entire sprite sheets of Mega Man X characters, and like I literally pixel by pixel drew characters for like RPG Maker and all this stuff. And I remember when I was a kid taking Chrono from Chrono Trigger and swapping the color palette with a different character, possibly Ayla, who's blonde and wears purple, and coming out with a version of Chrono that looked 100% exactly like Super Saiyan Gohan. Like, I mean, it was, you couldn't avoid it. It looked exactly like him. We tried to recreate it like yesterday or whatever. And for some reason, I'm like, it's not hitting the same way. I don't know. I probably, truthfully, I was just in the storage unit too. I probably have the floppy disk that it's on still, like, or the laptop that I would have possibly had it on. So I don't know, maybe that'll come up in a much later podcast, but anyway, continuing. This person, now some of these, I don't know if they're becoming tongue-in-cheek. Oh my God, his influence never ends. So obviously in the early edition of Dragon Ball, like when the earliest volumes, Bulma shows up and throws the capsule from Capsule Corp, right? And it pops out, and that's the little home that they live in. This is, I think, this is the home that Goku wakes up and goes, "What? No balls!" Right?
Yeah.
And
scene.
This is Kirby's.
That was another scene that I was introduced to through Kazaa or LimeWire. Because they got edited out.
I saw it in the manga at the comic book store that was directly below the church I went to. Nice. Every Sunday I would go to the comic book store and buy a comic book after church, and I remember deciding I couldn't buy Dragon Ball. Because holy fuck, I would literally be lynched if my parents ever found out what was in some of those pages, right? But Dragon Ball Z was safe, kind of thing. But yeah, so and also like I love this. Well, I'm off to Dreamland, right? It's like fucking Kirby's Dreamland, right? Just a coincidence there, but still. And then they also said, I'm probably stupid, but I just realized Toriyama's self-sona is what the sniffits from Mario are directly based off of. I don't know about that. It's literally just a goddamn gas mask, right? But the more I dig deep into his creations, the more I realize, damn, what didn't this guy influence in Japanese media? So obviously he's influenced here by Alien, right? The H.R. Geiger design for the Xenomorph, which he also used in Frieza, one of his forms. So this is Robot Man. I forgot the name. I forget the name. It's got a really cringe, stupid name in Mega Man 8 or whatever that was. Anyway, so this person says, "Hold the fuck on." So these are characters from Dr. Slump.
I think this is a joke.
No. So they say these are characters from Dr. Slump, and these were placeholder enemies in Sonic when they were still like building it out or whatever.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I've never seen that Sonic enemy in my life.
Yeah. So he says, for those who don't quite get it, this is from the Dr. Slump crossover episode in Dragon Ball. Dr. Slump had major influence on Sonic. You can even tell by the title screen. So when I saw that character, it immediately reminded me of that prototype Goblin enemy, right? And then Kaylin Ramos, shout out, said Mario and Sonic both have a common evolutionary ancestor, the goat, Arale-chan. So the same run cycle, effectively, and the title sequence here, right? Kaylin Ramos goes on to say, Akira Toriyama
also Supersonic.
By the way, that's from like 2023. Yeah, exactly. Supersonic. Thank you for bringing that up. I almost forgot. Super Saiyan, Supersonic, right? Like it's fucking the same thing, you know? Akira Toriyama's influence on pop culture across all mediums is incalculable and will continue to echo throughout time. One of the greatest in any field.
Also the 7 Chaos Emeralds, 7 Dragon Balls.
No, it is like, and literally like Knuckles is Piccolo, Shadow is Vegeta, what's his name? Silver is Trunks, right? In terms of like the storyline stuff about all of it. Yeah. No, it's 100%. It's kids. It's the kid-friendly DBZ, you know? So a lot of talented hands went into making the OG Dragon Quest games, but it was Akira Toriyama's fun and cute designs that made them so approachable and marketable. This is what popularized RPGs on consoles in Japan, and one could argue that might not have happened without Toriyama. Just look at this, and then look at what was happening with Final Fantasy with Yoshitaka Amano. Like, it's a whole different art style. Like, I mean, it's so fucking different that, like, Kaylin is spot on here that it required this type of friendly approach that made them marketable for it to become the success that it became, because a kid can pick this up. And even though it's not necessarily entirely kid friendly, and like I wouldn't let my kids experience some aspects of like fucking Jessica's dress is showing practically everything in Dragon Quest VIII. Like I wouldn't necessarily let my kids play it at like, you know, super young age, but maybe for the NES versions it might have been a little bit, you know, doable. But it's just like that is what a kid will gravitate towards this. It feels grown up to them, but to their parent it feels kid appropriate. You know what I mean? Like it feels like, oh, he's got a sword and he's a warrior and everything. You'd be excited about it as a kid, but your parent would look at it and think, yeah, you can play this. It's not too violent. Like it doesn't look too mature the way that Yoshitaka Amano's art for Final Fantasy has like this watercolor effect to it that just, it feels mature. You know, maybe not mature as in lewd, but it feels too sophisticated for a child.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, no, what the fuck? What the fuck? All right, let's pull up the archive. It was Doc Robot K176 was the that robot from Mega Man.
Alien.
The one from Mega Man.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Where am I? Oh wait, it's this one. Fuck no, it's gone. Why would you do that? Like perhaps the most fucking important one. Hold on. This is why we archive everything. Okay. So this is the one that was not letting me see the quote tweet here. There has never been a more important glow up in history than the sketch Yuji Horii gave Akira Toriyama for Slimes and Dragon Quest versus what Toriyama sent back. This is the drawing that they submit. They sent him like, all right, can you create a character? This is going to be our most common enemy, the slime. Slime. Fucking legend. Can you design a gross slime monster for our dungeon crawler game? No, but I can design an iconic, cute little guy that will generate unlimited money and live forever.
So I got sidetracked. Is the line like I'm not a bad slime? Is that from Dragon Quest or is that from something else?
I don't know where that line comes from. When I say Akira Toriyama's influence is incalculable, I really mean it. Very few creators have had such a large impact on worldwide culture. Akira Toriyama single-handedly opened the doors of anime and Japanese culture to generations of Black and Caribbean people throughout my life. We were connected through Dragon Ball Z culture from the schoolyard to the lunchroom to the streets. So when I read this, it really made me think. I can count on one hand the number of Black friends I had where Dragon Ball was not a major factor to our friendship. You know, like I think maybe 3 in my life I can think of, and there still may have been some aspect of Dragon Ball. Like I have a friend that when I was in high school, we were like rivals in weight training. Right. We were like the top of the class in weight training. And it was like we were competing with each other. And I don't remember off the top of my head. It could have easily happened that there was some like, train like Goku's sort of, idea being thrown back and forth. But I'm just saying, like, I think a lot about, like, I remember being a kid in gymnastics, and one of my best friends there was Black. And like we bonded like hardcore over DBZ, and like there's just like a lot of stuff. Like one time I went to a camp, like a class, like a space camp style thing, but it wasn't like going to the real space camp. It was like a summer school little thing that your parents put you in so you get out of the house for a while, kind of thing. And I remember sitting next to a Black guy, and we bonded over, like, I think there was a question that was asked, like, what's your favorite video game or something, right? And my answer, even though I had never actually fucking played it at the time, I owned it but never played it, was Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. And that kid, like, he heard that, and he like as soon as like we had break, he went and like got up and talked to me. You know what I mean? So it's like, seriously, like this is like such a massive thing for that community. And I think that, like, I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, like thinking back on it, because it's been very retrospective for me to prepare for this show and think about all my memories with DBZ and everything. So with that in mind, I would like to show you, this has been going around. They got a Dragon Ball Z parade going around in rural Mexico in honor of Akira Toriyama. That's not true. There might actually be one, but it's not this one. This one is from Colombia, and it took place prior to Akira Toriyama's death. But just fucking look at it. Like, I mean, we thought previously Where is it? Where is this fucker? God damn it. Did I delete it right before? Fuck me. No, it's over here. It's in this one. Well, this joke is Rumi. We thought this was peak Dragon Ball. Turns out it's actually an army of girls dressed up as Vegeta, right? All right. So anyway, that's happened. That's in Colombia, right? We also have these. The Pharmacia Saiyan. The Taqueria Goku. Falafel, huh? It does a saying good. Whatever the fuck that is. Oh, look at that. We've got Android 17 getting sucked up by Imperfect Cell. Parasyte.
Hentai and its art.
And okay, so Madrid is in Spain, not South America, but I'm still throwing this in here. It says real Madrid fans paying tribute to Akira Toriyama and Dragon Ball verse is the only thing you need to see today. I saw this as well. Gracias, Akira, like Akira Toriyama. Dragon Ball fans gathered at the obelisk of Buenos Aires, Argentina today to perform a Genki Dama, which is the Japanese word for spirit bomb, to honor Akira Toriyama. Some social media accounts sharing videos of the event claim that 20 to 30,000 people participated. I wonder if they're going to... remember we covered Sean Schemmel leading that Guinness World Record attempt to do the largest Kamehameha? Mm-hmm. I wonder if they're gonna be in the Guinness book next to him. Also, a reminder that even your influences have influences. The best way to pay your respects is to keep it going. So let's keep it going. You never know who you might inspire. So, this was Jackie Chan at his peak. And so much of how Jackie Chan worked his martial arts films, emphasizing creativity and humor over realism, inspired Toriyama. Without Jackie Chan, there would be no Dragon Ball. But it goes even further. The reason Toriyama's editor suggested he make a martial arts manga was because he kept watching Jackie Chan movies while drawing. So anyway, I don't want to bother reading this, but basically the point is, there's actually a more to this story. I thought we were going to get it here. I saw another post where Toriyama was influenced by Jackie Chan, but then Jackie Chan actually was influenced by Toriyama and started taking stuff that Toriyama was doing and working it into his movies in the way that he sort of approached things. And look at Jackie Chun in the martial arts tournament when Master Roshi puts on the wig. It's there's all sorts of stuff like drunken boxing and there's so much shit in Dragon Ball that is direct references of Jackie Chan, especially. Just for time, let's move past this though. This person mentioned, let's not forget how much of an impact Akira Toriyama had on our entire media landscape. Without him, the Booyah Bomb wouldn't exist from Splatoon. And then I saw this. This blew my mind. In the French version of Pokemon, on the TV in Red's room, Ash's room, right when you first start playing, it says Goku is on an adventure, right? Like it's describing a scene of Dragon Ball on the TV in his room. And then later on in Pokemon, I guess a character is named Mustard, who does like a Master Roshi style, blast kind of Kamehameha, but with a Pokeball. Show's gotten weird, or the games have gotten weird. I've been checked out for a while. And then this is not by any stretch of the imagination an exhaustive list of the amount of references, but I thought just to showcase it, right? Powerpuff Girls referencing, I think this is the first Broly movie. Kids Next Door with like a Super Saiyan, landscape thing, which also you can see in the comments there. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Right here, like just the absolutely fucking ridiculous shit, right? And then Billy and Mandy doing like a martial arts tournament thing with the hair like that. This was the Channel Chasers episode or movie, I think, of
Fairly Odd Parents.
Fairly Odd Parents, right? It has like Dragon Ball inspired things in it. Chowder, is that this show? I didn't watch the show.
I think so. Yeah, I don't watch it either. But yeah,
right.
for sure.
Teen
Titans Go.
Right, and then Robot Chicken.
Raj says it was Gumball.
Oh,
Gumball. Okay. I don't watch them. And then, of course, this is Assassination Classroom. And then whatever the fuck. We can move past this.
I think that one was Shatter.
Yeah, I think that's the end. I'm going to move past it. We're going to keep going. All right. The Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 community pays tribute and respects to Akira Toriyama. Thank you for everything. And then not only, you expect this, right? This is a Dragon Ball game, right?
Yeah.
But apparently, Final Fantasy XIV's community is also showing Akira Toriyama some love. Across multiple worlds, people are gathering in, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, to pay tribute to Akira Toriyama. So many Dragon Ball cosplays, slime hats, and bards playing songs from the anime. So, I mean, I don't know if you've ever played on a server with your friends. It is fucking impossible to get anybody to stand still and do something like this. Like, this is, I mean, just like, you can't get 5 fucking people to calm down so you can explain the goddamn game you're going to play in Minecraft, right? Getting a community to come together and organically just do this is fucking insane. There's the slime head. This almost reminds me of Summer Wars, right? When they all the accounts come together.
Mm-hmm.
So then there's also this, and I just want I would
that's probably a homage to the Spirit Bomb.
I want to play this for you. Legend, right? Fucking Broly over here playing Chala, head Chala on the harp. I wonder how hard it was to actually get the game to do that. And then Dr. Slump or Raleigh-chan in the background. All right. Anyway, we're almost there. Okay. And now the worst take. You remember Chris Kindred from Sweet Baby Inc. Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took range to do that. Way to capitalize on the tragedy of Akira Toriyama's death to spout more woke nonsense. Fucking bravo to you. To which God damn it. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Don't worry, I archived it. Fucking hell. Okay. Toriyama's worst characters are better written than the best Sweet Baby Inc. characters.
Yep.
And then Cabrutus said, I'm more than 100% sure that this guy here is much more loved amongst Black communities than any character created by Sweet Baby Inc. ever. And then I wanted to end it here. Thank you, Mr. Toriyama, and good luck on the upcoming 625,000 miles, right? Obviously, it's Snake Way, right? But then today, while I was at work, I saw this. Apparently, Axe is a fan. It's a little weird. And then I wanted to wrap up with Toriyama died in 2024 in the year of the dragon. And then this person said, today at Fuji TV Anime Lineup 2024, the host closed the show by saying, let's shoot a Kamehameha aimed at Akira Toriyama-san, who's in heaven. But then Masako Nozawa said jokingly, right now? But what if we end up destroying the whole place? Then the whole crowd shot a Kamehameha. All right, so this one, this is how I want to end this. Akira Toriyama's final comments from December 2023. Akira Toriyama was announced to have... Sorry, I did a lot of cleaning in here to get the lights where they are, and there's dust and shit flying around. Akira Toriyama was announced to have won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Tokyo Anime Award Festival 2024 on December 14, 2023. So that's when he was announced to be receiving it, right? He was supposed to receive the award on stage during the festival from March 8th to 11th. They announced
he didn't want to go. He just didn't want to go.
They announced his death on the 8th in Japan. So instead of receiving the award, they're like, I'm here to accept on behalf of Toriyama, who's dead. You know? However, we do have his comments on winning the award revealed in the pamphlet of the award show. Following is the translation. To be honest, I have never had much interest in anime. And even when my work was made into animated format, I feel embarrassed to admit that I did not watch much of it. Apologies to the staff. About 10 years ago, out of the blue, I was asked to revise the script for the Dragon Ball animated film, and I drew some simple designs for the characters and backgrounds. I thought, I can leave the difficult parts for the staff. As I said, nobody thought he was going to die anytime soon because he didn't seem eager to jump into any hard work. Thus, it is truly embarrassing that I am the recipient of the Tokyo Anime Award Festival's Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you very much. One of my most unforgettable memories in animation works is when I met the late animator Toyo Ashida for an anime project called Kosuke-sama Rikimaru-sama, which was produced for the Shonen Jump original. This project did not have a manga, so a meeting was held. He was an amiable person, and we quickly bonded. And every time I saw his drawing style, I was moved by his careful and swift touch. I thought, all right, I guess this kind of touch I need to speed up. I guess this is the kind of touch I need to speed up the drawing process and make Dragon Ball look much smoother. The drawing time was reduced to about 2/3 of what it used to be. We influenced each other in many ways, and I think it was a truly fulfilling time. I pray for the repose of Ashida-san's soul. Okay. Dragon Ball Daima, which will be rolled out in 2024, was originally planned to be an original anime series without me. But as I gave advice here and there, I ended up getting deeply involved with the project without realizing it. I was not only involved in the overall story, but also in the worldview, character design, mechas, and other aspects. I hope you will enjoy watching the series, which I believe is not only intense and action-packed, but also full of plenty of substance. I almost feel like the studio submitted this statement to try to bump up interest in that portion. Like he didn't say any of that paragraph. They just kind of added that to really try to sell. Oh yeah, Toriyama's involved, just like Broly movie, right? So Finally, I would like to thank everyone who has supported me so far. I am not sure how much more I can do, as I am not very confident about my health. Probably due to my lifestyle when I was younger. But I will try my best to create more interesting pieces of work, so please continue to support me. Do you think he knew he was going to die?
Well, I mean, he might have had, like, if he had a brain bleed, he might have had other conditions that put him in hospital that we just didn't hear about, right? And so
when he says probably due to my lifestyle when I was younger, maybe he means smoking. You know,
I think he had lung cancer. That was unannounced.
I don't know. Who knows?
I think if he had cancer, they would have just said cancer.
Yeah. So, real quick, I'm going to spend about 2 seconds here trying to find. I feel like that we had some Dragon Ball Diamond news that doesn't appear to have made its way into the
open tabs.
Thing. Yeah, I was going to show that. Where is it? Nope. Not that one. Yeah.
I feel like Randy could pull off a Nappa better than a Goku with this.
Nappa?
Maybe a Krillin.
All right, I don't know. So I'll have to find it later. But Dragon Ball Daima previously was going to be a web anime, and now it's actually going to be a TV anime. Anyway, real quick, I would like to. Well, first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these off to another window here. Oh shit, I just realized this whole time I've been screen sharing my whole screen instead of just a window. Lol. Not like it fucking matters, but if I got if I got a text or something from anybody, it would pop up in the corner on stream. Let me do the window. Oh, well, maybe I should not blow our load on that before I do. Okay. The window. Okay, here we go. All right. I want to stop for a brief moment and catch up on some chats before we go into this. Where's... Oh. Are we done? Are we done showing tribute to Toriyama-san? Is that how this is? Just like that?
Well, I mean, you don't have to be.
This isn't even my final form. So I have another. I bought more than just this monstrosity. I just don't know where it went. Yeah. All right. My rage at your reduction has sent me further beyond. All right. There we go. Whew, it's in my fucking mouth. All right. All right.
Then watch Randy just pulls his out of his ass. He had the Super Saiyan hair prepared all along.
Dragon Quest is safe, edgy? Yeah, kind of. Pretty sure that's Bulla, Vegeta's daughter. So it makes sense she's younger than Trunks. No, because she's holding baby Trunks. She's younger than future Trunks, is what it looked like. Gotta read iShield 21 just because that's Murata's big weekly show and jump work. Honestly, iShield 20. I haven't read the manga. I started watching the anime, and I just gotta say it sucks. Like iShield 21 sucks. And I cannot believe Murata bothers with it because he is so goddamn talented. Mirage Leonardo says, I thought it was pronounced tight, Kubo. I mean, it's better than calling it Titty Kubo. How much sooner would podcast end without the technical issues? Right? Jeez.
2.5 hours in, maybe.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. If you do a clip of this, you're gonna cut out all the loading things, and it's gonna be half the time. That Kids Next Door episode was goated. Gumball. Okay, I think they did the Never Let a Tragedy Go. Yeah, exactly. My bullet comments in regards to the Gotoge manga cover. Yes. People say the anime is ass, but the manga is peak, referring to Ice Shield. Yeah, because I didn't like the anime at all. All right, cool. We're caught up. Let's look at this. Japanese manga artists die 20 years younger than the average person. Oh, how about that? One Twitter user made an observation after finding a list of manga creators along with their age at the time of death. Their discovery is that, on average, manga artists die more than 20 years earlier than the general population of Japan. I would bet you anything the reason for that is the prolonged posture in this position makes you very unhealthy. The trend was discovered by French Twitter user who had come across a list of mangaka and their ages. Following the death of Akira Toriyama, I wanted to know if mangaka really died younger than the rest of the Japanese. The information cannot be found in French or English, but by looking carefully, I came across a Japanese blog which is making a list. On average, the average mangaka lived to be about 63 years old at the time of the writing. The average lifespan in Japan is 85, according to a quick Google search. How old is Miyazaki?
So in his 90s?
Because he made the Nausicaa manga. I think it's more like the weekly mangas that kill you, because that's a really tough schedule. You never get a break. Some fans speculate that this could be it's like the life of a YouTuber. Like, when you're really pursuing YouTube full time and trying to, earn a living off the monetization alone. Like, you can never get off the treadmill. Some fans speculate that this could be due to the difficult working conditions of creative types in Japan. It's unclear how much of it is true, but artists regularly brag about how they often pull all-nighters in order to meet deadlines for new chapters. Wow, that's it. Okay, great. There you go. In other news that you can celebrate the death of, Rooster Teeth has been shut down by Warner Brothers. The Roost podcast network to continue. What? The only thing that was ever any good to begin with? Anyway, I don't even want to read it now. Timing wise, I just who cares, right? It's like fucking Rooster Teeth's gone. So I do think it's kind of funny though. Somebody pointed out.
Oh my gosh, we're so shocked that Rooster Teeth died.
This is now the last shot of Ruby.
Yeah, the Justice League.
The fucking DC crossover. Now, I mean, I don't know the Ruby characters, but are these Ruby characters? Or are these all DC? Like 100% of them DC?
All DC.
They're all
fucking
DC.
Unbelievable. So Green Lantern's a bitch now, huh? Oh. All right.
Well, there's many Green Lanterns.
Yeah. I know. I'm just saying, like, that current rendition of Green Lantern is a lady. Anyway, bring back John Stewart. Anyway, so what we were all thinking. Look, some people have had some very stupid takes trying to link this with Vic. But I will say, Rooster Teeth would not be in the position it found itself in had it not lost the support of half of its audience with how they handled things with Vic. Same thing with Funimation. It's like the bad will that it inflicted on the company was not something they could ever recover from because of how they handled things. And Rooster Teeth didn't do much. The worst thing Rooster Teeth did was that they got rid of Vic And then they sent that email to the whole company that Vic wasn't supposed to be CC'd on, but because they replied all or whatever, he was getting the replies that said, I think it goes without saying, but nobody is to talk to Vic, right? In their announcement thing. Yeah. So,
well,
anyway.
And there was the whole thing with the founder guy being weird and
the founder guy of Rooster Teeth?
Rooster Teeth, yeah.
Which
Wasn't
one?
he like, I don't remember.
Because the founders are Bernie Burns, Gus Sorolla, Matt Hollum. I don't think it was any of the actual founders. I think it was maybe one of the executives eventually came out and was like a whole thing. But I think they could have skirted by that easily.
One of the top guys was like doing some weird stuff.
Abusing his wife or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I don't think it was one of the founders.
Okay.
The founders are like deeply loved, like Bernie Burns and all them are, some pretty good people. Right. But anyway, if you guys,
before we go on
2.5 hours in. Yeah.
Yeah. Before we go, what is going on in your background, Reese?
What's it sound like?
Tell your dad to go to bed.
Bang, 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 bang.
Can you hear it right now?
I can tell you what's going on in the background. He's got this gun and he's shooting footnotes.
This is probably the washing machine.
Oh, yeah, that would be it. Okay. Oh, fuck, this thing is tight and scratchy.
Sorry.
All right. So anyway,
or no, maybe it's probably the dryer now.
Yes.
The dryer now.
Now that we've addressed it, let's move on. So if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, definitely share it with your friends. And there's also this nifty thing called Patreon where you can give money directly to us every month. There's also this one. There's also OCApodcast.com/support where you can have all sorts of options for giving us money. And you can buy yourself. Now, whatever the fuck that is, you don't want that. Anyway, who's got pickups?
Oh boy. Not
me.
Wow.
No I got what Final
next
Fantasy,
week. Next week I'll have pickups.
I will have
Final
pickups.
Fantasy Rebirth, but I didn't open it yet. Still in a box.
I picked up my my hair.
I thought you also had a game.
Did I get a game? Oh yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5 arrived. It's upstairs. I haven't even played it yet. Oh, fuck, this thing is. Oh yeah. See how it goes right back? That's how you know it's high quality.
Oh.
All right.
Lance has a pickup.
Lance picked up Is It Wrong to Kill Girls in a Dungeon 3? That's what I'm going to call it. There you are. Reese, can you do the honors of making the OCA podcast 250 post? Oh, thank you. All right, there's pickups for you, everybody. Okay, you guys remember how we have talked about the producer for Your Name getting arrested for lewd acts with a minor and then them finding even more lewd things he did. So take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if this is just a translation error or whatever. I only want to draw attention to one paragraph here because I noticed that it was different from what we had talked about before. Ito's first arrest in February, which this is the one we first covered, was due to the producer sending nudes to female high schoolers and suspicions that he engaged in the purchase of child pornography, meaning buying nudes from them when they're underage. So I don't know. Previously, we didn't know or hadn't talked about him sending nudes. We only had talked about him trying to acquire them. Anyway.
Sounds like a great guy.
I am going to skip this article for this podcast just because we've got too much to still do. We'll talk about it next podcast. In fact, I'm going to open it and put it over here because I've noticed I have had a bad habit lately of skipping articles and they don't find their way into the next doc. But this week we don't need that because we got a lot. Anyway, so in Kickstarter news, I know you are waiting at the edge of your seat to find out the answer to the question. And yes, I did decide to back Godshard Chronicles. I backed it at the cheapest tier that would give me the physical game on Switch. They try to come in here with this fancy, like, oh, why don't you want the retro packaging? And I'm like, fuck you, no. A fake, a fucking Switch case that looks like a fake version of the Super NES like box art, and it's literally just the regular fucking picture put on sideways with that black bar on the edge that is reminiscent of the SNES cartridge boxes, and it doesn't even have the SNES shit on it because it's copyright or trademark or whatever. So they just like make something up that vaguely is reminiscent. Like, I ain't paying $40 extra for that shit. Anyway, I did back it though. I'll play it probably in 20 years. That's going off the track record. Hope it's better than any other game I've ever played since they had a whole fucking year of not releasing their Kickstarter. All right. In live action news, let us talk. I'm really glad the rest of the podcast is super light, minus one specific topic. All right, pull my screen share off real quick so I can move this other thing I've got off screen. Great. Fucking wonderful. Okay, here we go. Let's go back to. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right. In other news, oh shit, my hair. I can now see it out of my peripheral vision. New Fallout TV series gets a release date and a reveal trailer. I think I'm going to call in sick to work tomorrow. Holy shit. All right, so here we go. Here's some shit to look at. I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to look. We're going to look at this shit. Oh, good. That's faster. Awesome.
Oh, Walter Goggins?
Not quite. Yes.
Or Walton, not Walter. Jesus.
The worst thing about this is that the actress playing the lead character is prettier than they'd ever make a character in the game in modern gaming. Look. It looks pretty decent. You know, I didn't ever play Fallout. I watched a friend play, like, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes of it one time, and I'm like, the fucking combat does not look fun. Right? I never got into it. I never had the console for it at the time. But it seems like an interesting concept. So I'd probably watch the show just to experience at least the world a little bit. Because they have a bunch of interesting things in it, like the concept of having a, what do they call, vault, like a vault with one man and 99 women versus one woman and 99 men. Which one survived? Obviously the one with the one man, because one man can have kids with all 99 women, but when it's one woman and 99 men, they all fight over who gets to have their offspring.
No, I don't think they just fight over. They just gangbang her and just like play the lottery or who gets it.
Well, what was the? We talked about that guy who put the toothbrush in his dick last podcast, and it broke off. And it was like, people break their penis all the time due to was it? Oh no, it was the guy who got his dick eaten by the dog, and they said it was unsure if the dog ate it or if it was a sex mishap. And I'm like, how? Like. Yeah, I was just thinking like it was a gangbang. Oh, she died. Right. Like, anyway, so there you go. Here's the omakes. There you have it. Oh, there's more. Be nice if they put the omakes first, because that's really all we need to see. Okay, also Parasyte the Gray has a teaser. I'm hyped. I'm looking forward to it. It has a very interesting look to it. It's clearly, obviously, not following Shinichi, so it's doing that thing where you make a story in the universe without retelling panel for panel the manga or whatever, which I always like that in adaptations. Something about this particular image feels like a CG render, I don't know how to describe it, but like the color grading on it, something about it doesn't feel 100% photoreal. And I feel like that actually helps the immersion when they do the effects for the Parasyte, because it's already away from, like, I wouldn't say it's entering the uncanny valley, but it's just like, because it doesn't look, something about it lighting wise doesn't feel real. When you see the extra stuff, it actually helps it to not break immersion. Anyway, we'll probably talk about it more in the future. All right. Also, Osamu Tezuka's Midnight manga gets a live action short shot entirely on iPhone by Takashi Miike. So it was just kind of an interesting thing. I bet you anything Apple funded the entire project just to promote the camera quality. And I got to tell you, I would fucking hate to do VFX with something filmed on an iPhone, because it has so much post effects in the footage, right? That if you zoom in, you're like, fuck, I can't even roto this shit because it looks fucking ridiculous. Like, having to try to match that with CG would be a fucking impossible. Anyway, moving on from there. All right. Crunchyroll adds Dragon Ball Super anime's English dub. Yeah, so just in case it wasn't clear, they just fucking added the English dub. So I think anybody here is thinking like, yeah, you can watch Dragon Ball on Crunchyroll in English. Like, why wouldn't you be able to? Well, apparently, they just fucking got around to it, which makes me, it's kind of reminiscent of Dragon Ball Super Broly being like supposedly canon, right? The canon movie, you have to go see it, guys. It's canon, right? And so it comes out with a dub, and they're not even close to finishing dubbing the goddamn series yet, right? Like, fucking unbelievable. Anyway, so yeah, I'm assuming
they're done dubbing
Funimation.
It.
Yeah, of course. But I'm guessing it's because of Funimation had the dub and Crunchyroll had the sub, and now because of the acquisitions,
Funimation shutting down. They actually have to figure out how moving shit over now.
Fuck, dude! How do you not? This should have been the first thing you put on. Like, just you waited until after Funimation was gone.
Just like freaking One Piece.
Oh my god!
Freaking ever for One Piece's dub to get over.
So we also speculate that they got the news about Toriyama's death early, right? Because he died on the 1st, but they didn't announce till the 8th, and that this might have been driven by that. And it's like, well, now everybody's gonna be so nostalgic they're gonna want to watch Dragon Ball Super for sure, right? Yeah, I never got around to watching that sequel series. Oh, we better get that shit up in English. We're about to explode our watch time. Anyway, so HIDIVE also launched a updated website / apps with offline viewing and a new user interface. Had we not spent 2.5 hours on Toriyama, I would probably read this, but oh well. Digimon is going to launch a web manga platform with manga in Japanese and English. So that's interesting. I'm really happy that more and more Japanese companies are just saying, like, fuck it, cut out the middleman. Just fuck it, we'll do it ourselves. The Boy and the Heron film wins an Oscar for Best Animated Feature. How many of Miyazaki's films have received an Oscar? Just Spirited Away?
Mm-hmm.
Look, Spirited Away deserved it. Don't get me wrong. Boy and the Heron didn't. I mean, for best animation, yeah. Like, I mean, some of the animation, it's fucking unreal, but the actual movie sucks, right?
But
I definitely
mean, compared to what though, right?
Yeah, I know it's competing with Spider-Verse,
which was good, but it was also a sequel movie and a part 1 to the sequel. Like, it wasn't a whole movie.
it doesn't have the same impact because, you know, you blew your load on like, whoa, look how revolutionary the first movie was, you know, and all that shit. So anyway, before the actually received the Oscar, there was this thing about Hayao Miyazaki shaved his beard, and he beardless Miyazaki can't hurt you. See in the room right now, like, yeah, it's pretty off-putting. But this is actually really fucking funny, so I'd like to share it with you. I snipped out this clip from where this is from.
君たちはどう生きるかが長編アニメーション部門にノミネートされて大変嬉しく思っています。アカデミー協会と投票してくださった皆様に感謝します。はい、皆さん、この作品っていうのは自伝なんですか？
いや、でも心の中にあったことですね。
No, but yes.
この作品を作って自分で良かったなと思うことは何ですか？
He just doesn't give a fuck about being there at all.
Yeah, he's like, what do you feel about the film? Well, I'm glad we finished it.
7年作るのにかかったんですよ。
You were working on the film for 7 years straight.
まあ過去と大きく違いますよね。
That was more than ever before.
制作期間長かったんですよね。はい。
It had a really long production period. Yep. Do you have any thoughts on that? I thought that it would never end. But it did finish. Yes.
Because the money kept coming.
Yay. この後僕がやんなきゃいけない。よろしく。どうもご苦労様。はい、ありがとうございました。
How? Okay, just so you know, that is part of a live stream or whatever for the Oscars where they were like showing the nominations and showing like the response of the people who were nominated. And it's like, first of all, how did you leave in that whole bit at the end where he's like, I've got another interview to do? You're like, yeah. Like, how are you not fucking cut away? And every fucking question is like he's setting. This is Suzuki, by the way, from he's the producer that got like. So when he says the money kept coming, he's talking about how they sold the rights to the streaming rights to the movies to Netflix and HBO, right, in order to fund the production for Boy and the Heron. And so Suzuki is doing his best to set Miyazaki up to be able to talk about things. And Miyazaki's response is, yeah. You know?
Miyazaki just doesn't want to play ball.
I fucking love it. All right. And then I saw this and I had to throw it in at the last second. Comes out of retirement, makes his last film, becomes critically acclaimed, decides not to retire again, wins Best Animated Film, doesn't even show up, refuses to elaborate. What an absolute Chad. All right. In other news, Godzilla -1's film won an Oscar for Best Visual Effects. So this one is also a sequel, right? Or like what is it? How many movies have they got?
It's a prequel. Remake.
Yeah. So behind the scenes, like just official stance of the Anime Collector is that award shows are complete bullshit. There's no reason to give them any credence whatsoever. You should not give a shit what a bunch of crusty old men in Hollywood think of your favorite movies. You should care about what your friends think of your favorite movies. And that should be the determining factor as to whether or not you stay friends, right? But Random 11 was kind of rooting for them because I want to show you a clip of when they were received notice that they had been nominated. Don't you just want them to win? Like,
yeah.
So they won. And this is how fucking dirty the Oscars did them.
Goes to. Here we go. This is it. Godzilla.
Yeah. Is it like slow as shit for you guys?
It's frozen on
frozen,
trying to open. He's trying to open the envelope still.
God damn it.
He's trying.
I can't even hit play. Okay, there we go.
This is the first Oscar win and nomination.
Do you have another way of playing this? Because it's not really.
Yeah, I'll play the YouTube video. Let's do that. Okay. All right. Always have a backup plan.
Plan B for that. Like, isn't this also like the first Japanese film or like foreign film to earn like best visual effects?
Parasyte.
Oh, Parasyte did.
Oh, was that?
No, I'm talking about
that's a good question.
Visual effects.
That's a good question.
So the reason I wanted them to win is because they just destroyed Hollywood by making this movie. Like they made this movie for like $15 million, although the director was on in an interview saying that like he wishes he had $15 million, as if the rumor that the $15 million budget is actually too high. And they didn't really have that much even. So to take a low budget movie like, well, comparatively for the rest of the fucking like $500 million
basically an indie movie.
Yeah, and make what everyone agrees was a great movie and then win an Oscar. It's just a feel good story.
Yeah,
and then
it's like,
to see them like all happy to get nominated, like
to put
there's
it
just some
perspective.
authenticity from them.
Yeah, like to put it into perspective, like Marvel movies are 100 million
200
minimum.
million.
Yeah, just for like the worst Marvel movie, the one they almost didn't even make. They don't care about it so much. Minimum 100 million, just for the budget for the film. Right, that doesn't count the extra 150 million they spend on marketing. You know what I mean? Avengers Endgame maybe was that like 300 million. You know, so they come out and they make this movie for $15 million, and it is fucking like it just sweeps the world by storm, kind of, so to speak. Right, like they did with far less what Hollywood has been trying to do with, you know, an enormous budget and their, you know, like focus groups and their, you know, was that thing Sydney Sweeney and it's been talking about with Madam Web. It's like you can't make art based on algorithms, kind of thing. Is sort of the idea. So they come out and they make a movie that has heart and actually is a fucking good movie. In terms of like giving a story, like it's not about the flashy superhero fights or anything. It's about the goddamn story and the spectacle of Godzilla, right? And
it also spread by word of mouth alone, practically.
Yeah,
it was a limited release in North America initially, and then slowly went wider. And it was in subtitles, so it had like everything working against it, and it still succeeded.
Yeah, and it's going up against these Hollywood mega blockbuster, you know, superhero franchise movies and shit like that, and it's just dominating. So look at how it goes when they announce it, right?
Godzilla.
Can you guys hear it okay?
Yep.
This is the first Oscar win and nomination for the visual effects team from Godzilla -1.
Anyway, so they start giving a speech. The speech is extremely hard. He's giving it in English, and he's struggling. Like, I need you to hold Godzilla, please.
The fact that he even brought up the Godzilla figures, like.
My career began 40 years ago after the shock of seeing Star Wars and Close Encounters of the Kind. To someone so far from Hollywood, even the possibility of standing on this stage seemed out of reach. The moment we are nominated, we felt like Rocky Balboa. Welcomed into the ring as equals by.
So he's saying like when we got nominated, we felt like Rocky getting into the ring with major contenders, right? Like it seemed like an uphill battle, right? And yet they still fucking won, and so he keeps talking, and he's emotional. He's having a hard time. This clip, including all that shit at the beginning with Arnold opening the envelope and stuff, is less than 3 minutes. Okay, I want you to hear how this fucking ends.
I want to tell our producer Shuji Abe, who we lost too soon. We did it. Thank you.
These fuckers play the goddamn wrap it up music while they're talking about the producer who died after the film was created and didn't get to be here to receive the Oscar for the movie he produced. Fuck the Oscars, man. They're not even at the risk of going over their time. This is only 2 minutes and 38 seconds into this video where the music starts. And it includes the shit at the beginning with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger announcing that they won. Like, yeah, literally, I promise you, what ended up happening is the people behind the curtain are watching, and they're seeing this guy struggle to speak English. And like, nobody understands. Oh, the ratings are gonna tank. Just get him off stage. Push the button. Start the fucking music, right? And it's like, fuck. Jesus Christ. Like, this is the most significant moment for this guy that he's ever had. I'm glad that he got to at least, the music starts playing at least. Like, can you imagine how badly it would fuck you up if you wrote this speech and didn't get to bring up the fact that the producer died? That would haunt you for the rest of your fucking life. Anyway, fuck the Oscars. I'm glad they won. I don't think it means anything. But it seemed like it meant something to them, and I'm happy for them. Anyway, I've got one more that I'd like to share with you. Sorry, I have the archive because I'm lazy. This guy didn't win an Oscar until he was 70 years old, and he had starred in 38 movies. Never stop following your dreams.
Nice.
Okay. And in other news, Nintendo and Illumination confirm a new Super Mario animated film that is going to be coming out on April 3rd, 2026. They announced it on March 10th, which is known as Mar 10th or Mario Day, right? Anyway, there's not really much else to say, right? There you go, right? Anybody have any thoughts about any of the stuff we've talked about before I move on?
Not really.
I mean, the first movie was okay. Hopefully they can keep it up.
First movie was shit. I'm sorry. The first movie was shit. Did we watch the same movie? Did you see? Did you see Seth Rogen Donkey Kong, my friend? I don't know. I don't think we saw the same movie. Did you see Goldbach Beach?
Hold on. That was just the reaction you gasped to any hot take you say. That doesn't mean anything. Okay? like doesn't mean anything. All right? Just like the Oscars.
Ronan Jaw says, good morning. The Oscars nominated anime to gain relevance again. Yeah, pretty much.
No.
Legend, right? Okay. All right. Speaking of Seth Rogen, a Venom R-rated animated movie is in the works from Seth Rogen. Now, in my head canon, in my head canon, it's gonna be like just based on how he did the Ninja Turtles thing with like the fat, frumpy, lesbian black April O'Neil. I pictured that his Venom is gonna look like Donkey Kong got like from the Mario movie, got the symbiote, like, and he's gonna talk just like him. I just can't wait to hear. Wait, he's probably not gonna voice him though, right? Damn, that's ruined. I like it better. Yeah.
He doesn't do voices, so yeah.
Anyway, do you have any thoughts on this? You want to talk about resident Spider-Man fan?
I mean, hopefully they keep the R rating. Although after the movie, the Sony movie that they put out that was supposed to originally be R, and then they chickened out and made it PG-13
for Venom.
Yeah,
I never watched the movies.
I hope they don't just use the R rating as a crutch, even if they keep with it. Like, make the R meaningful.
Penetration.
I don't know. I hope it's good. I want to see good Spider-Man content.
Did you see Madam Web by chance?
No, I am not watching that movie. No, thank you. I also like. There's still, unfortunately, the issue. Well, actually, now that I think about it, maybe not. I was going to say there's still the issue of Spider-Man not being in it, but it's animated, so maybe, because obviously they did Spider-Verse with Spider-Man, so Spider-Man might actually be able to be in it? Question mark. Interesting. I don't know. Let's see.
All right. Well, I'm probably going to regret covering this just because of time, but it's pretty short, so I'm going to do it anyway. Warner Brothers Discovery Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer endorses discriminating against employees who disagree with diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology. Quote, they'll leave themselves, which is great. The level of hubris from like Sweet Baby Inc. and all the shit we've covered where they believe their shit doesn't stink, you know, like they can do no wrong. That whole thing I talked about, like, I think it was last podcast about like the raised like your mommy's princess who's infallible, you know, and therefore anybody has a problem with it because as like mommy said, it's because they're racist. You know, I didn't do anything. It must be because they're racist, you know? So let's read this. According to Warner Brothers Discovery Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer Asif Sadiq, companies seeking to foster a culture of DEI should not seek to compromise with those employees who disagree with the concept of identity politics, but rather outright discriminate against them until they quit. So again, we looked at Sweet Baby Inc. and we talked about how there wouldn't be an issue if their games actually made money, but flop after flop after flop, right? I talked about last podcast or whatever, how when I went to Book Off to buy a bunch of games for my new PS5, I had a shit ton of copies of Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and Forspoken to choose from that, of course, I didn't want, you know? And the point is, like, you know, if your games, like, the common factor is that the games you work on are shit, right? And therefore, like, one can only result with the hypothesis that your company is shit, right? So if you are actively discriminating to try to get people who disagree with your woke ideology to quit, something tells me that the thing keeping your company afloat is going to leave with them. You know what I mean? Like these people literally, they operate in a mindset where, you know, they think, oh, capitalism has failed. It's like, capitalism has only failed in the sense that you don't thrive under it because you produce a product nobody wants. You know, it's failed you because you failed it, you know?
I can't remember the movie that came out, but it was one of Disney's. It was what was it called? The one with the star, the newest one that was that they released for their like anniversary or whatever. Wish. There you go. Wish.
Okay.
And Chris Gore, if you remember him from G4 TV and Attack of the Show, he did some digging or got in touch with some animators that used to work with Disney, and they said basically like they've been pushed out. That they don't get listened to. They don't get what do you call it? Oh my god, my brain.
It and make her gay.
Well, yeah. This happened during that whole fiasco. Promotions. There you go. They don't get promotions. You know.
So that's a good point. There's a culture being fostered of nepotism for people who support your ideology, as we are seeing here. So people have been with the company who have literally contributed to its success. They're the reason why the company is profitable, are leaped over by nobodies who are failing upwards with their diversity and inclusion talking point, cheerleading, right? Yeah, totally. Were you going to say anything more, or can I?
No, you can go ahead.
All of a sudden, I think my internet hiccups because your VTuber went like in one frame. You were all of a sudden looking elsewhere. I was like, wait, whoa. So Sadiq, who tends to refer to himself as Dr. Sadiq, despite his doctorate, bestowed upon him by the UK's The Open University in recognition of his extensive DEI work. So honorary doctorates are a thing, right? Where, like, for example, there's a lot of people who they dropped out of high school, but they became like filthy rich entrepreneurs, right? Like, let's just say like a Steve Jobs type, right? And then a university will come out and they will give them an honorary degree. Like, we didn't teach you music theory, Kanye West or whatever, but you've succeeded to such a degree that we want to honor your contribution to music by just giving you an honorary degree as though you completed all this because you figured it out on your own or whatever kind of thing, right? One of the universities did that for Trump for some reason. And there was a joke that he would start going by Dr. President instead of Mr. President, right? This fucker actually did it, right? He calls himself Dr. Sadiq, but his doctorate was only bestowed upon him in recognition of his DEI work, right? Like, that's like the certificate on the wall that says that, you know, like you completed an online program and then using it to say like, yep, PhD and whatever, you know, like fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, so it's nothing more than an honorary doctorate. And he offered his endorsement of this strategy while speaking to attendees of the Aspen Institute of Business and Policy Link's February 20th, The Future of DEI in Corporate America webinar. Per a clip of the event shared to Twitter by user Memology101, the topic of how to deal with employees who might disagree with the company's turn to diversity, equity, and inclusion was first touched upon by one of the webinar's other panelists, Goldman Sachs Chief Diversity Officer Megan Hogan, recalling her recent attendance at an unspecified and off-the-record roundtable of CDOs. Hogan informed her fellow panelists, is that Chief Diversity Officer? Is that what that fucking is? Hogan informed her fellow panelists, quote, "One of the things that came up was the frustration of having to work with or persuade the most powerful person in your ecosystem that the work is worth it, and they should reveal themselves more. They should take a bigger role, whatever it is. And we came up with this strategy. Find your people and ignore the person you cannot persuade." So Memology posted it with this statement. Warner Brothers Discovery Chief DEI Officer Dr. Asif Sadiq promotes not working with, ignoring, and discriminating against employees who do not support the DEI agenda. Fuck it, let's play it with audio. This seems like something I would regret not playing on stream. I haven't even read this or heard this yet. Let's just see what they say.
Can I just jump in real quick? That was just wonderful, Megan. Self-care would have been my piece of advice. I went through this at a off-the-record roundtable of CDOs recently, and one of the things that came up that is adjacent to self-care is the frustration of having to work with or persuade the most powerful person in your ecosystem that the work is worth it and that they should reveal themselves more, they should take a bigger role, whatever it is. And we came up with this strategy and I love it. It is find your people and ignore the person that you cannot persuade. You know exactly who they are. And if you can't...
That doesn't sound very inclusive.
Bring yourself to do it because of your professional orientation. Give it 30 days. Ignore them for 30 days. Don't take the bait. Don't send them the clip. Don't send them the newsletter. Don't send them the deck. Just focus on the people who are willing to do the work, the new arrivals to the work, the new leaders who are preparing, as we've talked about, to be better allies, to be more vulnerable, to communicate better. Work preparing them, and find your people even outside of your organization who can help you fine tune, who can help you make sure that you're not reading the situation wrong, and let you know that you're not alone. But absolutely do not get caught into that spin cycle of trying to persuade the most powerful person that you know who is not interested to be interested, because they're not coming. 30 days, you can do it.
And if I can just add on to that point, because I think it's such a important point. Even beyond leaders, there's always those few people who you'll never change. You'll never convince them. You can try for up until the end of eternity and it will still not happen. We waste so much energy doing that sometimes as individuals, whether you're in a leadership position or in a team and so on. Focus on the ones who want to change, because that way you start changing culture. And if you change culture, hopefully those people who don't want to come around will start saying that this place isn't the way it used to be, and they'll leave themselves, which is great. So I think it is about how much of your energy you consume on some of those things. And this point has come up a few times earlier as well, that rather than focusing on those things that you can't impact or you can't change, focusing on the things you can impact and you can change is so important. Even when we're trying to look at, potentially what sort of programs are we running, what sort of things we're doing, I think it's a great opportunity to double down our efforts on things, to do an audit of what's worked, what hasn't worked, where do we put more effort into, where do we reduce effort that didn't necessarily have the outcome. So don't necessarily see something, if you're reducing something or changing something, as a negative. It can be a positive. It's how you create that mindset. And I think that the sort of looking after yourself as someone who works in the D&I space, or supports the D&I space, is so important, because not just this year, but the last couple of years have been huge. Yeah. And your mental health, your well-being, taking time out to just say it is. And by the way, there's no in my perception, there's nothing wrong with saying, do you know what, it is a bit too much. I'm going to take a bit of time. I'm going to move away from this. I don't feel ready to have that conversation right now. That's fine. You must look after yourself, because we need you people. We need each other to continue this journey. So it is important not to be too tough on yourself, because no one has all the answers in this space. But as long as you try, I think we can get there.
So it's never been more obvious why they despise masculinity so much, because what they're advocating for there, whether they realize it or not, is bullying the people you can bully into advocating for your position that you're bullying them into, and ignore the people you can't, because eventually, through collectivism, there will be enough people that you've bullied into doing things your way that the people you couldn't bully will be outnumbered and eventually leave on their own accord or be forced out. And honestly, masculinity is the trait of, nah, fuck you, right? Like, nah, that sounds gay. Get out of here.
What's funny is if they were on the opposite receiving end of this, they would all be up in arms.
There would be a collective reeing out the ass, right? So you know exactly who they are, she continued. And if you can't bring it, if you can't bring yourself to ignore them altogether because of your professional orientation, give it 30 days. Ignore them for 30 days. Don't take the bait. Don't send them the clip. Don't send them the newsletter. Don't send them the pitch deck. Just focus on the people who are willing to do the work. The new arrivals to the work. It's like literally they're saying like, look,
take advantage of the interns.
Literally what they're saying. I'm going to translate this for you. Look, I know that you want everybody at your company to bend over backwards and suck you off, but I'm sorry, honey, that's not going to happen. So focus on enjoying the blowjobs from the few people you can get to bend over backwards and suck you off at a whim. Like, effectively, that's what's being said here. You know, like, look, you have to understand you're not going to get everybody to bend over backwards for you. So just really enjoy the ones who will. Right. And then eventually everybody will, because all the people who wouldn't is like, there's a lot of gay shit going on here. Right. Like, and they'll leave under their own accord. Anyway, so just focus on the people who are willing to do the work, the new arrivals to the work, the new leaders who are preparing to be better allies, to be more vulnerable, to communicate better. So literally all of this is code for, bend over backwards and do what we want. Right? Like all of that is what that is, right? Whether they realize it or not. And I think many of them probably do realize that what they're doing, like all these people, all of these new, powerful Black women who got their roles after companies got afraid of offending Black people after the 2020 riots, that they got into these positions and see themselves as doing the work and putting in the work and finding the allies and all that shit, by just manifesting a position out of thin air. The new leaders who are preparing to better self, a better organization. Okay, we already heard that, so I'm gonna skip past it. 30 days, you can do it. Okay. Using Hogan's words as a jumping off point, Sadiq then added to his colleague's point, even beyond leaders, there's always those few people you'll never change. You'll never convince them. You can try up until the end of eternity, and it will still not happen. We waste so much energy doing that sometimes as individuals, whether you're in a leadership position or in a team and so on. To this end, Sadiq then called on companies to ignore any employees who might disagree with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and instead focus on the ones who want to change. Because that way, you start changing culture. And if you change culture, often those people who don't want to come around will start saying this place isn't the way it used to be, and they'll leave themselves, which is great. Once again, it's not so much that they'll say this place isn't the way it used to be and they'll leave themselves, which is great. It's so much that this place isn't profitable anymore. And I'm losing my job because you guys ran it into the ground by getting focused on the wrong metrics. The only metrics in business that matter is your profit. And the only way you make a profit is by focusing on the customer. And if you're going to be like, oh, diversity is so important, and we've got Dylan Mulvaney is going to be the face of Bud Light, it's like, fucking good luck, Drawing his thoughts on the topic to a close, Sadiq asserted, rather than focusing on those things you can't impact or change, focusing on those things you can impact and you can change is so important. Honestly, it's good advice. I'll give him that. Like, obviously, they're focusing in a ass backwards business killer way, but it is good advice not to worry about things you don't have any power to change and focus on the things you can, because otherwise you're going to spend a lot of effort making no progress, whereas you could make a lot of progress on the things you can affect. Even when you're trying to look at it, potentially, what sort of programs, things we're doing, I think it's a great opportunity to double down our efforts on things. to do an audit of what's worked, what hasn't worked, where do we put more effort into, where do we reduce effort. So don't necessarily see reducing or changing something as a negative. It can be a positive. It's how you create that mindset. Yeah. So anyway, like, I think we're gonna have like a lot more to say as we continue here. But yeah, you guys have any thoughts before I move on?
Not particularly.
Okay. Yes, Kotachi reference Dr. Jill Biden. Yeah, honorary doctorate and use. Yes, thank you.
I however, actually do have a PhD. Pretty huge dick.
You sure that's not honorary? That was pretty good. All right. So
it's on her already. That's for sure.
Oh, on her areola.
You made it worse.
Wow.
All right, so Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Hashira Training Arc TV anime reveals a May premiere in the new trailer. So you were telling me that the amount of chapters was
there's like only 9 chapters for this arc, which is the same amount of chapters as the rehabilitation arc that was in season 1, which only amounted to 5 episodes. And considering the first episode of this is a double length, there's probably only going to be like 4 episodes. Which could have easily just been like a movie or something.
Yeah. Continuing from here, Sandland TV anime version starts March 20th with 7-episode premiere. Is that nuts?
Apparently ANN has already seen like the first 6 because they already put out a review.
Let me tell you why it's not nuts. Sandland the series is going to feature the Angel Heroes arc sequel story written by Akira Toriyama. This will make it clear why they're able to just drop the first 7 episodes so easily. The upcoming Sandland the series has confirmed that in addition to recounting the full events of Akira Toriyama's obscure manga, it will also tell a direct sequel story conceived by the late series creator himself. The original manga adventure, as portrayed in last summer's Sandland movie... No, this didn't highlight. Okay, making up the first 6 episodes of the series, the Demon Prince arc will serve as a retelling of the original manga adventure as portrayed in last summer's Sandland movie. So it's literally going to be a recap of the film for the first 6 episodes. It says the series will consist of 13 episodes divided into 2 chapters. The Demon Prince and the Angel Hero, both named by Toriyama himself. Notably, the anime version of events will feature the addition of both previously unreleased footage as well as completely new scenes, meaning that it is literally the Mugen Train arc of Demon Slayer, where they took the movie, they cut it up, and added a couple of extra scenes, and that's the first 6 episodes, which is why they're able to drop the first 7 right away for its premiere, because they're literally just giving you the movie plus the first actual real episode 7, and then they'll finish it out to 13 that way. The Angel's Hero arc will tell a brand new sequel story set in the country of Forestland. So Sandland, Forestland. So that's the gist of it. I'm going to stop it here just so we can move on. But Whisper Me a Love Song anime. I don't know anything about the... Oh, yeah. Yuri. Enjoy your Yuri. There you go. Moving on just because of time. Villainous level 99. I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the Demon Lord. Reaches 1 million copies. Apparently, this shouldn't have gone in anime news. Whoops. Good job, me. Vampire Dormitory. We had talked about this previously, so this is just fucking... The world is so fucking weird. Oh, Mito, who has no family to rely on, lives on the streets disguised as a boy. Ruka, a vampire, saves her from a perilous situation and makes her an offer. Become his subservient thrall, from which he can feed whenever he wants, and she can live with him in the boys' dorm. Whoa! Because her very existence depends on her secret not being found out, every day is a new danger. To say nothing of that vampire. Meanwhile, Ruka, not knowing Mito's a girl, dotes on her night and day in an attempt to ripen her disgusting male blood. But when feelings develop, this dangerous romance between a cross-dressing girl and an obsessive vampire begins.
Sounds like it's right up Putnam's alley.
Right. I saw Crowder had put out a video today, or his channel had put out a video. I don't think he was even in the video. Titled "Does liking tomboys make you gay?" They were responding to some feminist who had like done some like statement about American women aren't even women, you're all gay or whatever kind of thing. But I don't know, it made me think of Footnote. All right, so Sakuna of Rice and Ruin anime announced. So previously we had covered this getting a manga. It's actually based on a game, right? Is that what we had learned?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's getting an anime. There you go. I don't know. I felt compelled to tell you. Moving on. The new Gate anime reveals a premiere date, new visual and cast.
I'm looking that window. That's a gate, right?
That's that vagina-shaped gate revealing the best of all worlds.
You're doing the Tien move?
Yeah. I'm going to blast them right off you, girl. All right. So, yeah, I couldn't help but notice she doesn't have the rogue hair in the boob image. I know. It's amazing I noticed anything but the window, right? And then she has it here, right? Also, Mission Yozakura Family TV anime reveals a second visual. So, rogue hair girl again, right? Like, this is the theme. This is Ants in a Bug's Life coming, right? Oh, she does have shorts on. She's got Daisy Dukes hiding underneath there. Anyway. Original anime Astronaut reveals premiere date trailer. Yeah, what's up with this? So this is the one we talked about with the weird like dog, the poodle, who's like eating a squid. Why is she wearing like a latex apron?
Yeah, right? It is a little shiny.
It's a bit shiny there, right? Like, all right. Anyway, Pumpkin Fingers manga resumes after 4 years. People are thinking like that didn't end with the anime. There's more. So it says here, they announced on March 6th that Pumpkin Scissors manga will return to serialization in the May issue on April 6th. The series entered a hiatus in March 2020, maybe because of COVID. I don't even know. There you go. Moving on. The Yuzu devs. So we talked about the Yuzu
Switch emulator.
Yeah, the Switch emulator that they settled in the lawsuit with Nintendo. Last podcast we covered that. Something we didn't talk about was that it seems they may have settled specifically to avoid Discovery, because if they had Discovery, they probably would have gotten access to their Discord DMs between each other, where they were obviously discussing, like making money off of illegal activity for Nintendo. So this allowed them to save face. It's like, we didn't realize people could do illegal things with our product, right?
So they were
good.
Yeah. So they were probably also talking about downloading the game themselves. Like even if they weren't talking about,
they talked about
other people to download the game.
Oh man, I totally forgot the name of it. What's the game that that those two girls are from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate are from? The red and bluish girl, like the girl with the red
Fantasy?
outfit.
Or not? Fire Emblem.
No. Why am I? It's escaping me.
Xenoblade.
Xenoblade. They talked about downloading that.
Yeah.
When we covered that last podcast.
So that was in public, but so they probably have more.
They probably have much more. Yeah.
Yeah, and also they apparently didn't want to let Nintendo know where they were getting the dumps of the games early, like where the leaks were coming from.
Yeah.
So
when I was in college, I went to art school, and I was learning, 3ds Max and Autodesk Maya and all that shit. And one of my classmates, so the way that they release the 3D programs is that whatever year it is, they name it the next year. So in 2008, Maya 2009 was released, right? Kind of stuff like that. And somebody in my class got access to the new version of 3ds Max before the street date, and he was giving it to people in the class, and the teacher, who was a really good dude, said, pulled him aside and said, "Hey man, I'm not gonna bust your chops or stop you, but you should be really careful with this. If you're going to give it away on the school servers or whatever, I don't really care. But you should know, if you get caught doing this, it's a felony to release this stuff before it's street date or something." So I don't know how true that is or whatever, but it's always stuck with me getting the stuff before the street date is legitimately considered this is a big fucking deal. There's massive charges can come.
I don't think there'd be a felony, but they definitely hit you harder civilly if you release something early.
Significantly harder, because it affects their sales and stuff and all that, to a degree that is just out the ass. Because a person who would have bought, who then is able to get it for free before the date they would have been able to get it because they were planning to buy it, is now, I already got it, now I'm not going to buy it. Versus somebody who was never going to buy it to begin with, who is going to get it illegally anyway, right? That person's a lost cause. But there are a good portion of the paying customers who's like, "Oh, well, I guess I could get it, early, so I'm going to upgrade now." So anyway, I don't know.
The other thing is, even if they did everything legally in terms of the how they released it, and they never downloaded any, let's say in a magical world they never downloaded anything illegally and all this stuff, the fact that they were updating the game or the emulator for the game before its release, specifically to optimize the emulator for the game, implies that they had the game early. So the only way around that would,
and to be honest,
which
there might be that might be part of the settlement, is that they're snitching on all those people. It's just that
it might be.
It might be part of the settlement that they're snitching, but that they're not going to get in more trouble. $2.4 million. There you go. We're free to go. We snitched on everybody. We're helping you take them down. We're not going to, have.
We're not doing this again.
So real quick, the Cool 2T says, question for AC. Actually, let me come back to this. I'm gonna wrap this into the next thing here. So the Yuzu devs settled in their lawsuit, and I just want to point out, GBC and GBA emulator devs are pulling their apps from distribution. So we talked about, Random 11 had a freaking amazing points being made last podcast about all the impact of Nintendo and the fact that they've never actually litigated any of this stuff. So there's the legality of ROMs is still or of emulators specifically is still sort of up in the air, because nobody knows for sure that it's illegal due to the fact that it's never actually been properly litigated.
Yeah. To clarify, I was saying that they haven't litigated the whole encryption side of things, where Nintendo's using encryption as a way of blocking themselves from allowing people to, hack their Switch and get the encryption key and block games from being run on the Switch.
downloaded games.
Mhm.
Because there's part of the DMCA that says you can't break encryption, right? So that's what they're relying on to say that the emulator, it wasn't legal. But emulators in themselves are legal. They went to court over this in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah.
There was an emulator called Bleem.
Yep,
It was
I
a
have it.
PlayStation emulator.
Yep.
It was also a paid emulator, which a lot of people don't understand this. You can sell an emulator.
Yeah.
It is
was.
legal to sell and make money off of an emulation.
I bet you I have the disc in the storage unit still, to be honest with
You
you.
obviously cannot sell ROMs. You shouldn't even
Mm-hmm.
be uploading and downloading ROMs. That's illegal. But you can sell and do the emulator.
Yeah, so that's a good point. That is a great point.
So just quickly, I want to make a point that people are saying, oh, they had a Patreon and they were taking money for their emulator. That doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
The only thing that matters in terms of like calculations is, okay, now Nintendo knows that they have a big money target that they can go after.
Mhm.
Like that's all that.
For example, it doesn't fucking matter. Like Nintendo would not even bother to pay their $100 or whatever, not even 100, like it's $600 or more per hour lawyer to even write the cease and desist. If you're not a target that is worth even coming after, you know?
Yeah.
The thing about Bleem though is that, as you said, just so we're clear, Bleem is an emulator that you play the actual disc with. It's not like like most emulators and ROMs, you're installing a program so that you can play games that are also downloaded digitally. And you probably could download ROMs and burn them onto a disc and play that with Bleem. But the way that Bleem was marketed, and I know this because I fucking own it. I never used it for anything. I thought about getting, I forget why. I think I bought it because I thought that I would be able to rip sprites from Mega Man X4. I think that's when it first came to PlayStation. But on the case for Bleem, it says, like, it has pictures on the back of like Gran Turismo on the PlayStation versus how it is with Bleem. And it's like, whoa, it's like the fidelity is improved. It's so much clearer. And, you know, they marketed it as it's even better than playing on a PlayStation. And honestly, it probably was. Loading time was faster on a computer because it was a better hardware, assuming you didn't have a shit computer. But yeah, so but the point is, what I was kind of making about is all the stuff we were sort of talking about last podcast is because it's up in the air, and now because like there's blood in the water, the other people are like, fuck it, nope, I'm out, 2.4 million, I can't do that, you know, like, so that's what we're kind of looking at here with the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance emulators.
Yeah.
Did you have more you want to say? I want to address that comment from Cool2T once we're done here.
Yeah, so obviously other emulation projects are going under. There was one that said that they were going to make it's an Android emulator. They were going to make their code public on a GitHub and then drop support for it. And yes, some of these people are probably trying to avoid any potential of a lawsuit because again, even if you are legally fully in the right, just getting sued, like you're spending thousands of dollars on a lawyer to try and defend yourself. So no one wants that. And that is going to save, like Nintendo is gaining by that situation by not having to, it's like this threat of the lawsuit is enough to stop people from emulating, right? And then
keep going. I'm going to step out for a second, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Something else I was going to say about the Yuzu devs is they paid $2.4 million to settle with Nintendo to avoid discovery. Well, not obviously, but that's a side effect of it. Even if they were doing everything legal, they might have some dirty, dirty DMs that they do not want Nintendo to see.
Absolutely.
And if you
that
were
2.4 million would go up even more.
yeah, like I'm not, I don't know. I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm just saying,
This is
like,
all
a
hypothetical.
situation could potentially happen where some developer makes something and has a Discord full of, I don't know, bondage stuff, right? Who knows?
Cheese pizza.
Maybe they have videos of themselves getting, bondaged, and they don't want that out. Cheese pizza is obviously the worst of it, the worst scenario. In the situation where discovery would happen, then they would have potentially to give Nintendo access to that, and obviously that might be worth $2.4 million to someone, even if they were legally in the right for the actual thing that they were getting sued over. So that's also something that you have to keep in mind. And
we pulled you over for speeding, but we're gonna get you for all this bag of cocaine in the front seat too.
Yeah, I did bring it up at last podcast, but also just a reminder that I personally want a new lawsuit to cement emulation as a right, having ROMs, getting the encryption key, getting around the DMCA so that you can play your ROMs on your computer. Because if I buy a game, I want to be able to play wherever the fuck I want, right? I want to play the Nintendo Switch emulator that lets me play Breath of the Wild in 4K, like solid 60 frames per second, with whatever mods the fuck I want. Like, Nintendo got their money. Don't stop me from doing what I want with the game I paid for, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's me personally. So that's why I'm biased in the fact that I want this lawsuit to go forward and then for Nintendo to lose. But there is a possibility that Nintendo would win because of some technicality that Yuzu did that put them in the wrong. And then that kind of fucks over emulation in total, because then everyone's saying, well, Yuzu lost. Even if Yuzu loses on some technicality, the shield is still there for Nintendo to say, hey, we won this thing. And now every other emulator has to then
basically
say, well,
cements the idea that emulation is bad, even though emulation technically wasn't what they got.
Yeah. So there was a risk legally in terms of precedent if they had went forward. So it's unfortunate, but
it is what it is.
I don't know. Yeah, can't do much about it.
Yeah. And it brings up the idea that ripping your own discs, even like your own, like ripping movies, is kind of quote unquote frowned upon as a thought crime of piracy, even though you wouldn't do anything. Like, I rip stuff just because like anime has the locked subtitle thing. Ripping it allows me to get around the locked subtitles, so I can have the subtitles on with the English stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because it gives me the MKV files that I can toggle on all the different subs I want with the different audio. But like, what I use, the program I use is like free technically. I mean, but you can buy it. But like PayPal, you can't pay for it through PayPal, because PayPal is just thinking is the whole, ripping is a thought crime. Paying for a program to help you rip your media is piracy. So like they can't take PayPal for it. So, and they specifically address it on the website. Like, yeah, we can't use PayPal because PayPal thinks you shouldn't be able to do whatever you want with your own media. Like you brought up, you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with the game you bought. You paid for it. You had the receipt. You bought it. You should be able to do whatever you want. It's yours, right?
Yeah. Brad brought up that. Two things. Brad brought up that Bleem used actual discs instead of the ROMs. I don't know how much of that matters in an age where like you're buying digital games. So now for me to back up my game, I have to back it up digitally. There is no disc to play it off of. So the DMCA should allow for me to be able to hack my Switch and dump those digital games onto my computer, because in terms of ripping Blu-rays, it already allows you to break the encryption on DVDs and Blu-rays in order to rip your DVDs. Like that is perfectly legal for you to do as a personal person, like personally to do that. But you obviously can't set up, you can't upload that. And then I also believe that you can't set up a business to do it. So you can't do it for other people. But if you do it yourself, that's fine.
Yeah. Are you eating my puffs again?
Mm-hmm. As soon as appropriate. So, did you guys read these?
No. You said you wanted to go over them. So.
Well, I wanted to go over the one about 3ds Max and whatnot. But Magic sent agents to a guy's house for having cards early, but he was sent it early by them on accident. I would just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't.
They sent the Pinkertons.
Did we get any mail from Matt? I don't know. I haven't had mail in weeks, man. Like,
yeah, they didn't just send anyone over. They sent the Pinkertons, which is like a Western like era group of cowboy fucking people to go like basically strong arm the guy into giving the cards
Repo
back.
Cards.
Like, how did they know?
Like,
because they knew what was in the package that got sent, and then like found out like an hour. Like, shit, that should have gone out. Or did he post on social media or something that he had all these cards?
I think he was posting online. Yeah. But
so he dug his own grave on that one. Then.
Well, like legally, he was in the clear 100%. He bought something, and
it was a
they
what do
gave
you
it to
call
him.
it? It was a it was like they were not what's the other? It's not gaslighting. It was like a stare down, right? Like they intimidated. They intimidated it.
Yeah, 100% intimidated.
Yeah. And then,
like you know that he was not in the wrong when after they took back the cards, they gave him a bunch of stuff as like settlement for the fact that they took his cards.
We're gonna address.
Did they give them back to him after the release date?
No.
I don't
doubt it.
Exactly.
We're gonna address this later, but in reference to the you can't release stuff before release day kind of thing. Cool TT says Stellar Blade's demo was released early and channels got strikes, meaning like you're not allowed to fucking say that. So wait, I don't give you permission.
It makes me wonder, like how Right Stuff and Robert's Anime Corner Store and get away with sending out stuff before release date.
I think
that's the thing with the Magic cards. Like, if you buy a video game, and I was gonna say this about Yuzu too, and then I got interrupted, but if Yuzu got a copy of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom early, legally, by purchasing it on Best Buy, and Best Buy just happens to send it early to them, that's perfectly fine for them to do. They are not in the wrong. That's on Best Buy. Best Buy is not even legally in the wrong on that. Yeah, they might be under a contract violation with Nintendo, but that's it. They're not going to like get criminally charged. And so, if that were to have happened, and then they optimized the emulator for the game based off of what they received in the mail and purchased legally, then again that would be legally, in theory, fine. Again, not lawyer. I should have said that earlier, but but they would have had to have the receipts. Show us the receipts that you got this, that you paid for this legally, that you happen to get it early, and odds on end, they didn't. They just downloaded it.
Mm-hmm.
And I bought. I'm just spoiling, but I bought the Suzume Steelbook from Walmart, and and when I ordered it, it said it would be here on this coming Friday.
Mhm.
You know, but it showed up at yesterday, and today, Tuesday, is the release date.
So I think that the anime physical media market is unique compared to regular physical media, to the point where there's like it's a feature, not a bug, that Right Stuff would release things early.
Yeah.
So the reason in other markets like video games they harp on it so badly is they don't want spoilers. They don't want games to get spoiled before they even come out, right?
Yeah.
With
With anime, since it's already been released outside of the world.
like people have
and
already
other
seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just part of it, right? Why they don't want that. Like, because when I was younger, one of my roommates, he worked for a place that we have out here called Gameplay. And it was basically like just an off-brand GameStop. But the owner of the store would release games early, right? He would give them to you early because they physically had them. So he would sell them before the day they came out. And companies that do that, like when the distributor realizes that the company is doing that, or that a company is doing that, they fuck over all the indie game stores, because the company will start to not ship games to
Early.
indie game stores early, so they have them in stock when it comes time, and instead they only go to Walmart or Target.
That
or
actually, not just indie people. That happened here. Amazon was releasing stuff early by accident a few times for Nintendo games specifically.
Mhm.
People were getting like only a couple days early, not like weeks early, like what happened with Tears of the Kingdom. But anyway, and Nintendo decided to stop shipping them stuff, so they wouldn't get their shipment until the release
so
date.
that's why you can't buy Discotech products off Amazon. It's because Right Stuff released them early.
It makes sense now that I think about it, because like when I pre-ordered Hogwarts Legacy for Switch, I didn't get it for almost like a week or after release date.
I mean,
like it never shipped out. It didn't ship out until after the release date.
Yeah, in my experience, I think they're okay with it now. But if for a while there, 5 years ago now, if you ordered a Nintendo game and it was released on Friday or Sunday, because that's when they release those games, you would not get it until like Thursday the next week, because Nintendo was slow rolling them.
Yeah, and they have specific days. Like DVDs always used to come out on Tuesdays. And I think video games always used to come out on, was it Friday for video games? I forget. But like it had to do with the truck routes, right? And how long they needed to stock them and stuff. But anyway, Kotiti says, can you sell your own ROM for a third-party Switch game you've made? If it's your third-party Switch game, I don't see there's a problem with it.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be licensed, and so that would be.
I mean, you might
problem.
as well just sell it as an executable file that is it's like the PC version of the game.
Yeah,
whatever,
Doesn't limit it to being on the Switch.
Marcel Mark says, got baited by Futa in the title. Why y'all talking about PS emulators? Yeah, so the title is a direct quote from our watch club, My Senpai is Annoying, where the main character's name is Futaba. They refer to her as Futa. Keep saying you want to mod Nintendo games, and they're going to make them online service only. Oh.
That is a risk. Everything just goes through a online portal.
I want to know what this is in reference to. They spined a 9-0 court decision into a 5-4 decision.
Spin.
Okay. any technical loss by Yuzu. Oh, they'd make any technical
So-
loss.
So,
So this is a reference. This is a reference to Trump getting put back on the ballots.
Yes.
Because the Supreme Court in a 9-0 decision said no, you cannot take him off the ballots, and they claimed that it was like a 5-4 decision, even though it was literally unanimous, right?
Yeah.
They said like,
It's
oh,
because-
the Republicans, Trump appointees. I was like, fucking all of them said no to your stupid plan, right? Like,
Yeah.
Anyway,
It was 9-0, but then the 5 of them said, here's our opinion. And then 4 of them said, well, I think that opinion goes a little bit too far. We still agree in total, but we don't think that you need to go that far in making new law, essentially. And so then, MSNBC, who's been crying for the last week now, basically said
I think I might be allergic
it was
to
a
whatever
5-4.
this is. I noticed in the bathroom, like, my face is very red. Like, I got like a nice deep groove in my head right here too.
I also have a groove on my head. See it?
The entire face.
You're grooving.
You're all black and blue. You're black and blue all over, bud. Did you get hit
I'm
by
gonna go
a
back.
truck?
I'm gonna go back to the. Never mind. I can
Non-Super
only reach,
Saiyan.
I can only reach the gay hat.
Oh no!
This is gonna make thumbnails.
I was gonna say turn.
He's gonna make thumbnails great again. Put it back on.
Turn your RGB light on to blue so that
Yeah.
it balances out your redness.
My redness, yeah. All right, I found the Goku non-Super Saiyan hair. I'll put it back on. Where the fuck is the front? All right. All right. So anyway, what's the next comment here? Walmart and Target do have people who put things on shelves early. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the point is that they're gonna not trust the smaller entities with less to lose, I guess, over the big, whatever shops.
The big box stores.
Anyway, they're okay with streamers playing their games 3 days before release now, and even sponsoring them to do it so the game gets some hype before official release. Yeah, but a paid sponsorship where they gave them the stream key or whatever, the stream, what do you call that?
That comes with
digital
rules.
code?
Don't go too far. Don't stray from the path.
Yeah.
Oh, they spray
It was-
those wigs with anti-mold and bug spray. I hope it's double washed. It's not.
Yeah.
And it probably came from China. So
Oh boy.
There was also the case of I don't know what company, but that streamer that was streaming what was it called? The time travel anime.
Steins Gate?
Oh, Steins Gate.
Steins Gate. Yeah. They were streaming Steins Gate and they weren't even streaming it early. They just streamed the whole game and then they got arrested and sent to jail.
Like 10 years after it came out. After
Yeah,
the anime spoiled it all.
Japan has such a
Well, I think that no, it was the game, and I think the
Yeah.
game had just recently come out. Not
Well, it was it was like the re-release of the game or whatever. I think it was a commemorative edition with.
was
So,
it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I want to address this now. If we're good to move on.
Yep.
Okay, so the Kulta T asks, question for AC: what's the difference between 3ds Max and Maya? Never understood the point of having both. So here's the difference. 3ds Max was developed by Autodesk. Maya was created by Alias Wavefront. And there's a third company that produced a program called Soft Image. And basically, they're originally they were 3 different programs being developed by 3 different companies. And they all had things that they did that the other programs didn't do as well. So, for example, 3ds Max has modifiers that are really powerful where you can apply an effect to your geometry that you can turn on and off, like smooth, right? And the way that it works in 3ds Max is like really efficient, whereas it technically also works in Maya, but I'm not sure how to like describe it necessarily, but basically like imagine working in Photoshop and you've got your multiple layers, and they're freeform. Like you could do whatever you want. You can turn them on and off. But let's say that in Maya, you have the same capabilities, but there's strings attached, like almost like imagine that you're putting tape down to hold your layer down. And if you want to remove the layer or pull it off, there's a chance you're going to damage something with the tape as you pull it back off. Kind of like, so like 3ds Max is super good at it. Maya's not so good at it. But Maya, its claim to fame, the reason why it was used so much is because it had Maya's embedded language or MEL scripting, which allowed you to basically take this robust program and write your own tools for it in a language that was relatively learnable for people, right? And then they implemented Python, and then if you could code in Python, you could code in Maya, right? So those were the selling points of the two different ones, right? And then Softimage was just its own beast. It was completely unrelated. And I have a distinct memory of being in college where I guess the people from Softimage came to our school and did a demo. And I think they may have given the program away for free to anybody who came. Because when I went to fucking class that day, that shit was empty. Literally, there was maybe 2 other people in what was normally a full class. And we're like, is there a fire drill happening? Like, what is going on here? It was probably the first instance of FOMO that I remember having. Like, legitimately, like, what am I missing out on right now? You know? So Softimage got bought by Autodesk. Maya also got bought by Autodesk. So now, instead of 3 separate programs, you have one company that owns all of them. Now, what they ended up doing with Softimage, I think they released Autodesk Softimage once, like for 1 year, and then the following year they gutted it. They took all of these really good features away. By the way, I think Metal Gear Solid 4, I think, was built in Softimage. They took all the features that they liked out of it and basically just took them and implemented them into Maya and 3ds Max. And slowly over time, 3ds Max and Maya have had features from either that are being integrated into each other, so that you don't technically have to have both. But I think the reason why they still do have both is because 3ds Max is extremely game friendly. It's effectively the program used in games. It's also really good for architectural visualization, because again, these modifiers are so fucking powerful that, for example, you can have a spline. This is how I used to do it when I worked in ArcViz, where you'd have a spline that represented the blueprints of a building, and you could take that spline and use a modifier to extrude it, and you could extrude it to a specific length, like 8 feet tall, right? And that would be your walls, right? And then if you wanted to, you could adjust the spline and move walls around, and it would move the entire wall rather than just the spline, because that's how the modifier worked, right? So there are definite valuable uses of 3ds Max. Maya is more widely used in movies rather than 3ds Max because of the ability to program your own custom tools and procedurally generated things and all that sort of stuff. So eventually 3ds Maya should just take over both. That was the joke in school, that eventually they should just merge them together, and then I don't have to buy both for $3,000 a piece. And that, so far as I know, still hasn't happened. And now it's a subscription rather than paying once and keeping it. Like when my friend worked at Futurama, they were using like Maya 8, right? Like this is still alias Wavefront Maya before it even got bought by Autodesk. And they never upgraded because that's the one that worked. Like it worked for them. It worked. So they built all their tools for that version and they never upgraded. All the stuff was coded in Maya's embedded language to work in Maya 8. And there's no reason we need to upgrade, because as soon as we do, all the tools we wrote are going to break, or there's a potential that they would, right? So anyway, that's not a great explanation, but that's basically what you're asking. Like, what's the difference? Why are there two? That's why. To this day, 3ds Max still does modifiers and things better than Maya. And Maya does other things better than 3ds Max. All right. Let's yeah. Also, I thought Soft Homage was discontinued. Yep. Yeah, it was. I'm sorry to hear that you had to be taught it. I've never even touched it. Only thing I know of it is that it was used for Metal Gear Solid 4 and that the tools from it got migrated over to the other ones. Anyway, let's go back to screen sharing. I'm glad I got a little pick me up there with that cereal. All right.
I'm thinking about going and grabbing one myself.
So Overwatch 2 and Cowboy Bebop had a collaboration. And if you look at it and think, that's not Spike. Oh, that's not Faye. That's not Jet, right? You're going to hate it. But if you
that's
look,
always the case.
If you look,
that's always the case though with these games.
If you look at it and say like, oh, that's McCree or whatever they call him now because reasons, it's a lot more tolerable. It's actually pretty decent, like in terms of the animation.
I hear it's actually like from what I vaguely heard, it was actually like helping them out somewhat. Like people were
I just mean in
playing.
terms of the trailer thing. It's like it's very well animated.
Like the traction.
Like I said,
nobody
that's
was
definitely
playing.
not
That's
Jet.
terrifying.
Yeah.
That is terrifying.
And then Ed, again, it's like
Hot Ed. I didn't
and then this is based off of Faye's ship.
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah, you look at that and you're like, oh, I don't like that, right?
Yeah,
but,
I don't like that though.
But what's the character that this is? Sombra?
Sombra.
Yeah, so this is the character that it's taking the skin of Ed or whatever. That's part of her design. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I understand. I don't like to see Ed portrayed this way. But if I'm looking at a person dressing up as Ed who isn't Ed, and that's how they normally look, then I totally get it. Oh, nice. $2 super chat. I earned it. Cool, man. Thank you for that. Then we've got Ein. I don't know. I don't play Overwatch, so I don't fucking know. But
Hamster guy.
What the hamster guy is, or like what the names of all
Wrecking
the
Ball. Wrecking Ball.
Honestly, the fake cosplay is pretty good.
You get in the corner with Random 11 and Friday. Anyway, this is animation's really good. Like for what it is, it catches the aesthetic of the color scheme too really well. I feel like I don't know. They did a really good job mimicking the style. It's like it's clearly not like it was animated in the same time, but it does a pretty decent homage. And I gotta be honest.
Yeah, just wait till they show off the actual models.
Yeah, probably can't wait for that podcast. It's gonna look like shit.
Remember the Evangelion? I think it was PUBG.
Even worse was the fucking Aerith, the Aerith PUBG or whatever with the hideous face or Fortnite or whatever it was. The one of Final Fantasy where they had Aerith.
Yeah, that was bad. But sorry, the melancholy of whatever.
Haruhi Suzumiya. Yeah, that one was pretty bad.
That one was terrible. Oh.
So several WayForward game prototypes and source code surfaced online following a data leak. So large swaths of data from the developer has surfaced online, reportedly from a discarded hard drive. This includes prototypes and source code for many of WayForward's games, including from the Shantae series. So Adventure Time games, DuckTales, Dragon Ball GT Transformation, Dragon Ball Z Boo's Fury, Shantae over and over and over again. So anyway, I just thought that that was interesting. Don't discard your hard drives. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Did you learn nothing from Hunter Biden?
It's cool as a consumer to be able to get the source code, but I'm sure they're not happy about it.
Oh no, I bet they're fucking livid. All right, Order Us players turn out to support the game banned from Steam. So you'll remember we previously talked about this. Steam banned the game because this character is flat-chested. Honestly, I didn't share other articles, but doesn't look flat-chested. Petite, yes, but not flat-chested. Not. It's to a degree where you're like, yeah, it's a normal petite body type. Mashante, more like Sean Bay. The Way Forward Adventure Time game is delisted anyway. Well, go for it. So they said that we previously reported on the games. This is Niche Gamer banned from Steam, despite featuring characters over the age of 18. Steam decided to ban the product. So thanks to itch.io, Argent, the makers of it, has been able to sell their game in spite of Steam's market dominance. The crazy support we've been getting has been so amazing. I'll just remind you that this game got banned off of Steam like 3 days before its release date. Like they were all ready to go, and then rug pulled out from under them. Crazy to see some people buying multiple copies or leaving tips on itch. Thank you so much. Currently working on a patch to fix some typos and little bugs. As hilarious as it is, it's time to give the Steam logo the boot. So originally it had that there. Now they've gotten rid of it. The ban was especially confusing as Steam regularly features games such as Sex with Hitler on the front page for users and able to see adult content. Order Us is available on itch.io as well as Jast USA and Kagura Games. All right.
I don't think it's going to stay on itch if Steam's issue with it was justified.
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
Once you get it from itch, could you play it without it if it got removed from itch?
Yeah, I think so.
Then it doesn't.
I mean, as far as I know, itch is just a download service. So
yeah.
And
Jast
the app you can play without.
There's no reason why Jast would pull it down. I think it's funny that Jast is putting it up instead of J-List though, like because Jast is the non-lewd right version of the J-List. Anyway, let's get into this rabbit hole of Sweet Baby Inc. So just as a quick recap, Sweet Baby Inc. is a consultative service for diversity, equity, inclusion. Basically, they have a bunch of clients here, right? From Square Enix, all sorts of different things. We talked about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which I'm really glad that I pushed to get that into the show, even though I didn't really want to talk about it because it has proven very fruitful. And you know, there's a what do you call it? Steam. That's what. So Cabrutus Rambo, a Brazilian guy or a guy in Brazil, made a, what do you call it? A collection. Yeah, it's a Steam collection. That's literally, it's called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, and it is literally just a list of games that they worked on that are on Steam.
It's following. Yeah, it was following the previous lists that have come out called like De Nouveau Detected, because people wanted a way to find all the games that have the DRM De Nouveau in them because they don't like that. So he was copying that in making his list.
Very simple, not pointering. It doesn't really say like, you know, boycott these games and like the description or anything. It does say not recommended for all the games, but I speculated last podcast that you maybe don't actually get to, like, you're forced to say something, you know, maybe you don't actually get to say like neutral on it. So they all say do not recommend, but it's like, who fucking cares? One person's opinion. Apparently the Sweet Baby Inc. Company people cared because they lost their shit. They encouraged their followers on Twitter to harass the creator and like flag the content on his Steam collection group to try to get it banned and all this shit. Like, it's just been a goddamn disaster. We covered it last podcast. So this is the Sweet Baby Ink Detected group. And I think we can move on from here. So Cabrutus Rambo, the guy who created it, the Brazilian guy who created the group, he detailed that Sweet Baby Ink Detected had been brigading. They've been getting people to brigade the group collection with reports, meaning like not take down. What do you call it? Like they've been they're reporting it, right? They've been reporting it to get it taken down. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I believe that there is a so there's the list, and then as part of the collection, there's also like a forum style section where other people can talk. So I think that's where the reports were going.
So
Reporting people
a strategy that
there.
that these types of woke
I could be wrong
ideologically
about
driven
that.
groups were I don't know, but a way that they like to operate is that they will sneak into like a Discord server and they will make outrageous straw man level like hate content. Like they'll like, remember we looked at the Jewish rabbi who walked up to the dumpster and spray painted the swastika on the ground and got up and walked away, right? So basically they're gonna do that. Like they're gonna create shit like that, and then they'll do that with like a dummy account, and then they'll take their main account, they'll take a screenshot of it, and they'll write an article about it, the hateful conduct that's allowed in their server, and they'll use it to also try to get the entire server banned and just like removed from Discord, right? By literally going in there and creating the problem so that they can create a stink about it and get it removed, right?
Yeah.
So
I think
possibly,
Zoe Quinn even did that.
Mm.
Didn't she like post something saying like, oh, the developers like she's not good or something, and then she posted a screenshot and it had her like sign in still as the developer of the game tagged on the post.
Yeah, not too bright. And again, this is, I'll just always say, not this is going to seem like it's coming out of left field for people who haven't been here following all this stuff, but if you have been claiming to be getting death threats and rape threats and all that shit for years and years and years, and then you finally produce one and it's immediately found to have been made by your own account, I don't believe you got a single one, because you had to make one in order to back up your claims, right?
Mhm.
So anyway, this is Cabrutus's talking about them brigading his stuff.
I have received a warning on Steam that if I don't take actions on resolving the report, the group could be taken down. So I mean, I have all my moderators staff looking into it right now. What do I need to do? I need to resolve the reports, every single one of them. There are more than 1,000 of them. So yeah, all my moderators are working on them right now. Problem is, Steam is kind of bugging, so there are some reports that they are solving that they cannot delete.
Sorry, just in case it wasn't clear what he's saying, he has to respond to, it's like a copyright claim, right? In order to get it removed when it's frivolous, you have to still respond to it, right? And so if you get a 10,000, it's like, I might never get through them all. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's what he's dealing with. But what ended up happening is, it is with great pride that I say, based Valve. Thank you, Valve Software, for respecting your players' freedom of choice. And also thank you, Lord Gabe, for building such an amazing platform for us. We are here to stay. So this is what they sent to him.
I just want to point out that this is from a customer service rep. We have no clue what this ticket was actually in reference to.
Mhm.
We're just making some assumptions based off of the context.
So it says here, hi, no worries. We'll be glad to assist you. Because we have provided all the information we have for your issue, I'm closing this help request. If you have any unrelated issue, please open a new help request and we'll be able to help Steam support, right? So effectively, I guess seems like he managed to get all of the stuff, resolved by just going to them and saying like, hey, we're getting brigaded. It's obvious. You should know. Like, I'm sure that this is on like they probably have meetings at Steam about some major stuff like this happening and being like so everybody's aware that this is what this is and why it exists or whatever, and the controversy surrounding it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so
just quickly, while I have no reason to disbelieve him, and I assume that based off the context that is what the customer service ticket was about, was the thousands of things, and maybe even him saying like, oh, I'm worried that my group's gonna get taken down, and they were like, oh, don't worry, we're good. Just keep in mind that it's also possible that he just said, hey, your website's broken, I can't submit these reports, and then they said, okay, well, it's fixed now, your ticket's closed, and then he's out there saying, oh, it's great. Just keep that in mind. We only know
it's clearly still up. So
currently, it seems like the brigading has been at least paused, right? In terms of like the chances of this getting taken down. I'd also like to point out that it currently has over 250,000 people following it and supporting, the group or whatever. So
cool.
I think it's only going to go up from here, Now let's take a look here. So Kotaku wrote an article titled "Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does." Now, Kotaku can die in a fire, but I got to give credit to their art team here because this is a bitchin' piece of work they put together here, right? Avoid Spider-Man, right? Woke, censored, Alan Wake, right? So, courtesy of Random 11, I will only be reading the highlighted bits. So the conversation around Sweet Baby Inc. has ignited a fundamentally misinformed, Gamergate-esque firestorm. Its employees have faced rampant harassment as a direct result. Industry figures have had to deny allegations that Sweet Baby Inc. comes in and completely changes their games. I spoke with several employees of Sweet Baby Inc. to learn what the company actually does and how the misunderstandings of its role in the industry highlights a far broader problem. The games industry has had its fair share of struggles lately. The games industry has had its fair share of struggles lately, from massive layoffs to widely expensive games like Suicide Squad falling short of expectations. According to the loudest members of the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord, the company is directly responsible for those failures. So that's a good point. Maybe the Steam doesn't have like the forum like thing, but the Sweet Baby Inc. detected group has an associated Discord. So all the stuff I was saying before actually applies even more in that regard, because that is a direct thing that they tend to do with Discords. The company is directly responsible for those failures, not the studios that employed them in the first place, because of the content Sweet Baby allegedly forces into the games. So this is like just right off the bat. This is written like any number of fact-checking articles where the fact check specifically is to take an outlandish version of the claim, that is like one step too far in terms of the statement, so that they can fact check that one extra word that's added. So they can say that's not true. It's like everything else is actually true, but that one part about how it's their Sweet Baby Inc. is forcing it into the game is not true. They willingly let them come in. Although we're going to look at some stuff that might.
It's funny you say that, because like fact check websites as well, who say like, oh, there was no corruption or whatever, like blanket conclusion based off of one person that they called that said, yeah, that didn't happen. Yeah. They don't do any actual, looking into stuff. They don't push back at all. They just get one person that confirms their idea, and then it's done.
It's not like we didn't do any research to the actual gaming. We didn't play any of the games to find out. We just talked to people who worked on the games, and they said, yeah, nah.
And they're not obligated to tell the truth to us whatsoever.
Right. And it hurts their game sales if they admit that this shit was changed, or, like any of the rumors are true. Kind of, like obviously they're incentivized to say, no, of course not.
Company's doing all bad stuff. We called company. They said they don't.
Company says
False.
they don't do bad stuff. Yeah. So, is it? Should we address this tweet now, or should I wait till later?
Yeah, you can go do that now.
I'm gonna
because we're gonna jump like 2 tabs over to do all of the stuff for it. So we're gonna just do this now. Cool. I'm gonna do it now. All right. So there's a tweet. I've got it right here. Hidden Machine says the prevailing theory is that if it weren't Sweet Baby, Saga Anderson, which is a character from Alan Wake 2, Saga Anderson would have been portrayed by a white woman. Is that true? Well, it's impossible to say, but does it matter? Melanie Lippert did a great job in the role. Kyle Rowley, game director of Alan Wake 2 at Remedy Games, said it's absolutely not true. She wasn't going to be white, even if Sweet Baby Inc. wasn't involved, right? So what do we got here? Why Remedy Entertainment went all in on Saga Anderson in Alan Wake 2. An in-depth interview with Alan Wake 2 creative director Sam Lake and game director Kyle Rowley about designing the studio's first black protagonist. By the way, just a reminder, Sam Lake and the team that they developed Max Payne all it with, they're in Finland. It is a Finnish game studio. Finding Saga Anderson. For creating Saga Anderson, the developers at Remedy took a different approach compared to the process behind other hero characters, resulting in a more organic, creative collaboration across different disciplines at Remedy Entertainment and outside parties. Along with working with story and narrative consultant Kim Belair of Sweet Baby Inc. to refine the character voice and story arc, the key creatives of Alan Wake 2 also worked extensively with the actress playing Saga Anderson, Melanie Lippert, who offered suggestions and other insights that led to the Saga Anderson scene in the final game. Quote, I think that it took us a long time to find Saga, said Rowley on the character. Quote, it was an interesting process. We had an idea in our head on what the character should be, but then, as the character evolves over time, being open to changing her based on input from the actors and from external sources really opened things up for us. Just one more time for those in the back. We had an idea in our head on what the character could be, but then as the character evolves over time, being open to changing her based on external sources, I think that it's important for us as a studio to be okay with, because we don't do it very often for our characters, this idea of how to create a new hero character. So it is kind of a big moment for us. And it was definitely interesting for me going through that process. When it came to making Saga Anderson, it was about ensuring that one of the leads, a person of color who is core to the story, had a clear role that complements Alan's side, but also works independently as its own experience. So yeah, definitely absolutely not true, right? We didn't have a different direction to go with it that was then influenced by Kim Belair of Sweet Baby Inc. Even games that are widely considered to be successes are not safe from these conspiracy theories. Alan Wake 2 game director Kyle Rowley took to Twitter on March 3rd to dispel rumors that Sweet Baby was the reason protagonist Saga Anderson was black, a rumor first traced back to the aforementioned October 2023 Kiwi Farms first. It's absolutely not true, Rowley wrote, but Rowley's concise statement and similar ones made by other industry members have not silenced the conspiracy theorists. On March 5th, I managed to spend an hour or so in the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Discord before I was booted from the space, likely because I identified myself as a Kotaku journalist. In it, members shared posts referencing Feminist Frequency founder Anita Sarkeesian, Marcus Aurelius quotes, and pictures of idealized female bodies in the games. You don't understand. It was a barren wasteland of toxic masculinity where they talked about the fall of Rome, right? Like,
what was the word she used? She infiltrated the Discord.
Yeah,
it's a public Discord.
Yeah.
It's not like it's hard to get into.
I managed to spend an hour or so before I was booted, likely because I identified myself as a Kotaku journalist. Like, everybody listen up. Kotaku is here. Hands in the air. All right. Sweet Baby Inc. isn't forcing diversity. It's happening naturally. Though these kinds of social media posts argue that companies like Sweet Baby Inc. somehow force game studios to include diverse characters and storylines. So once again, I just want to point, I want to rewind a little bit and remind everybody our statement on this last podcast is that nobody is saying that it's forced. Nobody here. You are greatly incentivized to hire people like Sweet Baby Inc. because by hiring them, that's the easiest way to check the box that gets you the ESG grant so that even when your game tanks, you still come out profitable. That's the fucking point. Nobody is forced. It's incentivized through government grant.
Yeah, that's like the vaccine where people are saying,
nobody
"Oh, well,
was
we're not
forced.
forcing you to take it."
We only threatened
Okay.
your entire livelihood if you didn't do it.
Yeah.
So it says here, these are the kind of social media posts that argue that companies like Sweet Baby Inc. somehow force game studios to include diverse characters and storylines. The reality is vastly different.
Hold on, pause. We need a drinking game
many,
here.
many years. Put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. Because they...
What?
Yeah. Not
sounds
forced.
That sounds like coercion to me.
Yeah, you terrify them with they're not going to get money because of this bullshit.
Wow.
Hire us, or there'll be consequences.
Yeah.
Twitter will be mad.
I can't believe that. Whoa, what an underhanded thing for her to outright admit at Game Developers Conference. What the fuck? Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative design company. I love this. Is like these kinds of social media posts argue that companies like Sweet Baby Inc. somehow force game studios to include diverse characters and storylines. The reality is vastly different. Actually, Sweet Baby Inc. comes in and says, no, there's too many black characters and lesbians and people without limbs, right? You need to tone it down. What are you doing? It's too diverse, right? The reality is vastly different. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative design company, meaning most of its work is focused on writing stories and dialogue. They are not a DEI consultancy firm. That means...
we got another one.
To imagine that as consumers of a lot of different products, they also want to experience new and different stories. And I think we need to step out of this rule that all white men lack imagination to the point that they can understand and enjoy aliens or monsters, high fantasy, dwarves, anything, so long as it's through a lens that looks like them. Because ultimately, if that's the kind of person that you decide you're going to work for, that's the kind of person you're going to design for, you're never going to innovate your work. And ultimately, we cannot create under a system that bars innovation for fear of a picky baby tantrum.
I don't know. That kind of sounds like a diversity and inclusion seminar that she's given there.
And it also sounds like you're having a picky baby tantrum yourself there.
She is like the CEO of a company called Sweet Baby Inc. So
Also, I wasn't gonna say anything about it last podcast, but like the swirl on the lollipop, not giving me good vibes. There's another icon out there that uses a swirl, and then along with the baby in the name, I don't know. Maybe it might be my tinfoil hat's connecting some dots. Yeah, I mean, put Charlie Day up there.
I was waiting for a moment to say Sweet Baby Inc., more like Cry Baby Inc.
Okay. Just a reminder in case you weren't remembering it. Okay. They are not a DEI consultancy firm. That means they ensure a game's plot points make logical sense and are satisfying to players. That's their job? That's their job, to make sure that I'm enjoying myself while playing Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League? Like, they get paid to do that? Because, I mean...
Somebody's getting robbed.
I feel like it's a grift. And that characters speak and behave in consistent ways. Yeah, like simping for Wonder Woman? That's consistent.
Oh, and like that, what was it? Death Shot?
Death
like
Shot,
talking
yeah.
like
Talking about the Flash.
Talking like a millennial girl. Like, that's not how Death Shot would talk.
Was that the one where he was talking about the Flash and he said something like it was being dictated, and he said like they think they're better than me, anybody, like better than me.
I forget
like,
what he said. I just remember when you
was
read it, it was like
Captain Boomerang or whatever the fuck.
If it was talking about Flash, it was probably Captain Boomerang.
Yeah.
The
so
one
it was probably
was...
the Jon Stewart one then, when he was talking about him being like the white picket fence goody two shoes cop, space cop or whatever.
No, he was talking about Gotham City. I don't remember the rest of it. I just remember that the tone was like, that's not how Deathshot should be talking.
Anyway, so that means ensure the game makes sense, satisfying players can speak and behave in consistent ways. Narrative designers may also provide a final round of polish, like a Hollywood script doctor. For example, the team worked on Suicide Squad long after the story was written, and even then they joined just to write in-game ads, audio logs, and NPC barks. CEO Kim Belair tells me over the video call. She continues, quote, Sweet Baby is, at its core, a narrative development company. That means anything from script writing to narrative design to narrative direction to story reviews. One of the things that we do offer is cultural consultations or authenticity consultations. For us, that generally means that we might be asked to look at a story if there's a character in it who is marginalized in a certain way, and the studio wants us to connect them with the consultant who can bring a little bit of authenticity. But the perspective is never that we're coming in and injecting diversity. For the most part, it's the reverse. It's that the company has created a character that they want to make, and they want to make that character more representative and more interesting.
That's not the reverse. The reverse would be you getting hired and you telling them, stop putting all these black people in the game.
Right. Sweet Baby co-founder David Bedard adds that, contrary to popular belief, the people making these games want to make the experience better for all players, and that more diversity and representation is a byproduct of that. Detractors would rather believe that there's a shadowy cabal of people forcing them to put that stuff in. They would rather believe a make-believe fairy tale than accept that, he says. Making something more representative and more joyful for a marginalized person in a video game is not a zero-sum game. It doesn't make anything worse for the male character in the game, for the white character in the game. So again, at the end of the day, like, I don't fucking care that you want to try to dance around and tiptoe and pretend that everybody's saying it's forced or any of this shit. And I'll be honest, I think a lot of people probably are. Like, probably are saying this, right? They probably are using more hyperbolic language. Now, as I've always said, the Dunning-Kruger effect states that the least amount of information you have on a topic, the more confident you are in arguing it, right? So there's like a bell curve where when you know very little and you basically only view the problem as black and white, you feel super vindicated in your position. But then as you research the topic and you start to understand that it's actually a lot more nuanced and it's not as easy as it looked on the surface, then your confidence in arguing it starts to wane because, like, oh, it's more complicated than I thought at first, right? And then as you become an expert in it and you can argue it from any angle, then your confidence returns back to high. right? But that is a big journey to get to the point where you're super confident, right? So as I've always said on the podcast, the loudest voices are the ones that you hear. And people with the least amount of information tend to speak the loudest. For whatever reason, when you see it and you just interpret it, your lizard brain goes, woke equals bad, and you hear they're forcing diversity in, right? Then that talking point is easy to shout, right? And there's probably a lot of nuance here, right? But so they're arguing only the point of the people who are saying it's forced, right? And they're going to tiptoe around this and pretend that that's the issue and that people are so stupid. These fucking conspiracy theorists who think we're being forced at gunpoint to put black people in our games. It's like, it's not a position anybody's actually made or held, right? That's happening. But you can go ahead and pretend that and dance around that and straw man and pretend that everybody's an idiot who doesn't, worship at the ground you work on. But at the end of the day, you're still going to lose money and go out of business just as fast. So I don't fucking care, right? If you're making shit games, then goodbye. That's that simple. The assumption that team members at Sweet Baby Inc., or any marginalized person for that matter, can offer up content that is based on their identity is incredibly frustrating for the team. The assumption that team members at Sweet Baby Inc. can only offer up content that is based on their identity is incredibly frustrating for the team. And for marginalized industry members at large, quote, people can't imagine that we might do anything else but DEI, Belair says. They can't imagine that we're just talented writers. See, again, though.
We read the audio logs. We know you're not
see,
talented writers.
That's the problem, is that you think your shit doesn't stink. Right. See, again, I don't know how to put this nicely and make it make sense for you, but when you suck ass and people point out that you suck ass at the thing you say that you're talented at, your response is, well, it's because you're racist. Instead of thinking, could it be that I suck ass? Right. So they can't imagine.
Maybe my breath stinks.
They can't imagine that we're just talented writers, that we're talented narrative designers, and that people are hiring us because we tell good stories, because we collaborate well, and because we write video games. Look, full
years. Put this stuff up to your higher ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want, because they.
So
good writing. It's the good writing that got them hired for sure.
But on top of this, fuck, I totally lost my train of thought now.
Sorry.
Fuck. Oh, it kind of goes back to, like, for example, High Guardian Spice. When you put the cart before the horse, and the cart being identity politics, you can't write good stories. It is antithetical. In order to write, to be a good writer, the definition for me of being a good writer is to be able to create a story that connects with the audience. And if your stories, like we talked about X-Men 97, and how in the original X-Men, they had the subtlety to be able to write a subtle form of bigotry that wasn't overtly about, real world things, in order for it to be able to be applied in people's life who have experienced bigotry in some way and resonate with them without it being beaten over their heads that it's specifically about, it's the gayness or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's about whatever, writing it in such a way where it can connect with you in your lived experience, to use their terms, regardless of whether or not you are in the exact experience of the character on screen, right? Being able to be a good writer is somebody who can take an audience on that journey in spite of what they look like. And to be honest, you became like fans of these different things, like the black nerd community, so to speak, right? because you experience things written by people who don't look like you that did that resonated with you and connected with you. Not a single black person looks like Akira Toriyama. Every fucking one of them loves Dragon Ball. Full stop, right? Every fucking one of them. So that's what being a good writer is, right? Being able to create a story that is universally able to be enjoyed. If you are fixated on identity politics, it is antithetical to being able to be a good writer, because you cannot fulfill the smallest level of that, which is to write something that connects with the audience at large, because you have written it in such a way where it constantly panders to your woke ideology. Full stop. Like when you put George Floyd Avenue in fucking Spider-Man, or the wall of trans flags all across that one fucking building, you've broken the immersion to the point where it cannot be. Not even a trans person can look at that wall and think, yes, just like reality. You know, like, fuck no. Jesus Christ. Social engineer wannabe bullshitters. They have to diminish our accomplishments to our identities. They can't imagine that the work I did on Spider-Man was story work versus adding pride flags. You know, oh, the story work of helping the gay guy ask his boyfriend out, was that your contribution? Is that what you're taking credit for? All right, so we're gonna call it there on this.
This is what she's taking credit
Writing,
for.
narrative design, story building, story breaking as our first and foremost, but on a secondary level, we work very hard to get marginalized talent into the industry, to protect them the way that we would want to have been protected, to lift them up, and to get them into an industry where they're too often shut out. And basically, I think to take over in the hopes.
Yeah.
To take over.
Just take over all of the writing departments. You know, it's not about pushing an agenda or nothing.
Fuck,
no,
man.
no. It's just
such
about
a
writing
shame.
good stories.
I just love how
good writing.
Hold on. I'm going to change your name. Okay, there you go. You're the fact checker in real time.
No.
Fact checking the fact checkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they write one fucking article that's supposed to be like, see, you're justified in hating the chuds who are arguing that Sweet Baby Inc. is a scourge on the gaming industry, because as we had an interview and they said, no, that's completely untrue and doesn't happen. That's all you need to know. And it's like, boom, 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 fucking nail every one of their goddamn claims. Continuing here. Mainstream press, video game devs come out in full force to run defense for Sweet Baby Inc. To the surprise of no one, the mainstream press, as well as members of the overall Western video game industry, have responded to the recent and well-deserved scrutiny leveled at the work of inclusion-focused narrative consulting company Sweet Baby Inc. by doing their best to run defense for their ideological allies. Man, it is Gamergate all over again. The circling of the wagons around Sweet Baby Inc. first kicked off on March 6th when Kotaku published a piece, which we just read a bunch of. In this thing we just read, Mercanti not only attempted to play shocked victim after she was kicked from the Discord servers for the Sweet Baby Inc. Detective Steam curator list, whilst trying to dig up dirt on the company's detractors. After all, what did she expect when she used her real name and photo on her profile to infiltrate the server? This is where the word infiltrate got used. But attempted to portray the consultation company's DEI work.
She used it in her own thing.
I don't think she did. I'm pretty sure we just...
Just search infiltrate.
Yeah, okay. We didn't read it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah, informants attempting to infiltrate their online spaces and set them up for legal consequences.
Yeah, okay.
So these are the only two uses of the word infiltrate.
Yes.
Almost 2K members. There are already a bunch of infiltrated people who are screenshotting everything, sadly. So just keep it cool, brothers. We can't have the server. So this sounds like it's their response to the infiltration now.
Yeah, so she joined and then someone posted that, and then I guess she called it infiltrating because they did. But anyway.
But I don't see it. I don't see her using the term infiltrate to describe what
right
she
there.
did. No. This is okay. I'm gonna read this real quick.
Okay.
Almost 2K members. There are already a bunch of infiltrated people here screenshotting everything, sadly. So just keep it cool, brothers. We can't let this server or the Steam group get taken down. That's all I ask. Keep it cool. Several people in the Discord expressed concerns about glowies, a term coined by members of the far right for those suspected of being federal law enforcement officials or their informants attempting to infiltrate their online spaces and set them up for legal consequences.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate description of glowy, actually. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're necessarily trying to infiltrate. Well, I guess they do kind of do that. You know, like when they come onto 4chan and they'll say something like, "Hey, who wants to overthrow the government with me?" It's like, get the fuck out of here, Fed, right?
You shared a meme in the media about like, who wants to start an insurrection? No, it's a resurrection.
Yeah. My brother in Christ. All right. So anyway, where's the word infiltrate on here? She's kicked from the Discord server while trying to dig up dirt on the company's detractors. Attempted to portray the consultation company's DEI work, despite it being highlighted at nearly every single turn on their official website as nothing more than a minuscule, insignificant part of their operation. Oh. Following Kotaku stepping into the ring, and while Mercanti turned her attentions to denying the existence of anti-white racism and condescendingly writing off YouTuber Lorena Creole as a pick-me girl for daring to disagree with her, PC Gamer's Harvey Randall entered the fray the next day, writing a piece for the outlet which framed the backlash to Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement in recent titles as nothing more than infantile whining from the internet's worst actors. Quote, Sweet Baby is about as capable of forcing a game developer to make grand sweeping changes to its story and characters as a contracted artist, musician, or catering company staff worker for office birthday is. So once again, can we get our clip of the marketing team? Like, oh, scare the hell out of them, right?
Many years.
So in the
put this stuff up to your higher ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want, because they
fucking unbelievable, these people. In that sense, Sweet Baby's work is literally a non-event, said Randall. Not in the sense that it is unimportant. I mean, that is work. I mean, that its work is so normal that it should surprise no one. Yes, Sweet Baby explicitly consults on issues including the accurate representation of marginalized groups. That is what it helps with. But if that wasn't important to the people making the games they work on, then Sweet Baby just wouldn't be hired. So I think it's important we should take a step back real quick and just acknowledge the fact that it is a trap that they're like attempting to set up the idea that Sweet Baby Inc. is the root of all evil. And if we could just get Sweet Baby Inc. taken care of, games would go back to normal. Obviously, the problem is much deeper than that, right? Like the reason the problem exists is that the gaming industry has incentives and has all these other things that are keeping it from being able to be profit driven based on its merits versus based on all the bullshit that they lift up and pretend is more important than the product, right? Than the message is more important than the game, kind of thing. Stepping into the ring the next day, the Guardian's Keza McDonald escalated the fight even further by outright declaring that, quote, "It's 10 years since Gamergate. The industry must now stand up to far-right trolls." Further attempting to frame Sweet Baby Inc. as the victim of the rising Gamergate 2.0, McDonald ultimately asserted, quote, "Just a reminder to everybody, the first Gamergate was about ethics and games journalism, despite what they will attempt to say it was." Right? The journalists are the ones who came out to pretend it was something else and hijacked the narrative because they were the ones able to get a message out when people were acknowledging the shady shit that was happening when Zoe Quinn was sleeping with games journalists for favorable reviews in her games.
Yeah.
Further attempting to frame Sweet Baby Inc. as the victim of a rising Gamergate 2.0, McDonald ultimately asserted, quote, "Nobody is forcing diversity into video games. It's happening naturally as players and developers themselves diversify. Gamergate didn't intimidate women out of video games 10 years ago, and we won't be intimidated now."
Writing, narrative design, story building, story breaking as our first and foremost, but on a secondary level, we work very hard to get marginalized talent into the industry, to protect them the way that we would want to have been protected, to lift them up, and to get them into an industry where they're too often shut out. And basically, I think to take over in the hopes.
Naturally.
So,
Not only
it's
that,
all
happening naturally.
I covered the Warner Discovery diversity, equity, inclusion officer saying like, "Oh, they're like, just make it an hospitable environment for them. Like, ignore all the people who don't agree with you, and constantly level up all the people who do to the point where they'll leave on their own accord, and that's a good thing." Right, that's effectively what they're talking about, and she's talking about like, "Oh, I hire as many black people as I can. I give all the opportunities to black folks. All that shit. As noted above, it was not just the press who leapt to defend Sweet Baby Inc., as numerous members of the Western video game industry also saw fit to push back against the company's critics. "No, Sweet Baby did not kill your game," declared Insomniac Games Associate Narrative Director Mary Kenny, following a lengthy Twitter thread, as documented by our own Nerdigans Inc., in which she clarified the above point that it was the studios, not the consulting company, that had final say in games contents. And again, ignoring that despite these studios having a say, they were clearly not choosing to exercise it. If you have beef, it's with us. Keep it with us. If you're mad about DEI ruining games, you need to grow up. Likewise, asserted a Bungie senior narrative designer who only identified themselves as Thickest Yosh on Twitter. "You need to stop wasting so much time on grifters who are only there to manipulate you and milk your anger for engagement. You need to talk to people who aren't like you a bit more. You need to stop falling for this." Authoring a piece for the founded by former Kotaku staff video games news outlet Aftermath, Nathan Grayson, who many remember as having been one of the several journalists who gave Zoe Quinn's Depression Quest positive coverage without disclosing their sexual relationship, dismissed the criticisms of Sweet Baby Inc. as nothing but the sad rantings of various trolls who were attempting to relive their glory days. Quote, "Very few people who believe the Sweet Baby conspiracy, perhaps zero, will read the above facts and come away with their minds changed because conspiracies are designed to metamorphose endlessly. This one in particular already has on several occasions, and it will likely continue to do so until its primary propagators get bored. But we're talking about many of the same names that stewarded Gamergate forward back in the day, specifically the ones who failed to use it as a stepping stone to bigger stages and have been hunting feverishly for something like this ever since. And they seem to be having a great time playing the hits. Gamers versus media, gamers fighting back, etc. Of course, these are only the ones who have responded to the situation thus far, referring to the journalists and stuff. So again, this is literally Gamergate 2.0 in the sense that all the same assholes from Gamergate 1 are coming back to gaslight you further, right? I mean, like, again, the guy not disclosing the fact that literally he is the reason Gamergate existed, because he was sleeping with Zoe Quinn, giving her favorable reviews and not disclosing it, pretending it wasn't happening. And then when news broke about that happening, rather than, you know, resign or admit it or retract the favorable reviews, instead he and his buddies got together in order to write hit piece after hit piece after hit piece in order to paint Gamergate as something other than being about ethics and games journalism, to making it about sexism in video games and misogyny and bullshit like that. Like, literally the same players who had stakes in the game before are still pretending and gaslighting you with the original spin that they came up with after being accused the first time. So Bounding in the Comics also wrote an opinion piece titled Sweet Baby Inc. is not an all-powerful DEI supervillain. They're a symptom of a larger problem, to reiterate the point I made earlier. So I'm going to read most of this. If you're a fan of video games and you've logged onto the internet at any point in the past months, you've no doubt heard tell of the inclusion-focused narrative consultation company Sweet Baby Inc. Founded in 2018, the Canadian-based companies Raison d'etre. Raison d'etre. It's a French for reason for being. As detailed on their official website, is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. And then this is just quotes we've already heard, so I'm going to move past it. But despite being relatively young, only 6 years old at the time of writing, Sweet Baby Inc. has already been tapped by some of the biggest studios in the entire video game industry to provide their various inclusion consultancy services on a number of major AAA level releases. You know, I gotta pull it up.
So I don't know what you're pulling up, but just on that sentence there, right? They're only 6 years old, and they're working on all these big name brands.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did this happen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we think about how long a video game development cycle is, right? It's 4 to 6 years old, or 4 to 6 years long, and then we start to think about, well, what was happening 3-4 years ago? Oh, well, there was this whole thing that took over the country called Black Lives Matter, and it blew up a little bit longer ago with the hands up, don't shoot thing. That's where it kind of blew up. But then it went nuclear over the George Floyd situation. So both of those incidences caused companies to get super guilty over their, what do you call it? Their own role in the systemic oppression of black people or whatever. So what do they want to solve this and look benevolent? So they find some company standing around to throw money at. That's essentially what happens. And this company, Sweet Baby Inc., just pops up and like, oh, we'll accept money. Thank you very much.
Literally throwing money at this. This is the Catholic Church selling you tickets to absolve yourself of your sin. What's the quickest way to avoid this being an issue? Give money to Black Lives Matter type groups, right?
And so now we're seeing the fruit of that. 4 to 6 years ago, all of those games are now coming out of development and getting released, and everyone's looking around saying, "What the fuck is going on?" And then on top of that, you see, all the budgets are ballooning. Well, I wonder why. Where they're spending all this money. Oh, they're throwing it at these people. And what are they doing? They're hiring 26 of their friends to write tapes or whatever the fuck they're writing on the fucking Justice League.
It's like in a very similar timeline to this, like eerily similar, was when we announced we read our first coverage of High Guardian Spice, right? And they promoted it like all female writers room. The creator is trans and everything, right? And it's like they promoted it with these, you know, like ideologically important buzzwords rather than actual
why you should watch the show.
Yeah, like they didn't talk about the show at all. Like it wasn't even on the menu of things they were deciding to cover. It was just, you know, look how diverse we are and so special because of all female writers room and all that shit. That was roughly in like 2018. Then that fucking shit disappeared for goddamn ever because it got such hate by the people who were like, you won't pay your subtitlers, but you will you'll put your money towards this. It's like I don't fund Crunchyroll. I don't pay for Crunchyroll so that you can send money to this bullshit instead of the Japanese people making the shows I actually watch. And then like almost on a similar timeline, like it just kind of popped back up and dropped without much fanfare, like in like 2020 or whatever, right? And then we covered it then or whatever. So it's kind of a similar thing. It's like that's the arc that we had. Is we had a major societal upset with left-wing ideology, you know, basically demanding to be taken seriously. And then a bunch of companies bending over backwards because, quite frankly, we had riots where pallets of bricks were just randomly showing up on street corners and entire neighborhoods are getting burned to the ground, right? So companies were bending over backwards in order to capitulate to all this stuff because, quite frankly, they were fucking scared. And then quickly, there was a massive decline in support for Black Lives Matter and other groups because you gave an inch and they took a fucking, you know, light year, right? So am I wrong? Is that not exactly what happened? And it obviously turned out to be a massive grift. Ruben Langdon was totally right when he said that, you know, these groups are, you know, they promote themselves as being for something important, and this is, and then they get corrupted, right? But this is kind of like, this is the stance I always had with Black Lives Matter. I think I talked about this countless times when it was you know, the earlier days of the podcast, about how it seems the purpose of Black Lives Matter is to create division in the country and in the world because and there's a lot of different facets to how it occurs, like how it works, but you create a movement based on something that is happening to a degree, but you treat it as though it is only happening to one group, right? And then you bolster them up, and then you whip them into a frenzy with all these signs that, like, they have those fucking what's his name, Soros connected printing groups that always had those yellow signs with the black borders and shit for Black Lives Matter groups, and they would always deploy them specifically to things like the, you know, I think Trayvon Martin kind of was like the Zimmerman thing was the sort of the progenitor. That was how they launched Black Lives Matter. But like Michael Brown, George Floyd, all these different things, you literally focus the laser on something with where they're withholding the information intentionally, like all the details are not coming out, and you get them whipped up into a frenzy and start having riots and all this shit, and you're literally having Asian provocateurs and people going out in order to create massive destruction that any rational person could look at and go like, whoa, that's fucked up. Like, that's not good. That's not helping us. And you exclusively deploy them on things that will blow up in their face when it turns out hands up, don't shoot is a lie, and all that other stuff that any sane person who says, let's hold on and wait for the facts, is like, no, they're killing us. The cops are all bastards and blah, blah, running out there in order to make fools of themselves so that the people, you know, again, this is all going back to my point about them creating a group in order to sow division in the country, because what you do by whipping people up into a frenzy over things that eventually turn out to, if you had just fucking waited, you might not run out and pretend like George Floyd was a fucking saint and could do no wrong, or any number of things when it came with Michael Brown and all that stuff, that you make it look like to the people who sat and waited and thought maybe we shouldn't rush into this, as though you are all the things that the racist would present you as being: impulsive and low IQ and destructive, like literally all the things. You're fulfilling the talking points of actual racists by directing your group specifically only in cases where people aren't going to come together. Like there are plenty of police brutality instances that people would agree on, that people would go arm in arm and agree on, right? But you exclusively choose the ones where it's going to blow up in their face intentionally, and you get a bunch of useful idiots that you whip into a frenzy. You have agent provocateurs. You have people on camera getting paid, literally being handed wads of cash at these different riots in order to provoke all the shit. You're busting people in from other counties and whatnot. And then at the end of the day, and this is the thing that I fucking hate the most about it, is that the only people who get hurt when you destroy an entire city block are the people who live there. Right? Like when you go in and loot a Target, all that shit is insured. Target actually made money off of the riots in 2020. The mom and pop shop run by a black couple in Ferguson, Missouri, they closed up shop for good because of the way that they directed the riots. So like the only people who actually got hurt are the people who lived there, who had an honest living with their business. And
also, the people that work, even at Target, like the people that work at Target, right? That Target's getting shut down. Now you're not getting a job.
You didn't hurt the billionaire CEO of these huge companies. You actually gave them more money because all the shit that was stolen and destroyed was insured. So, it's fucking unbelievable. I wanted to come back here. I just want to say, has a single one of these games been widely lauded as a tremendous success, or have they all basically been letdowns?
I mean, Alan Wake 2. Yeah. Alan Wake 2 did. I did hear good things about it, although I never played it. But
look, Sam Lake is the reason that Max Payne and Alan Wake are good, right? Like, I think that some, there are going to be some things where no matter what you do to it, it's still going to shine just because it was that strong to begin with. But is there a way for us to see, what do you call it? Like the aggregate score for these games? Because it'd be interesting to see. None of these seem like a breakaway success. And I remember even we talked about, like, I don't remember if we actually covered it or if we just discussed off camera. It was like in the articles that we could have chosen to talk about. But I've never played Alan Wake, but I love Sam Lake's work on Max Payne, and I've always been interested in playing it. And I remember an article coming up where the character was race swapped, like that the character was actually from the first game, but then, or maybe there was a character from the first game that they changed to be race swapped for the second game or something. I remember that coming up. I don't remember if we actually covered it, but I remember that coming up in our, in our pre-podcast, discussions and everything. So anyway, I'm just saying, like, I don't recognize, I mean, maybe, I don't know, Assassin's Creed seems like it's been in the toilet for the last couple of years. Like, I only recently got back into gaming like fucking 2 weeks ago, but I haven't really heard good things about Assassin's Creed in a while. I've heard nothing but terrible things about Suicide Squad.
Yeah,
this list feels extremely short.
Yeah, I think he took some out because he wasn't sure if they for sure worked on the game or not. But what I was going to say is we don't really know how much involvement they've had on each one of these games, right? We know what they did on Suicide Squad because they said what they did, and we've seen what we read those fucking logs on the podcast.
Remember we covered Oda's statements on Toriyama saying the closer he got to Dragon Ball, the more it revealed to him or whatever. Like it's like the closer, the more involvement Sweet Baby Inc. has, the worse it affects. The more the poison spreads, right?
Yeah, but so the key thing here is like when you are a common denominator to a bunch of different bad games, then we can make a safe assumption that you are the red flag, and if we see red flag, more than likely it's going to be a bad game. So Alan Wake 2, let's say it was a good game. I don't know if it was. How much involvement were they? We read that they were involved in shaping the main character, but did he listen to them? How much of that was already his ideas, and then him just getting,
is
small
Saga
things?
Anderson the main character of Alan Wake 2? Or is she
I mean, based
one
off
of the main characters?
I'm not sure. Based off the article, it said main character, so I assume.
What consoles has Alan Wake been released on? I think the first one was for PS3 originally, because I didn't play it. I didn't have a chance to because I didn't have the console for it. I'm just asking because I'd love to sit down and actually play Alan Wake, because again, Sam Lake is fucking. He
The
is
original
one of my
one
heroes.
looks like it's on basically everything now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to.
PS5, Windows, and Xbox.
I'd be willing to check it out to have like a more thorough understanding of the situation. Obviously, I'm gonna buy it used though. Fuck that.
Yeah. Alan Wake 2
is digital
is just
only.
is
Which
PS5, Windows, and Xbox Series X.
What's digital only, Reese?
Alan Wake 2.
Is it really? Oh yeah, we talked about that. That was one of the things we talked about, where Alan Wake was digital only. Fuck that, not playing it. on principle, I will not support. Anyway, so we just finished this, right? Or did we? No, we're still on this. Okay. Wait. Yeah, despite being relatively young, only 6 years at the time of the writing, Sweet Baby Inc. has already been tapped by some of the biggest studios in the entire video game industry to provide their various inclusion consultancy services in a number of major AAA level releases. Sweet Baby Inc. first came to widespread attention in 2023 when their attachment to Spider-Man's latest digital adventure was uncovered by players scouring the game's credits in search of a possible explanation for its abundance of ham-fisted and performatively progressive narrative decisions, which included canonizing its version of Black Cat as bisexual, having Peter fully hand off his identity to Miles, and ensuring that absolutely zero police NPCs are ever actually seen in game. Really?
Yeah, because after the first one, the BLM riots were like, "Oh, police is violence and police are racist." So the fact that Spider-Man was working with the cops, because there was a few missions where you would actually help the cops.
Yeah.
So they said, "Oh, that's bad," and then
Can't do
so
that anymore.
now they've gotten rid of that entirely.
What
no
is
no cops in NYC. That's so realistic.
What is that phrase? Mass formation psychosis. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, man. People's brains are broken. Like, I still can't fucking believe the defund the police movement. Like, how the fuck are people so goddamn gullible?
Yeah. So yes, while we don't know that Sweet Baby were the reason for all of those changes, they're a big red flag for a company that would make those changes.
And it's also worth bringing up. Acknowledging the problem with the game, right? Like there are issues with the game. I don't fucking care if Sweet Baby Inc. was responsible for it or not, right? Like Sweet Baby Inc. was responsible for problems of the game, therefore guilty. They may not be responsible for all problems of the game. And I would love to identify and complain out the ass for whoever is responsible and hold them accountable as well. Just because they may not have been responsible for everything people didn't like, it doesn't mean that we're necessarily blaming them for every bad aspect of the game. Nobody actually is that retarded to think that they're responsible for 100% of everything that's wrong with it. But the problem is that because, as we've said, you are the red flag in the sense that everything you have touched has had negative, to use their language, ham-fisted ideological shit driven into it, right? That it's obvious you're a major contributing factor to the game not being good. So if I could play Spider-Man and I could remove George Floyd Avenue or whatever. I don't even know. Is that really in there? I've been making that up this whole time, but I think it might actually be in there.
I don't recall.
Isn't there like a George Floyd mural or some shit in it or whatever? But if you could just remove the fact that like there's trans flags goddamn everywhere, if you could just remove, you know, a few of the things like, or just erase Sweet Baby Inc.'s direct contributions, the simple fact of the matter is that there may still be some other parts in there that you dislike, but if you were to magically just remove the parts that Sweet Baby Inc. specifically contributed to, the game gets better. Or rather, the game gets less bad. That's fucking the point. Like, there's not going to be a part in the game that you remove and you're like, oh, I missed that part. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty fucking obvious. Everything they take credit for is parts where you're like, yeah, that's the worst part, you know?
Yeah. Just Googling it. There was a mural to Black Lives Matter for the Miles Morales game, but I don't see anything about George Floyd.
I'm still going to call it George Floyd Avenue. Anyway, so ever since then, the company's work has been subject to a massive amount of scrutiny and criticism, with players regularly decrying their involvement or potential involvement in any given title out of fear that they would attempt to overwrite its narrative with socio-political lecturing. A valid fear, the way they've worked, right? Though, is this Captain Kangaroo? That's Captain Boomerang? Sorry, that's his name. As soon as I saw that face, I'm like, that is an Australian. That's gotta be Captain Boomerang. Though most of this criticism is well deserved, there is one particularly absurd narrative that has risen to the top of the discourse in recent weeks. From individual players to trusted YouTubers to media outlets, much of the conversation around Sweet Baby Inc. has taken to framing the company as an all-powerful, omnipotent boogeyman responsible for the Western video game industry's ever-growing deference to the concepts of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Here's the unfortunate truth. Sweet Baby Inc. is not responsible for the ideological turn the Western video game industry has made in recent decades, nor do they have anything to do with its decline in gameplay standards. But that's an argument for another day. Rather, they are but a symptom of a much larger problem. From movies to comic books to, of course, video games, recent years have seen the concept of DEI take root in a vast majority of mainstream entertainment industries. To this end, a number of studios and companies will regularly subject their projects to sensitivity readings to ensure that no part of it, whether that be a piece of dialogue, a character depiction, or even a visual, causes any offense to any number of demographics. Okay, I hate to keep using this example. In Hollywood, they get focus groups, and they will sometimes do a screen test and find that audiences didn't like the ending, and they will scramble to rewrite and reshoot and salvage a movie with a new ending because audiences didn't like it, right? So again, I hate to keep using this example, but Apocalypse holding Mystique by the throat in the movie Billboard caused a lot of problems with snowflakes, right? They complained, oh, it's violence towards women. And it's like, yes, it's the villain. Villains do bad things. You're not supposed to like this character. It's evoking the visceral response you're supposed to have, right? If you let, and we live in a world that is easily triggered these days. People are more sensitive, more ready to whine and complain about things they don't like, raise their voice over things they don't like, as we are doing now. If you were to let the Karens of the world dictate everything that you do, then you're never going to do anything. You're never going to have, like, you make a movie that is going to be a work of art and impactful and really, you know, resonate with a specific audience. Maybe not a worldwide audience, but a specific audience is going to be impacted by the movie that you're producing. But then you let the focus groups tear it to shreds to the point where you've neutered it of any meaning, removed any conflict, because the villain can't be a bad guy and do bad things to women, but the main characters have to be women because current year, you know, then you end up with shit like She-Hulk, right? Like you end up with bullshit that nobody fucking wants. And the only people who claim to want it are people who are just counter dependent on the people who are going to decry it for being trash. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, there's always going to be someone that's offended, right?
Always.
So, like, the world has no shortage on those types of people.
Mm-hmm.
And what companies have seemed to got in their head is that they shouldn't ever offend anyone, less risk the wrath of Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize, one, Twitter, for the most part, doesn't have money, doesn't buy their shit, and has an attention span of a 2-year-old with candy in front of their face. Like,
it's even worse than that. It's like, we've talked about this concept a couple times, but just for anybody who's new, Twitter doesn't even care. The thing is that they're not interested in the work you're going to produce, even if you produce it exactly the way they claim you should. They don't care. They're not interested in what you're producing. They're interested in chasing the high that they get from manipulating reality by complaining. So
yeah.
I talk a lot about this concept of 4chan had a live stream set up where they could see a street corner, and people in the post on 4chan got obsessed with the idea of manipulating the real world without physically being there. So somebody called, there was a traffic cone in the in view of the webcam that was aimed out in the street. And so they called to have a pizza delivered to the block, to the corner where that was. And the pizza guy shows up and he's confused. Like, there's no buildings here. Like, what am I doing? Like, this isn't right. So he calls the person who ordered the pizza, and they say, yeah, don't worry about that. Hey, you see that cone right there? Knock it over. Right? And the pizza guy eventually got freaked out and left without doing it. But the point was, it was intoxicating to be able to gain a power previously only reserved by the Lord to speak things into existence. It's like the concept of a dictatorship, is that a dictator dictates. They decree things by dictate, right? So I say and it happens, right? It's an intoxicating ability to be able to say, to snap your fingers and something happens, right? Effectively. And I think that for the Twitter mobs, like, they're addicted to the fact that they manipulate reality on a whim by just joining with a cult that is trying to get something to happen, some hashtag group like KickVic, right? And it doesn't matter if what you're advocating for is true or not, because you're a mob. And it doesn't matter if what the mob stands for is real or true. It's that when all of us are marching in the same direction, everybody else is going to get the fuck out of the way. And it's fucking intoxicating for them.
Yeah.
So
I think that companies should try and focus on, like, obviously, if you're intentionally trying to offend people, like some developer making a school shooter video game,
they're doing that intentionally, fine, you can understand the outcry and whatever. But if you're a company and you do something that accidentally, or well, not even accidentally, but where you don't intend to offend someone, like a microaggression in a video game or whatever, you should not give a shit. Focus on making your game good.
Like
if it's
when-
good, people will play it.
When you write a manga and your character whose power is that he manifests flames, so you make his birthday 420 because the 420 blaze it meme, but it just so happens to also be Hitler's birthday, right? Like maybe don't bend over backwards to apologize over making Bakugo's birthday April 20th. You know, like don't capitulate to the fucking woke mob who is going to nitpick every goddamn decision you. There is literally, I promise you, January 1st to December 31st, look up every single date of the year, including leap year, on Wikipedia, and you will find some horrible person, many of whom the world has never even heard of, that did some awful thing that happened to be born on that day. Or it happens to share, that date happens to be the event of the rape of Nanjing or some shit, right? It is fucking impossible to pick a date that is free of controversy.
Yeah.
You cannot do it.
So if you avoid doing something intentionally, then just focus on making your game good. People will play it. The people who are bitching on Twitter will move on in a week. And at the end of the day, your game will still be good and sell tons. If you change your game and try and avoid offending anyone in the world, you're going to make a plain wet noodle game. No one's going to like it. The people will still find something to bitch about, and you will have a shitter and wasted all your money and time.
Mm-hmm. So I got to say, there's a saying that I've grown quite fond of recently, just because it's a different way of saying something I've already said a billion times. But the concept is, if you chase two rabbits, you catch neither. Right? Focus just on making a good game and not trying to please everybody, right? And you might have a runaway hit. I mean, fucking Toriyama knocked everything out of the park just by coming in and drawing his own way, using his own sense of humor, a little bit of perviness here and there. And he just did what he wanted. And there was an audience for it, because that speaks to people, that human aspect of you who's not trying to chase algorithms and all that shit. Like, I work for a guy right now who claims to be completely, he's like, presents himself as, let's say right thinking and anti-woke to a degree, right? But whenever we have to put on an event, he's like, okay, I need a woman and I need a black person, or it's like he literally is bending over backwards, because when he gave a speech at one of the schools, the response he got from the people, like the faculty, is like, oh, it's so great. We love everything you're saying. I just wish you was coming from a black person. And it's like literally,
you're racist.
Yeah, that has fucked him up over like the feedback that we get is that, they love everything we're saying, but they need to hear it from somebody who looks like them. And it's like, why does it fucking matter? Like, why are we capitulating to racists? You know what I mean? Like, if they don't fucking want it, then go to a different school. Like, the feedback was that everything was fantastic, but because the school is in fucking Missouri and it's largely filled with, a pretty high population black students, which many of them probably don't even give a shit that he's not black, right? But the one person who told you, oh man, if only you had a black speaker saying those things, man, it'd just be a 10 out of 10. And it's like that fucking rattles around in his head, and he's obsessed with it now. And it's goddamn irritating, because it's like, it just sounds so fucking ridiculous for somebody to bend over backwards. Like, well, we have to have a woman, we have to have a minority, and we need one of our keynote speakers needs to be this or that. And it's like, dude, do you fucking hear yourself? Like, and I gotta tell you, I started a year ago in January, and every event we've done since then has gone downhill. Like, the quality has never lived up to the one we did in January when I first started, right? And I'm starting to now think about it. Like, is it because he's chasing, capitulating to people who only bring this up because it provides power? It's a path to power. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what Black Lives Matter is. That's what all of this shit is a path to power. Play the drinking game clip again. You'll see, everything she says is about accumulating, growing power, growing influence, using intimidation, getting your marketing team together, having lunch, and scaring the shit out of them for what's going to happen when you go to Twitter and say, oh, well, I was there to provide them with a lived experience of a Black woman and they refused, or whatever the fuck she's insinuating there. It's like, don't capitulate to people who are manipulating you and trying to get you to bend over backwards for them. There's the fucking door. You've cost us money. Hogwarts Legacy broke all these records, and then when we make a superhero game that should be a slam dunk and is projected to be our highest earner this year, and it fucking tanks, there's the fucking door. Anyway, so let's get back into this. So from movies to comic books to, of course, video games, recent years have seen the concept of DEI take root in a vast majority of mainstream entertainment industries. To this end, a number of studios and companies will regularly subject their projects to sensitivity readings to ensure that no part of it, whether that be a piece of dialogue, a character depiction, or even a visual, causes any offense to any number of demographics. If possible, companies prefer to perform this process internally, as it ensures a more smooth communication process between all involved teams. However, for those that lack the resource to keep them in-house, consultancy agencies like Sweet Baby Inc. can be hired to come in and provide their own sensitivity reading services. See, and one of the major problems here is that what you get from these consultancy agencies who are existing, look, the only group of just because most of the people who work at Sweet Baby Inc. that we've seen on stream are Black. Let's just use that as an example. Black women, in fact, right? So the only group that would create a consultancy service for Black, representation or whatever are ideologue, identity politics types. Because let's just say, as an example, a conservative Black person
doesn't exist, apparently.
Well, a conservative Black person is not going to have a problem with good. They already, they grew up, just like I said, all of these people, they grew up experiencing pop culture written by people who did not look like them. But people, like I brought up Dragon Ball Z because it's mega huge in South America and the Black community, and just all over, minorities fucking love it, right? And none of them look anything like Akira Toriyama, right? And the reason they like it is because it resonates with them in the core of their being for some aspect of something, the struggle to overcome whatever it's going to be, right? And so a conservative Black person is going to look at writing that they've grown up with and think, yeah, there's no problem, there's no need. They've got it. They don't need to have somebody who's going to come in and tell you, no, Static Shock needs to speak this specific way. I need him to sound exactly like me and use the made up jive talk that my friends and I have just in our neighborhood, right? Nobody's gonna on the right or more or less, let's say, non-leftist ideologues are going to think that their services are even needed because they've been able to enjoy media and have it resonate with them without needing to specifically control every aspect of it. So the only people you're going to get in these consultancy groups are the ones that are part of the ideological identity politic types, right?
Yeah, they're the ones that think there's a problem that needs fixing.
Yes. And they, for some reason, again, and I don't even know that I would say that they would even look at the product that they produced and think it's any good, other than that it scratches or rather strokes off the ideological boner they have over the Yas queening for Wonder Woman from Lex Luthor, or this stupid thing, right? The Codex entries or whatever they called it. Anyway, And is it that qualifier of consultancy agencies like and is it that qualifier of consultancy agencies like Sweet Baby Inc., which serves as the basis of this entire piece? I think I meant to say, and it is, not and is it. As with sensitivity readings currently being in high demand thanks to the stranglehold neoliberal politics has on the video game industry, there's absolutely no shortage of similar companies willing to provide such services. Black Girl Gamers, Dragon Baby, Hit Detection, James Mendez Hodes, Gamer X. As it's plain to see, it's not just Sweet Baby Inc. So long as the DEI racket continues to exist, these services will continue to be in demand. And as long as they're in demand, there will always be someone to provide them. So while it's important to continue scrutinizing and shining sunlight on Sweet Baby Inc., it's also imperative that disgruntled players do not focus all of their attentions on a lone enemy when their reinforcements are right behind them. Otherwise, no real change will ever truly be effective. Yeah, and and this is actually one of the problems, I think, of the industry, is that the people hiring Sweet Baby Inc. are too fucking stupid to understand that when the bad will affects Sweet Baby Inc., if you even get one that is smart enough to realize, oh, well, their involvement in our game made it tank, so we're not going to hire them anymore, they're just going to go on to the next one. Like the only language that companies speak is money, right? And that's why it fucking matters when the ideological left comes out and says that you need to boycott Hogwarts Legacy and that they will literally bully people and report their streams and go after them and attack them for having even had the gall of playing the game. And that becomes one of the greatest selling games in recent memory. You know?
Yeah. It's funny that too, because it was all about like the trans bullshit, right? And it's like, how many people, were actually trans that were like a part of that movement to try to boycott Legacy?
Yeah, well, and I would just say, like, so Random 11, you were talking about the fact that video games have like a 4 to 6 year production time, and that 4 to 6 years ago we had Black Lives Matter and George Floyd riots, right? And so people are getting hired when the companies need to hire and virtue signal and save face over their fear of being the next target, right? Because there was a very real fear when you got roving gangs walking around America that are destroying entire city blocks. There is a massive fear that you could be next. And you see people who like they go into their neighborhood and they're, whoa, wait, so you see we got our Black Lives Matter sign right here, right? We got it right here. Like, and it's basically like the fucking lamb's blood for Passover, like that people are literally showing support just to try to avoid getting stomped next, right? And I just think like I just think that like there's not really going to be any change, right? These companies are, as long as there is a way for them to stay profitable and stay afloat, and as long as people aren't willing to outright boycott every single thing, and this is a great first step, to boycott absolutely every single thing that they touch, we will never solve the problem. And the other issue is the day one patch. When you've got your fairy tale game that has all the panty shots or whatever, and day one patch, all of them are removed. Right? Before, like literally you can't even start playing the game, has to install the update. Update removes everything that was in the trailer.
Yeah.
When Neil Druckmann releases Last of Us Part 2 trailer, and it shows Ellie and Joel interacting with each other in scenes that in the actual game feature a different character so they could bait and switch you. Like, as long as that exists, like this, at that point, the second that occurs, never buy another game from those companies again until they're gone. Right? That's the only fucking way. You show your support for the games. Like, I literally fucking went out and bought a PS5 just so that I could support Stellar Blade. Because that, I don't even really fucking care all that much about, like, the attractive characters and stuff. I mean, obviously, I don't want to play the ones with the intentionally hideous ones, the ones where they like literally that's the message is they look women's representation and shit. Like obviously, I don't really care that much about how the character looks in Stellar Blade, but because it is antithetical to everything else that they're attempting to do, I'm going to show support to it, just like everybody else did with Hogwarts, right?
Yeah, there was just quickly on that note about the ugly people. There was a point brought up on the last Flashcast that said they don't think that it's necessarily that they're making these people ugly because they want to avoid the male gaze and because of feminism reasons. They had kind of hinted that they were in talks with actual game developers or something. I don't know. That the reason they're doing it is to lower the standard of beauty for women so that trans people can be more included.
No wonder all the women start to look like men.
So this is the funny thing though. You know, they've done studies about how men are hardwired when it comes to beauty, right? Especially with the female body, right? Because think about it from 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, right? It's like makeup is probably like modern makeup is a fucking miracle. It's had millions of years of being developed, right? And especially in the last since the Industrial Revolution, the ability to actually produce and refine and develop and research and develop like more advanced versions of makeup that get to the point where you've got what is capable now, where like people who are meth addict ugly end up looking like Kim Kardashian or whatever, like that it put on so much fucking makeup, right? The fact that Oprah doesn't look like she's a billion years old because she's caked on so much makeup. Like the modern makeup is not something that has always existed in culture, right? Like fucking before mirrors existed, men still needed to procreate in order for there to be children and the species continuing, right? So the area where all of that stuff like doesn't matter, referring to makeup and stuff, is the shape of the female body, right? And they have found that even when you present a artificial structure of a body, right, and you show it to men and you test the arousal levels or whatever, that even when they push it beyond what is possible physically for a woman to have, like the breasts get even bigger, the waist and the waist gets slimmer, when you go, they find that like they are seen as even more attractive, even when it goes into the extreme, right? And that's of course why you have some women who end up doing like the weird Botox lips and all the weird stuff where they just take it to the fucking extreme. They get fixated on it, right? But they find that men find that even more attractive than what's possible, because like the exaggeration, taking it even further, it's about the ratio rather than the specific proportion, right? And so if you're going to make characters consistently more and more ugly in order to make it so that it's more attainable as a beauty standard or whatever for trans women, then what's actually happening is that the actual attractive women are just going to be that much more sought after, right? Literally, this is the reason I'm buying Stellar Blade. It's like, if you're going to make so many hideous characters, that I'm going to look at this one and now it's unique and better because it's not a dog shit thing like all the other shit that you're putting out. Like it's actually going to have the opposite effect of what they are thinking. Like literally, you just keep going down. Like I was just talking about with all this stuff with makeup, where you can make Oprah look fucking, smooth as silk. Then shit, man, stick around, and eventually they're going to be able to make trans men or trans women look halfway decent, right? In the next 50 years, just hang on, But instead, you're going to just say like, well, we're never going to get there. We're just going to have to make all the representations of beauty in media ugly as sin, so that by comparison, you look like a 6 instead of a 2, because the characters on screen are already a 2, right? And they look even worse than you do. Then by that logic, the people who are real women who are like a 7 are now like a 15. You know what I mean? Like, it just by that logic, you've actually shot yourself in the foot. Anyway,
it's late.
It is very late.
I gotta take off.
Something tells me we aren't doing this watch club.
I wanted to stick
I'm
around,
fine with
but
that because I literally have to
I'm
get up
exhausted.
also. Yeah,
I have to get up in a few hours, so.
So do I.
Cool, man. I understand.
I'm sorry, boys.
You're
I
good.
tried.
You're good. So I'm gonna try to wrap up. So apparently, one of the funding companies behind Sweet Baby Inc. was founded by Eileen Holoka. And this is kind of important. Baby Ghosts, which is a subsidiary of Weird Ghosts, apparently, is a funding program for underrepresented groups of game developers in Canada. So basically, this is one ESG grift that is helping fund other ESG grifts in Sweet Baby Inc. Sorry, is helping fund another ESG grift, Sweet Baby Inc. From my initial reading, one of the founders of Baby Ghost parent companies is none other than a former Night in the Woods developer. Well, I wonder who that would be. That's got to be Zoe Quinn. I don't even know the games they made, but maybe not so surprising is that one of the co-founders of Baby Ghost themselves is the sister of late Night in the Woods developer Alec Holoka. Okay, hold on. Okay, so yeah, Alec, forgive me. Everything I know about Gamergate, I learned years after the fact. So Alec Holoka was one of the people that Zoe Quinn falsely Me Too'd when, right?
And then he Minecrafted himself.
Yeah, and then he killed himself, right? So his sister is pissing on his grave by funding the people who drove him to suicide over their false accusations. And again, I just want to stress this so fucking much with the drinking game thing. Again, forcing, manipulating. Go to your marketing team, have lunch with them, and remind them what will occur if they don't give you what you want. That is the credo of these groups, is to get what you want at any means necessary, including driving a person to suicide over false allegations you know are false and whipping up a frenzy to harass him until he's dead. Like, that is the method of the people that the journalists are coming out to root for and say that you're fucking crazy for thinking they do anything wrong, that their shit stinks. But maybe not so surprising is that one of the co-founders of Baby Ghost themselves is the sister of the late Night in the Woods developer Alec Holoka. Gamergate veterans will remember Alec, but those who aren't familiar with the story, well, he was driven to suicide by abuse from his ex, none other than Zoe Quinn. And guess who Zoe was already really good pals with? That's right, Eileen Holoka. The more and more people keep digging into this bullshit, the more it gets tied back to that abusive hack, Zoe. And then Sweet Baby Inc. / Weird Ghost / Baby Ghost financials. Hello, Chuds, endearingly. I've taken it upon myself to find the paper trail between Sweet Baby Inc., consultation firm similar to it, and BlackRock / Vanguard. If such a connection exists, I think documenting it would not only illustrate to normies that the decline in quality of media is deliberate, but also that there is a conflict of interest between those monolithic hedge funds pushing ESG and the consultation firms that advise game developers on it. So I just want to say real quick, I don't know how much I agree with the idea that like the CIA is responsible for Gamergate or all that shit, right? Or just generally the idea. I'm literally making that up. I don't know if that's really an argument people make, but I am reminded of the fact that the modern art movement allegedly was seeded and started by the CIA. right? And I think also part of the purpose of that is it's a money laundering scheme, right? When like a way to fund black ops, right? Like things that need to be off the books, right? For these different agencies, is that you sell, literally you fart on a canvas and sell it for $10 billion, right? And then there's your funding. You know what I mean? Like you have groups that want things done, overthrow this government in made up country, right? And then buy this $10 billion painting, and then we use those funds to go do that thing, kind of thing. Like that's allegedly been a I don't know how much documentation is, but it's widely in the circles that I frequent, widely claimed that that's a thing, right? That the CIA invented the modern art movement intentionally to make art ugly and to make people lose culture. And that's also, there's a conspiracy theory surrounding architecture, that they tear down beautiful buildings that were unique to culture in the area, right? And that now, and I have noticed this actually whenever because I fly a lot for my my current job, and it's like, I'm in Dallas, I'm in Atlanta, I'm in Timbuktu, right? Salt Lake City, wherever. And once we get on the freeway, it's like, fuck you. If you told me this was California, I'd believe you. It doesn't look any different. Like none of this shit stands out. There's nothing fucking unique about it for the most part, and previously architecture did that. Like architecture was something that was unique to a place. Like there was specific design behind it, but now everything's just a fucking skyscraper. You know what I mean? And there's nothing unique about it, and everything just feels bland and drab. And there's a whole scientific like study on the loss of color in logos, and that there's just so much less color in the world than there used to be in the 80s, for example. You know what I mean? So anyway, I say here that everybody seems confident that these firms are the video game arm of those monolithic hedge funds, ESG/transition ventures. But I have yet to see anybody provide concrete evidence of a professional connection, let alone any indication of where these firms are getting their money. That's not very surprising, since I've been looking for it myself, and they're not making it easy. Sweet Baby Inc. is the beneficiary of Baby Ghost, a subsidiary of Weird Ghosts, both of which are nonprofits that finance game developers whose employees are more than 50% minorities. The problem is, despite being a nonprofit required to disclose financial reports to the public, I can't find shit. I've got Weird Ghost articles of incorporation and founding charter from the Canadian Federal Business Registrar, but all that has is the two founders' names and proof that Weird Ghost, Baby Ghost, Infinite Ammo, and some other companies are effectively the same entity, which isn't really news. I have submitted a request to the registrar for Weird Ghost financial records, though I'm not sure if that's the correct avenue for such a request. What we need. The original source of the claim, Sweet Baby Inc., is funded by BlackRock/Vanguard, somebody more familiar with Canadian law than I am that can verify whether nonprofits are required to post their financial data, and if so, where. Actually, a Canadian bureaucrat in general would be appreciated. So far, business registry seems to be similar to the US's own standards, but if there's any other resources I'm unfamiliar with, I'd like to know. I'm continuing to look where I can, but I'm at the point where I'm comfortable asking for help. I promise I'm not an undercover game journo trying to debunk or own you guys. Next time, use a different handle, Alyssa. I don't believe so many would repeat a claim if there wasn't solid proof of it somewhere. I especially don't believe that if the SBI/BlackRock connection was untrue, the only arguments we'd see against it from SBI employees and game journos is nuh-uh. Anyway.
So this person is just saying they can't find it, but there might not be a direct link, but there's clearly a to Vanguard, but they're clearly getting funded by the Baby Ghosts and the Weird Ghosts and the Infinite Ammo are all similar corporate structures, or like they're all the same corporate structure, and they're all funded by this or founded by the same people. So if you go to the websites, I think they still have the founders on there. and you can
For
see
Baby Ghost and Weird Ghost?
Yeah, and you can see the founders are the Zoe Quinn's friend, boyfriend,
Eileen
sister.
Holoka.
Yeah.
So here's for Baby Ghost. Where should I go from here?
I don't know.
You've only seen the
seen this snippet, yeah. I haven't actually found it on
okay,
the
let me pull that up then.
About us?
No, well, I mean we could, but I have the I have a feeling.
Yeah,
okay,
there you go.
Eileen Mary Holoka, PhD. Eileen, she is a queer and disabled white settler living in Treaty 1 territory in Winnipeg. They are a writer, game dev, and community organizer / advocate with a background in theater, games, poetry, and health communications. They have a PhD in communication studies from Concordia University and have published extensively within and outside of academia. They are a co-founder of both Weird Ghost and Baby Ghost with Jenny Robinson Faber, as well as a member of the Gamma Space Collaborative Studio. They also work as a general manager of Infinite Ammo.
So these people are the ones that created the group.
Yeah. So I just want to point out, babyghost.fund is the name, the URL. Yeah.
Like if you scroll up, they offer grants to people. So, I mean, I haven't seen 100% proof that they're funding Sweet Baby Inc., but I mean, it seems pretty, it seems like I don't need proof. Like, you know,
what do we have to do for them to fund us?
Yeah. Just we have to all turn black, right?
To offer a grant of $25,000 in 2-part 6-month program. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, it's fucking obvious, and the thing is, like, I mean,
and then in terms of Vanguard, like, yeah, okay, so Baby Ghost, Weird Ghost, Infinite Ammo. Why do you need so many fucking shell companies? I don't know. But so yeah, they might not be getting money, although the shell. Sorry, go ahead.
So like, Sweet Baby goes down. It's just like the Hydra. Sweet Baby goes down. Okay, we're just gonna have them hire Baby Ghost or whatever.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter because you could literally just create one on the spot if you needed to.
I mean,
if you lost it, right?
Generally, having multiple companies like this is kind of a sign that you're
shady,
hiding money at least. But anyway,
and this is precisely the kind of thing where it's like, look, if there is a psychological operation underway by CIA operatives, you would funnel your black money into the donate page of this website.
Yeah.
Right. You would go there and you would give them the money, right, with the intention that you have people who are, in maybe not specifically Baby Ghost, like, don't take this literally, but like the way that this shit works is that you have the ability to create money out of thin air. You have the ability to earmark bills and things so that you or budgets and stuff so that you are able to fund things that are basically just a way for you to launder money so that you can get the shit that you actually want done. Right. And you would do that by using nonprofits and stuff like how the Clinton Foundation worked, where they would take in-kind donations to their foundation that act as an actual bribe for when Bill Clinton was president and when Hillary Clinton was going to become president and then failed. And all of a sudden, like literally the day after the election, all of the donations just fall off a cliff.
Yeah.
I'm
not so sure if the CIA is putting in money here, but
yeah, I'm just saying like an entity that is working in some capacity to that degree. And I don't think any of that fucking matters. I don't even give a shit about the source here. The source can't work if the consumers aren't funding the other end of this. You can make as many shit games as you want. If nobody is playing them, who fucking cares? Right? At the end of the day, you can have them spin their wheels and they can write all the articles they want about some new Suicide Squad game. But if nobody buys that shit, if nobody falls for it, then you could spend out the ass $1 billion a day and it would never have any effectual like impact on people because people have walked away.
Yeah. Just to that Reddit person's point though, not seeing a connection to Vanguard. There doesn't need to be a direct like Vanguard handing these people money, right?
Mhm.
The ESG credit system is set up in a way that it incentivizes these companies, the game developer companies, to hire companies like Sweet Baby Inc. And then therefore those companies get higher investment from BlackRock hedge funds, right? So like, yeah, BlackRock might not be giving baby ghosts direct money, but they've incentivized the system in a way that Sweet Baby is going to get hired by the companies that want investment from BlackRock. So I don't. What other like connection do you need from BlackRock besides a fucking check?
Yeah, fuck, man, I kind of wish
and it's clear if you go to like Warner Brothers and all this shit. Like I don't know specifically about Warner Brothers, but like a lot of these video game companies, you go look at their fucking top owner of stock, and it's BlackRock and Vanguard. Oh, it's BlackRock and like.
Well, and the other thing is that BlackRock and Vanguard are both like they came into people's, you know, like under like the reason people realized they existed to begin with is that they've been buying up property like it's fucking going out of style, you know. And so they are way overpaying for the houses and that people are selling in the housing market, and they're just accumulating entire city blocks worth of, or I guess neighborhood blocks of people's homes. You know what I mean? In order to like I mean, there's mostly just speculation at this point of why they're doing it, how they could even fucking afford that. Which is why I would argue that there is some form of nefarious, just because look. We currently are existing in an upside down world because any simple logic would dictate that if you continually make decisions that lose you money, eventually you run out of it. So if you're overpaying the market value on homes and homes are not cheap, you know, and you're doing this over and over and over again, but you're never actually selling them, right? Then you're playing the long game of, eventually we're going to own all the homes and then everybody has to rent from us and we'll never sell. Like, obviously, like that would be the long game in order to recoup your losses, of course, you know, but it seems like a goal that is unattainable. Like nobody would ever be able to afford, like, I don't care how rich your company is. There's no way that you'd ever be able to afford that. And if you know, the real question, of course, then becomes who owns BlackRock and Vanguard, right? Like what other dealings do they have where they're able to afford these massively expensive purchases, you know? So I don't know. This is not something I think we're going to solve. It's way above the pay grade, so to speak, of you know, this podcast. But the mission of, you know,
I cannot fact check that fact check.
What?
of if the CIA runs Vanguard.
Oh, I thought you were unable to run the fact check of whether or not we could afford if it was above our pay grade. So anyway, yeah, at the end of the day, I just think that like
only the viewers can make it. Only the viewers can make it our pay grade.
So the wise words of the DEI consultant or whatever for Warner Brothers Discovery: focus on what you can change and don't invest any time or energy into the things that you can. Right. And so the way I see it, what you can do is point out and argue, you know, about games and shit that are obviously, you know, virtue signaling and inserting woke nonsense and cramming shit down your throat that you don't care about. And then you can just not buy them. And that should be what everybody does. Like, I don't care how much you like Spider-Man. Don't buy the next game because it's obvious that it's going to be woke bullshit. Right. So anyway, I think we've done this topic to death, and I kind of wish we had waited and covered it next week just so we had more time to devote it. But I think things are only going to continue to evolve, you know, and I just think
It's just gonna snowball if we keep sitting on it.
Yeah, honestly, and then it ends up never getting covered because it just keeps growing and growing. So I want to do this one. We'll save this one. We'll save this one for a future podcast. Actually, hold on. Move this over here. So I remember to actually put it in a future podcast.
Might as well push the fraud ones aside too.
Oh, definitely. We're not gonna touch those at all. We're gonna skip those indefinitely. Okay. So real quick, Stellar Blade. A Stellar Blade demo accidentally released on PlayStation Store and was quickly removed. So a demo for the upcoming game Stellar Blade was accidentally published on the PlayStation Store before it was promptly pulled back. During some mistaken publication time, PS5 gamers were able to download the demo, and videos showing gameplay have already been published to platforms like YouTube. Stellar Blade is a hotly anticipated action game coming soon to the PlayStation 5, but some gamers got an early taste of what the title has to offer. A demo of the game was briefly available to download through the PlayStation Store after it was accidentally published. The demo was released on the PlayStation Store and was available to download for a little less than half an hour. The launch seems to be a mistake. It was promptly removed by Sony and is no longer available. It's going to be like the new PT, right? Like,
I'm sure they'll put it back up.
They're going to cancel it, right? Only people who have the uncensored demo will ever have it. They're going to sell their PS5 on eBay comes with Stellar Blade demo. The launch seems to be a mistake. It was promptly removed by Sony and is no longer available. Shortly after pulling the demo, Sony released a patch that rendered the demo unplayable, even by those that managed to snag it. Several videos published on YouTube and other video platforms show off gameplay of the demo, with some managing to finish it entirely. Based on these videos, I think they mean finish the demo, right? Based on these videos, the demo sampled roughly the first hour or hour and a half of the game. Some gamers on Twitch also streamed the demo before it was rendered inoperable. Neither Sony nor Shift Up, the South Korean studio developing the title, have commented on the demo's release or subsequent pull. Stellar Blade is a PlayStation 5 exclusive. The game stars Eve. We already know all this stuff. We don't need to go over it. Anyway, I guess it was in the headline. There you go. We're going to move on from there. Let's... All right. We are going into release news.
Yay.
All right. Mega yay over the fact that Right Stuff is empty. And I'm going to skip some of these random merch.
Right Stuff has one thing in there.
Okay, so it's almost empty. We're going to skip that one. We're going to talk about that. Talk about that. Skip that. Talk about that. I'll open these and we'll decide where we're at. Okay, how about that? Okay. So, oh, god damn it, I just closed it. Motherfucker. Okay, Viz Media is going to release Kagurabachi manga in print in fall. So, what's the news here? Kagurabachi is that manga that we covered where there's a meme surrounding it, like changing people's lives and rated top manga ever written, right? Even bigger than Dragon Ball, right? And it hadn't even come out yet, right? So if you want to know what the hype was about, which it was fake to begin with, you can read it in the fall. Buy it from Viz. In Right Stuff news, which is also conveniently called the Crunchyroll store.
Naruto.
We didn't cover this, or we did? Was I
Naruto?
Okay, so just Naruto.
Just the Naruto Shippuden.
I got it.
set 3.
I got it. Open the fuck up. I'm just gonna. For fuck's sake, Crunchyroll. Holy shit. Okay, Naruto Shippuden Set 3 Blu-ray. Fuck, I gotta start buying these. Dumb question. The Naruto Blu-rays, are they 4x3 or 16x9?
Up to a certain point in Shippuden, they're 16 or 4x3, then they shift over to 16x9. Supposed to.
Apparently not this particular screenshot.
I don't know what. No idea. Like I think
that's
by this
fucking
point,
weird. Is that a panning shot? Like that they just stuck right next to each other, two screenshots that lined up perfectly. So the reason I ask is because there was a Blu-ray before we got the Blu-ray over here that was 16:9 instead of 4:3 of the base Naruto. I think it was the French release or something. I only know because I got the footage of I got the Blu-ray footage for B-roll stuff that I didn't end up using, and I was like, why the fuck is this all 16:9? Anyway, we're done with this, right? We're done.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the only thing.
This is the end.
All right, cool. All right, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can shop at selfweeb.com. Shame on me for not having ever bought the Capsule Corp shirt for this occasion. Anyway, there's also stuff at...
I got the fun shit shirt on.
There's also ocapodcast.com/store. But wasting no time, you can now get drunk by drinking out of Alphonse Elric's helmet, a little mini shot glass. I mean, mini. I shouldn't even say it's mini. It's a regular fucking shot glass. It's a mini helmet, the size of a shot glass. All right. Yeah. So how much does the Xbox Series X normally cost?
Let's find out.
Because the SpongeBob Xbox Series X only costs $700. A small price to pay for art. I love this. I don't need it.
Amazon has one for $424.
Wow.
Pre-owned.
No, I can't
Pre-owned.
imagine.
That's
I
not
can't
good.
imagine actually buying like, first of all, I'm amazed that Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl did well enough that there is an All-Star Brawl 2. Holy shit. Who could have foreseen this? Oh, look, I could just make my own. Thanks for giving me the... All right. Anyway.
Xbox Series X, $499.99. Same price as the PlayStation 5. So it's like $200 more just for skin.
Legendary shoujo manga classics get reprints as miniature capsule toys with full volume contents. So, as a gachapon little machine toy, you can get Boys Over Flowers and a bunch of other stuff, including Lovely Complex, which is not Eat a Kiss. That one, Lovecom, right? And they come with the... So in American manga, we just get it printed on the cover, but in Japan, they have a dust cover. And the dust cover is where they print the image, and then this is what's underneath. So they made these ones that are 2 inches, our favorite number on this podcast. They're 2 inches tall. So, but it has the entirety of the Tonkabon. So you could collect the entire series of, I mean, they're probably only doing the first volume, but the point is you could actually read them as like a mini version of the manga. So that's kind of neat. I would put them in your action, like your figure toys or whatever hands, but they're fucking 2 inches. That seems a little big. Yeah. So Toyota creates a real life Pokemon Violet Miraidon motorcycle. You don't understand, Ma. It's the future. Mirai is the Japanese word for future. Anyway, moving on. All right, so I want to follow up on this. We covered this about the big motor insurance fraud, where they were putting dings into the cars and then charging the renters for the dings and stuff, and as an insurance fraud. So big motor insurance fraud scandal ends with company bought out. So unsurprisingly, the major insurance fraud scandal involving used car dealer Big Motor that rocked Japan last year hasn't ended with much good news for the company, with the announcement today that it is being bought is being bought out by a general trading company, Itochu. Despite Big Motor's sullied name before the scandal, they were the largest car insurance company in Japan with the market capital to boot, which is possibly one of the reasons Itochu went for the purchase. Big Motor's official site, meanwhile, states that by going under the Itochu group, they will be able to rebuild the company from the ground up, this time practicing proper due diligence. That said, Big Motor's name won't be retained, as a new subsidiary company will be created to succeed the car dealer giant. Again, when your company has bad will with the customers, that brand is gone. Funimation doesn't exist anymore because too many people have a knee-jerk reaction for the bullshit they pulled on Vic, right? So, it's imperative that you, like a rising phoenix, just restructure everything from the ground up. That said, the name Big Motor is likely going to continue being made fun of in years to come. BM. It already sounds like a bowel movement. Even a year on, the Big Motor scandal continues to be in the spotlight for Japanese people, though it's now the car insurance dealer Sampo that is under scrutiny. Oh, okay. Anyway, wrapped that up like it mattered. All right. So we have to decide.
Whoa.
142. All right. I think we cover this one.
I'd cover it.
All right, let's just cover it quickly. All right. Saitama Assembly member who shut down sexy pool shoots resigns after scandal. Can't wait to find out what it was. Koji Tsuji, a Saitama Prefectural Assembly member responsible for shutting down sexy pool shoots after listening to the pleas of Japanese Communist Party feminists, has resigned after posting sexual images of a female acquaintance online. How come that's not linked? Tsuji posted an apology to the citizens of Saitama Prefecture, explaining the situation on his official website. According to the report, Tsuji was investigated by the Kanagawa Prefectural Police on suspicion of uploading a sexual image of a woman on the internet bulletin board, in December 2023. I'm going to need to see it. Although there is still some time before a final judicial decision is issued, Tsuji decided to step down as a member of the Diet, as he felt that he had lost the people's trust and submitted his resignation as a member of the Saitama Prefectural Assembly. Tsuji was a vital member of the assembly who set new rules for pool shoots that included lascivious images for NG poses, or not good, and NG swimsuits to appease the persistent Japanese Communist Party feminist efforts in closing down sexy pool shoot events. Look, if I were in the government and I capitulated to some group, and then like something like this happened, I'd just be like, fuck it, undo all my laws, right? Like, anyway, so we've got this one. Oh, it's pretty fucking short. Let's knock it out. Okay. Upskirt Photos lead Japanese high school to redesign their cheerleader uniforms. Ahead of Japan's national baseball tournament, one school strategy sessions includes a plan to prevent peeping photography. This year's iteration of the annual Japanese high school baseball invitation tournament, also known as the Spring Koshien Tournament, will be starting soon. Among the 32 teams competing will be the Takasaki University of Health and Welfare High School. Speaking of health and welfare, where's my melatonin? I'm going to start downing right now. Representing Gunma Prefecture. Though they've never won, this isn't Takasaki's first time in the tournament. 2024 will be their second year in a row to take part in the contest, and 7th overall. With the start of the tournament fast approaching, naturally, the school is sifting through the experience it's acquired over its previous spring Koshiens and looking for ways to applying that knowledge to this year's trip. And one change it's making is to its cheerleaders' uniforms. No more skirts. Can we be real?
How are their players supposed to get excited?
Yeah, can we be real for a second? Like, is there even a point to cheerleading if there's not a little bit of like, sexual energy to it? Like I just might as well just end the cheerleading squad. Like no more. Don't need them. Just put a big sign that says applaud. Right? cheer for team.
Go team.
Morale is dipping. Push the button. Applaud. Right. During the 2023 tournament, Kasaki says that his cheerleaders in the student section of the stands were victims of upskirt photography. The problem had occurred in previous years as well. The school says, careful, man. Bubbles is right behind you. Right. The problem had occurred in previous years as well, the school says, sometimes with voyeurs posing as media members covering the game in order to get into position to take the unscrupulous photos, taking advantage of the intense national sports news coverage that gets focused on the games during the roughly week and a half tournament. So Takasaki is making a change and redesigning its cheerleaders' outfits. When the squad shows up at Koshien Stadium later this month, they'll be wearing shorts instead of skirts. And their shirts will also match those of the volleyball players' uniforms. Are you fucking serious? Voyeuristic photos can potentially cause lifelong emotional damage to our students, says Takasaki teacher Kohei Shiozawa regarding the redesign, adding that some students have also said that they'd like to cheer for the team in outfits that more closely resemble the players' uniforms. Then fucking get on the team and cheer from the sidelines. Like, the tournament begins on March 18th. All right. Anyway, obviously, just in case the character I play on this show is not clear, nobody should be victimized. Just in general, women shouldn't be.
They should give all the cheerleaders karate classes so that they can donkey kick anybody who tries to take any pictures of them.
Definitely. All right, you ready for the SpongeBob? Man with penis on his arm shoots his shot with Kate Beckinsale after she sends him a message. Female celebrities, this is why you don't open your DMs to anyone. Right? A man who was reached out by Kate Beckinsale after she heard of his incredible story, took the opportunity to woo the Hollywood celebrity. No, I already hate where the story is going. Shooters shoot. You won't know till you try. What's the worst that could happen? Whatever your rationale, sometimes you just have to take a gamble and see what happens. For 6 years, one unlucky man was left with a 6-inch appendage attached to his arm after his original penis fell off.
Just fell off.
It's detachable. It happens all the time.
It's like a gecko's tail.
So do you think his penis just fell off? And then the doctors are like, well, what if we just like grafted it to his arm to keep it alive for a while we figure out what we're going to do with it? Okay, right. Like,
we'll come back in 6 years. We'll probably know by then.
Credit Channel 4, man with penis on arm. Malcolm McDonald from Norfolk told his story in a 2022 documentary that aired on British TV network Channel 4. The documentary entitled "The Man with a Penis on His Arm." Just happened to be watched by celebrity and actress Kate Beckinsale, 50. After hearing about his story, Beckinsale decided to post on her Instagram page and wished him well. The actress said, literally scouring for news that doesn't make me want to jump out the window. This man said, it's not every day you see a man with a penis on his arm. Of course I see the funny side. She went on, of course he is from the UK. Of course. Of course he has done a photo shoot down the wreck with a willy hanging out of his sleeve.
Of course he went to Chernobyl 6 years ago. That's how
feel momentarily better. God bless you, Malcolm XXX.
Oof.
Nobody's going to cancel her for that? Well, not wanting to let an opportunity pass him by, Malcolm responded to her kind words and even offered to take her out for the night. With a dick pic. He told the Sun, I'd be happy to take her out for a Savoy, what? Savoy and chips? I don't know. That sounds disgusting. I'll pay, but she'll have to come to third. Okay. She seems like a nice girl, and it's great she's read my story and what I've been through. The kisses are a nice touch too. I'm ready for dating again. So why not her? Oh, I just had the weirdest.
Yeah, I'm ready to go dating if it's Kate Beckinsale. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll even treat her to a pint down at my local boozer. No word on whether the pair ever did end up going out, though. Oh man, TMZ wasn't there. Like in 2010, Malcolm's penis fell off after he popped an abscess on his bottom. What? Oh, I got a zit on my ass. Oh no, my dick fell off. I heard a story from my cousins because they grew up in Ohio where they have like locust season, and they found out that if you pull off, I think it's the left wing, but just the left wing, the heads pop off. It's like a party popper. The head shoots off. Is that what happened? You squeeze the ass in such a way the penis just detachable penis song starts playing. Oh! Okay. He suffered blood poisoning with his fingers, toes, and penis turning black. Oh. So it literally fell off. Like it fell off like oh. I don't understand.
Died.
Fortunately for the single dad, doctors were able to build him a 6-inch penis using skin grafts from his bum. What? That's the problem area. However, a lack of oxygen in the blood meant that it had to be grafted temporarily to his forearm. However, due to delays caused by the coronavirus pandemic, he had to wait 6 years before he could have his penis reattached to its correct place. Holy shit. Oh my God. That's the end. Wow. I love how they put it. Like, you know how they scientifically, like, you can't lick your elbow. They're like, well, we better put it in a place where he's not going to suck it off all the time.
Just make it really weird when she tries to jerk it off.
Oh. It's like it's on his dominant arm too. He's like, it's not the same. Oh shit! I realize we have not looked at chat in like hours. Marcel Mark has mistaken a fictional 2D character as a child. Is there no way to disable posts on your curator page? I have no idea. Sweet baby stink. What's with the skulls? I don't know what that's in reference to. Are Forspoken spoilers okay? The game is shit. There's your spoiler. Okay. Forspoken's ending, the main characters have a rousing pep talk to her cat because that was all she had. Stunning and brave writing.
Wow.
Can you click on the next one? My mouse is just like fucking killing me right now. Okay. I don't see the issue with focusing on Sweet Baby because if it folds, we will see where they scurry to. All-Star Brawl physical box.
Only has the code.
Only has the code? Oh, that's fucking bull. Nobody wants it. I would buy the SpongeBob console if it was a PC case. All right. Oh, and there's more. Okay. Aren't long shirts also dangerous for cheerleaders? I mean, never mind. I was gonna say I just think they should be nude, right? That destigmatizes the cheerleading outfit, and then it just becomes weird to enjoy it. Anyway, all right. So, wow, what a brutal podcast! 6 hours and 38 minutes. How does this keep happening? Oh man. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've become much more selective with topics, and
how's that working out for you?
Seemingly not enough. It's really hard to curate this shit. Thank you, Random 11, for doing all the work with Sweet Baby Ink, but I probably should have just waited until next podcast for it. But I'm glad we got it done because there's probably going to be a lot more shit to deal with next podcast. So anyway, do you guys want to say anything about oh dear. Do you want to say anything about My Senpai is Annoying, just in case this ends up becoming our watch club discussion of it? Or do you want to just...
I have not watched it. So I cannot say anything.
How about I put it this way? It's a great show. You should check it out. And then hopefully we have another discussion on it later. Anyway, what do we do for the ending clip?
Cold end.
Cold end? No, we got to do like oh fuck, this one. Goodbye everyone.